Yellow.
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 I'm just here from the get-go because we were playing a little Final Fantasy.
What? Don't say that.
Just a little.
They're gonna think it's an addiction. I quit any time.
I think if they don't know by now.
Look, we were having our Morga and Moog adventures, okay?
Yeah. Morgy and Mogi.
Maggie. Which also, so I got a commission for Audley, Peppa Audley, to work on. And I figured we would watch some Defunct Land because I was like, man, what should I put? What should I put on?
It's been a while since I've watched any Defunct Land. I'll be honest.
Can't believe you said you would quit Moog. Look.
What? I'm never quitting Moog.
No.
I can't quit.
Scammed. I'm sorry. I was yapping. Give me a second.
Scammed?
It's because of the throwing things.
Oh.
I was yapping. I'm sorry that we were playing Final Fantasy and stuff, and then I got, like, distracted by a bunch of things. I'm sorry. And then I was sitting there, like, looking at how beautiful the thing you made with Fat Cat was. But,
yeah.
you know, whatever. Like, you know, it's just fine. Here, I'll do it.
All right, Elden
There.
Ring.
And I'll do a second one.
I, in the meantime, am also drawing. I'm also doing art.
Yeah, he was opening up Elden Ring for actual reference reasons.
Like, so here's the thing. I am drawing a Crucible Knight, but, like, it's not... My statues are not, like, one-to-one. They're pretty accurate. They're pretty good, especially from the front. But from the back, which is what I need to do, I need reference for the back side. They're not accurate at all. Which is fair, because, like, you're mostly going to be viewing them from the front.
Yeah. Man, I have to consider...
Oh, I don't have the Crucible armor on Ardbert. I need to actually switch over to
switch.
Theoden.
Trying to consider,
Oh, fuck, I
because
accidentally quit the entire game. I meant to just go to title
I need a
screen.
picture
Damn it.
of... Oddly really likes Needles from Afunga.
Needles is creepy.
And wanted to be a sulfur cultist, like Needles. And, I mean, technically, Perkele as well, let's be real.
We still don't know a whole lot about the Sulfur Cultists, do we? They're kind of, like, mysterious.
Not much. It's kind of a twist that, Perkele is one, but...
Yeah.
Or even that's kind of a thing.
I didn't know that about Perkele, yeah.
He has the face paint and kind of he's got kind of some mutilation going on. Let me see. I'm like looking at some things for good reference material. This one there. Because I had asked, like, oh, do you want something that kind of gives the vibe of, like, a sprite kind of thing? Because I haven't done anything in Fear and Hunger, like, Fear and Hunger style in a while. I actually miss doing that. Last time I did it was when, I was part of the Funger Girls.
Yeah.
And sadly...
I only ever did it, I guess, twice, because I did it for I drew your model in Funger style, and then I drew myself as Kahara.
I goofed up on something. What was I looking for? Oh yeah, I wanted to... Sorry, I'm like getting some extra stuff for...
I really wish
good references.
Bonfire aesthetic was a thing in...
That is my complaint with every FromSoft game after Dark Souls 2. Bonfire aesthetic was so neat. one of the things I need to have accessible as well as far as references is just Francis Bacon stuff in general. Because Francis Bacon is also, you know, an influence.
Yeah.
Pretty on the nose influence and everything. Perkele, Jesse Control. Look. Control. Game made by Finns. Perkele. Character from a game made by a Finnish man. Perkele.
I just think about that one video of the man yelling at the bear.
The bear, yes. You know, actually...
Are you gonna put that on? You gonna show chat the bear? The Finnish man yelling at the bear.
Perkele, siihen et koske, saatana vie. Saatana.
The bear just flipping out like, ugh!
Se roskapussiko meinasit viiä helkaten ruoman voi. Huuko, tänne näin, paikka.
The way the bear is like standing up and just like, whoa.
Huuko, paikka.
Huh? Whoa? Huh? Bears are so dumb.
They are. Like, they're simultaneously scary and also just like...
Saatana.
I mean, they're big scaredy cats too.
Yeah.
Not all of them, but like...
Jos tuut tänne.
It's so cute. If so cute, why dangerous? Fucking shaking the broom at it.
Yeah. It's just like, okay. Okay, I'll leave then. Which defunct land should we put on first?
You could put on literally any of them. I guarantee you that I probably haven't seen them because I haven't watched a whole lot of them.
Garfield? Okay, yeah, we'll put on the Garfield one first.
Garfield.
Let me turn this down. Yeah. Let me know if it needs to be louder or more quiet or whatever. Yeah, have you seen this one?
This one, no.
Oh, perfect. The Garfield sex ride.
Oh boy.
You finally get to kiss Moog, but it's on the Garfield ride.
I'll take it, man.
In the northeastern region of the United States, there was a
Yeah, it doesn't need to be louder or...
Picnics. While picnics have been a French pastime for over a century, Americans did not begin to indulge in the practice until the early 1800s, and then it was almost exclusively
A little
for the
loud?
upper class.
Okay.
By the mid-19th
Or
century,
is it a
though,
little
people
loud,
of all
or-
means were packing a basket, finding a picturesque location, and sitting on a blanket to enjoy a meal. Maybe somebody would bring a
sec.
guitar and
Louder,
play some
okay.
tunes. Maybe some couples would sneak off for some alone
Like
time.
that?
Maybe some
Yeah, it
guy
could
in
be
a
a
boat would row by to watch. Everyone loves a picnic. And for those living near Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, one of the most
That's
popular
good.
picnic
Okay.
locations was Kenny's Grove, a beautiful section
This
of
is
a
like, I
park
don't want
owned
it
by
to
a man named
over-
Anthony Kenny.
you know.
Located southeast of Pittsburgh in the
Yeah.
Mifflin Township, Kenny's
know,
Grove is
not
a popular
over,
picnic
you know.
location with a beautiful view of the Monongahela River Valley. The area would become so popular in the latter half of the 19th century that in 1898, the Monongahela Street Railways Company sought to create a picnic park at the end of their Mifflin streetcar line. The company leased land from the Kenny family and renamed the picnic area to Kennywood Park. This type of trolley park was common throughout the United States, and they were typically created to increase railway profits, especially on the weekends. As with many trolley parks, Kennywood Park would not remain a picnic park forever. In 1898, just a year after leasing the land, Monongahela added a dance pavilion, the casino building restaurant, and Kennywood's first ride, a carousel. The following year, a bandstand was constructed, and the year after that, in 1901, Kennywood built another new ride. Named
Of course, I
the
try
Old
looking
Mill.
for
The Old Mill
Sprite
is not a
stuff,
unique
and I
ride to
see
Kennywood, but rather an entire category
fan art of
amusement
Marina
park.
with the
Old
huge
Mills are
butt.
slow-moving boat rides with no steep
Okay,
inclines
then.
and declines.
Hey,
The water in
whatever,
many of
man.
These rides are moved, as the name suggests, by a mill. Old mills were best known for their significant indoor stretches that were most often in pitch-black darkness. This led many couples to take advantage of the dark portions for romance-related activity, leading to the old mill getting its more recognizable name, the Tunnel of Love. These seem to sprout up all
That's what
over
I
the
know
place
them
in the
as.
late 19th
Yeah.
and early 20th century, in World's Fairs, state fairs, trolley parks, and
Hey, you have to
amusement
go
parks,
through
and their
the
reputation soon became a
history.
marketing ploy, with more and more old mills receiving
Of a
branding
Tunnel
of
of
a
Love.
romantic or sexual nature. The Old Mill at Kennywood was one of the first old mill rides, and although it was never branded specifically as a Tunnel of Love, local couples found that it worked just the same. Kennywood's Old Mill would receive several themes and overlays during its first few years of operation. It was first themed to the Fairyland floats,
Imagine
then to the
and
canals of
imagine
Venice,
treating
and
every
later to the
dark ride
Panama
as a
Canal,
Tunnel of Love.
which at the time was an extremely topical theme as the actual Panama Canal had just debuted. After the Panama Canal theme, the Old Mill became the Rapids Gorge and then the Fairyland floats again, before returning to its classic
Rare
name,
Rabbit.
the Old Mill. In 1922, the ride underwent a refurbishment and received a
Let
new
me tell you
facade
about
to
that.
appear
I
more
mean, I
like a
guess
New
yeah.
England
Every
mill.
every
It had its
dark ride is
system
a
overhauled
Tunnel of
and
Love if you
enlarged.
really try.
Arguably the biggest change to
yes.
the Old Mill in its
That-
early
that's
years would come
actually
after
part
the
of
ride caught
the-
on fire and burned to the ground.
That's part of
being
what this is
rebuilt for the
about.
1926 season and receiving
Listen,
new
if-
theming with comic supplement characters, including Happy Hooligan, the Katzenjammer
If I had to
Kids,
kiss,
and
if
Jigs
Moog
Maggie.
and I,
In
the only chance I got
1936,
to
the Old Mill was
kiss
redecorated
Moog
again with 8 new
was
theatrically
on
lit pictures.
the Garfield
Another
Dark
major
ride.
refurbishment to the
I
ride
would take
occurred in
it. I'd do it.
1940. During the season, the Old Mill received a renovation with new animations. The refurbishment featured 7 well-known characters from comic strips and cartoons, including Blondie, Popeye, the Lone Ranger, the Little King, Tarzan, Gulliver, and Little Henry. In 1957, the Old Mill was themed to a trip around the world. The comic characters were replaced
I'm
with
like
scenes
just
of Hawaii,
kind of
a
trying to get
kangaroo
the
in
shape
Australia,
that I
a
want
tiger in
to.
Asia, an elephant in Africa, and even Santa Claus in the North Pole. The loading area was
Santa.
also given an animatronic band of monkeys that would play music for guests in the queue, which was apparently auctioned off just 1 month before I started writing this video, although it sold for $2,300, which is more than I've ever spent on an animatronic monkey band. For the 1974 season, the Old Mill would receive its most significant thematic overhaul to date.
What is
becoming
the part of
Hard-Headed
Haunted
Harold's
Mansion
horrendously
that
humorous haunted
people would
hideaway.
really
This
start getting
theme sent
frisky
riders
on, I
through Old
wonder?
West Ghost Town, with
Part
Because
with the
there's
single
one
heads.
part where you're
skeletons
actually like
placed
pretty
throughout
much
the ride.
looking at
Some of
each
these
other.
figures were animated, and sound effects were added to a few sections. This is the
There's a
first
few
version of
parts.
the
Clearly.
attraction
Oh,
that has been
okay, yeah.
documented, and it showcases the creative placement of the show scenes throughout the ride track. The Old Mill's middle section consists of 3
You want to be
circles.
staring
In
at
center
the
of these,
down the people
outdoor
across
show
from
scenes
you.
The
were
backwards
constructed, with
hallway.
parts of the tunnel
Okay,
being
that
removed and
one
replaced with
I
fencing so guests could
can
look
see
outside. There are also
people
4 show buildings where dark ride scenes
Getting
have been
frisky.
placed.
Yeah.
Despite the creative theming of Hard-Headed Harold's horrendously humorous haunted hideaway, the Old Mill continued to be known for one thing. Kennywood's director of community and government relations put it best, explaining, quote, "It didn't matter what the theme was. Anyone who rode that ride in the 60s, 70s, and 80s, they were not on that ride to look at the scenes."
It's a place for cuddling and to sort of make out canoodle. You're a little bit nervous about getting on the Old Mill with the girl the first time because you might end up getting slapped, but you also might end up getting, a snuggle.
In 1984, the Pittsburgh Post-Gazette did a feature on the ride's reputation of romance. When interviewed, 15-year-old Missy Stash said, quote, "Everyone goes in there and really goes at it. You should see."
Jeez.
Some of the boats come
They
out,
go
there's
at
nobody
it.
in them.
Oh, they're
61-year-old
insatiable.
Ellen Ammon, recalling her Old Mill trips from the 1930s, remembered that the
I need to
boys would
get
bring
a
string
thing
onto the
of the
ride. In the
sulfur
dark portions, they would
cult,
brush the string along the necks
like
of
the
girls
sulfur
to convince them that
gods.
there were spiders and water snakes in the
Insignia.
tunnels, in an effort to hold them close through their terror.
Oh?
Another common occurrence was seeing couples
me-
buttoning up their shirts
let me
while
get the
exiting the attraction.
thing!
An uptick in romantic activity in the Old Mill was met with
Thank
an
you.
increase in supervision from the park.
Oh my
Kennywood
gosh.
employees would be stationed at various points throughout the ride, armed with a flashlight and a
You
disappointed
want
stare.
references
They would rarely
and-
intervene if the activity was nothing more than a kiss, but for anything more than that, the young couples would be told to knock it off. At one point in the 1960s, Kennywood employees were given a plastic bat and were instructed that if they saw the naked
Right.
buttocks of any
Excellent.
rider,
There we
they
go.
were to smack them with the bat. This was very effective, and almost always prompted the embarrassed couples to quickly redress themselves for the remainder of the journey. This solution
I
was
see a
actually
naked
quite
butt.
popular in Old Mills.
See a naked
Smack it
butt,
From
smack
a
Alley
it.
paddle.
Love proves. Kennywood would later install cameras and a PA system so that employees could tell riders to stop their behavior without having to assault them in the dark. Hard-Headed Harold's horrendously humorous Haunted Hideaway understandably dropped the alliterative name in 1992, reverting back to the Old Mill but keeping the rest of the theming. As the Old Mill entered the 2000s, officially celebrating its 100th birthday, Kennywood was weighing the pros and cons of the ride.
And that
Due to
needs
its
to be a
age
little
and
lower.
design, the attraction required a lot of maintenance and took up a significant amount of land at the park. Kennywood is well known for constantly building new attractions and creating new experiences to push locals to come back each season, so it was not out of the question to tear down the old mill and replace it with something more modern and thrilling. However, the management at Kennywood also cares deeply for the history of its park, and few, if any, wanted to see the park's oldest attraction torn down. So 100 years after its opening and 30 years after its last major refurbishment, a refresh of the old mill was on everyone's minds. Kennywood wanted to find a way to keep the historic ride in the park, but update it to appeal to modern audiences. And the answer to this would come in the form of a powerful cat, named Garfield. Garfield is a comic strip written by cartoonist Jim Davis that debuted in 1976. The eponymous orange tabby cat needs no introduction. The general public is well aware of his love of lasagna, hatred of Mondays,
Did you
and
see
his trademark laziness. Garfield,
Miss
along with
Indiana's
his dorky
costume?
owner John, John's naive
No.
dog Odie, and a cast of other
Oh,
recurring
hold on.
characters quickly found their ways into the comic
I
sections
sent
of
it to Bob
newspapers
today.
across the
I need
country.
to send it
By
to you now.
1982, the strip was appearing in over 1,000 newspapers. Over the next 2 decades, as the comic and character rose in popularity, Garfield would spawn an unprecedented amount of merchandise and media, including toys,
There you go.
books, video games, TV specials, and much more. Despite Garfield being a household name and his face being on everything from tea kettles to lava lamps, he was noticeably absent in amusement parks.
I'll post
seemed
it in
that
the
every
chat for
park
everybody
had
else
a
too.
classic
Yeah,
cartoon
please do.
character
You
as
can
a
all
mascot.
see.
Disney had Mickey
There you
Mouse
go.
and
There's
friends.
Miss Indiana
Universal had Woody Woodpecker.
as Garfield.
Cedar Fair had the Peanuts Gang, and Six Flags had the Looney Tunes. Garfield's omission from the medium was not lost on his creator. In 1988, when asked if
Okay, there,
Garfield
I
would enter
got
the
it.
theme park business, Davis said, quote, "I wouldn't touch it. Never." And that's the history of Garfield and theme parks.
Nah.
Wait, 8 years later, he changed his mind. Wonder why. In 1996, plans were announced for a 535-acre theme park to be located in Davis's home state of Indiana, near Indianapolis in Hendricks County. The project was named the Heartland Festival Entertainment Complex, and at the heart of the park would be Garfield's universe, a land dedicated to the character. This would include a character carousel, Arbuckle's picnic coaster, a ride called Garfield's Extreme Adventure, an Odie tongue slide, Irma's Diner, and Mama Leone's restaurant, which would serve, of course, lasagna. The park was planned to open in 1997 and was a joint effort between a Michigan development company and Davis's company, Paws Inc. The cost of the project was estimated to be $120 million. By all accounts, Davis was significantly involved in the park's design, even going so far as to have a special Garfield theme park planning room and even conceptualizing the more mundane aspects of the project, such as the garbage cans and restrooms.
Oh.
On top of the design
Ugh.
contractors,
No.
Davis reached out to other amusement park operators to consult on the project during its early stages. This was when Davis first reached out to the Kennywood Entertainment Company, which owned 5 small parks in and around Pennsylvania, including Kennywood in West Mifflin. A year after the announcement, the opening date was pushed back to 1998. Despite significant utilities and groundwork being completed, the project struggled to find the remainder of its funding. The following year, the park rebranded to Garfield's Adventure America and scaled back on its plans, opting to construct and debut the Garfield area first, with the opening now planned for 1999. By this point, a significant number of Hendricks County residents opposed the project, even forming a group called Citizens Opposing Amusement Park, or COPE. The theme park was pushed back another year with a projected opening of 2000. In December of 1999, Kennywood officials attended the International Association of Amusement Parks and Attractions convention
like
and trade
trying
show.
to-
It is here that they learned that Garfield was available to license. It seemed that while Garfield's Adventure America was in a state of limbo, Davis was looking
Sorry,
to
I'm,
integrate
like,
the character elsewhere.
focused right
at
now,
least
trying to get
temporarily,
my-
and Kennywood Entertainment was reportedly one of his top
I didn't
choices.
realize I had this on the
specifically
same
historic Kennywood
layer.
Park, as well as lake compounds in Connecticut. Kim Campbell, a spokesperson for Paws Inc., explained, quote, "Jim liked the long histories of both parks, the family-friendly atmosphere, and the fact that they were picnic areas. Jim said the parks were a perfect fit for Garfield, who never met a picnic he didn't like. You didn't think that picnic stuff was gonna come back, did ya?" An agreement was made between Kennywood and Paws Inc. for a 1-year licensing deal to have Garfield and Odie become the mascots of both Kennywood and lake compounds. This is despite the fact that Kennywood and Lake Compounds already had mascots. Kennywood had Kenny the kangaroo, and Lake Compounds had Kyle the crocodile. Both parks assured fans that Garfield and Odie would stand alongside the legacy characters and would not be replacing them. This integration in the Northeastern Park seemed to conflict with the appeal of Garfield's Adventure America in Indiana. However, it was revealed that the developers of the Indiana park only had the exclusive rights to the character within a 150-mile radius, and that Jim Davis and Paws Inc. had never financially invested in the park. The developers assured the public and
you see the vision I have right here
at Kennywood and Lake Compounds would not detract from the appeal of Garfield's Adventure America. But at this point, many were convinced that the park would never be built.
I see the vision.
Meanwhile, at the Kennywood parks, Garfield and Odie were fitting right in, taking photos with guests, selling merchandise, and appearing in advertisements. The integration was successful enough that Kennywood and Paws Inc. extended their agreement, further cementing Garfield's presence in the parks. Kennywood's Kittyland would receive more Garfield theming, and in 2002, the first Garfield ride opened at Kennywood, named Garfield's Pounce Bounce, a kitty bounce tower made to look like a block of cheese, covered in mice, and adorned with a Garfield statue. As Garfield continued to increase his presence at Kennywood, the park in Indiana was finally canceled. The developer had been sued by one of its contractors for lack of payment, and not long after this, it was revealed that the park owed $166,000 in back taxes. The park was soon foreclosed on, and the development company filed for bankruptcy. By 2003, the project was dead, and the county was redistricting the land where the park would have sat. Despite the failure of the park, Davis was still passionate about Garfield's presence in theme parks. And since he and his company already had a successful relationship with Kennywood, it only made sense to go all in on the Pennsylvania park. It was time for Garfield to get his own dark ride. It was at this point that the history of the Old Mill and the history of Garfield collided. Davis and Paws Inc. wanted a Garfield dark ride, and Kennywood wanted to retheme the Old Mill. The timing was perfect, and even better, Kennywood
I don't understand when sometimes rethemes happen where it's like people like
Halloween Productions had recently installed
this like a specific way. Like, I don't get it. I never get it.
To design a dark ride.
I don't know. I guess I understand like the
Kirshner recalled wanting to design a dark ride
the
so
reasoning
bad that he would almost do it for free. When the Garfield Old Mill retheme was discussed, Kennywood reached out to Kirshner, who happily accepted the job. Kirshner's plans for the attraction included animatronics and 3D effects, and his background in haunted houses would lead him to pitch a Garfield ride with horror and comedy aspects, not dissimilar to the Old Mill's Hard-Headed Harold theming. However, Kirshner's plans were too ambitious. He recalled, quote, "We wanted to make it look like a billboard smashes open and there's a Frankenstein food character."
I'm trying to think of like what's the optimal brush, because Miro kind of uses like a rough brush.
Obviously, big effects like this
it really uses a rough brush for the outline.
You can always go with like
another issue entirely.
Kennywood, I mean, because usually I use like a pencil brush and try to treat it like it's
great because too many people would want to ride it.
Yeah, you can't make it too great, or people want to ride it. That's like messed up, man.
Kennywood Entertainment remembered, quote, "One of the things we had to do was not make it too spectacular because it doesn't have a high capacity. So with a small budget and an explicit directive,
well, they didn't want to make it so that it's like
good. The team marched
people.
Kirshner
they don't want it to make it be like too many people are trying to get on the ride.
Oh no, like I get why, but
nightmare, which would give the team an excuse to incorporate.
It's very funny that it's like we can't make it too great, or people want to ride it.
I
guess an actual problem you do have to consider. I guess I didn't think about that.
A dispute as to how involved he was in the creative process. McEnany recalled that Davis wrote the script for the ride and drew the concept art.
I'm like trying to find the right brush.
We
Sorry.
did 20 or 30 drawings. He didn't do anything. I never talked to Jim Davis. The biggest thing was he or someone gave us some
pencil ones are like too light, but if I did,
despite
like,
the obstacles, Kirshner and Halloween Productions were able to pull off a substantial retheme to the Old Mill, resulting in the most elaborate overlay in the ride's 103-year-old history.
The charcoal's not right.
Received by the public, though, was still uncertain. On May 1st, 2004, Kennywood opened for the season with a brand new attraction, Garfield's Nightmare. The retheme to the Old Mill was dedicated with a small ceremony, at which Garfield and Odie took their first ride. Kenny the kangaroo was also in attendance, although he could not fit into the boat with the other characters.
Oh.
Yeah, look at it. I'm like, oh.
Oh.
No. Oh, no.
Guests entered the attraction under the large signage, twisting around an outdoor queue with the familiar Old Mill show building intact. With a small
Sorry, I'm like
adjustment,
talking to
in the
myself where I'm like,
window of the
no,
millhouse,
that's
the
just like
frightened
quite
Garfield
right.
could be seen inside as
Yeah,
the
we'll do this
shutters
one.
opened and closed. While waiting in line,
Usually use
riders
the
viewed
default
TV screens that
gouache.
explained the history of the ride and featured clips of Garfield. As guests entered the loading area, they were surprisingly
Yeah, see,
handed
like,
3D glasses
this
to wear on the
isn't-
attraction.
I guess,
After
like, that
riders
can
loaded into their
work.
boat, they would
I
take
need
a
to
left
make
turn,
it, like,
passing a guard station revealing
little
the
more
ride was covered in
dense,
cameras.
I think.
Reportedly, this was intentionally put in plain sight as another deterrent for romantic activity. As guests climbed a short-lived hill, they heard a mysterious booming voice.
Picture
This is the most
paper.
frightening adventure you will ever be on. Unless you have cheese. I like cheese. So give me some cheese and I'll...
Enjoy your ride.
After a right turn, guests went down a passageway covered in
I could just
glowing
imagine,
advertisements for
like, you
Pepsi
get on that
products,
ride
which
when
was
after hearing
unsurprisingly
that, and you're
filled
just
with
like,
food and
oh
drink
boy.
light. This was also the first of many blacklight scenes, and the walls were splattered with fluorescent material, which was
sure.
definitely added by Halloween Productions during the refurbishment and was not the result of 103 years of bad aim. This is also where the 3D glasses came into play.
All right,
Rather than
dry
being a
gouache. I'm
stereoscopic
stupid.
3D effect in which two images are made into one to simulate depth, Garfield's Nightmare used chroma depth, which diffracts colors through a holographic film. This results in certain colors popping into the foreground while others are pushed into the background. The warm colors, red, orange, and yellow, are the ones pulled forward, while blue, indigo, and violet are pushed back. This effect works best with bright primary and secondary colors, which inadvertently gave the ride a
is
distinct
that-
color scheme. The chroma depth
should
effect is
work.
commonly used in haunted houses, and Kirshner and his
You
team
need to
are
make it
industry
darker,
leaders in
though.
the style. A benefit of the style is that unlike stereoscopic 3D,
I was talking to
riders
myself
could view
right
the
now,
ride without
sorry.
glasses, and would not have the ghosting effect seen when watching a polarized or anaglyph 3D setup without glasses. A nice, possible coincidence was that Garfield was famously orange, so the character would always pop to the foreground while the background and other characters in the ride would be painted with blue or green colors. If you'd like to try this out for yourself, you can find cheap chroma depth glasses online and watch a POV of the ride with the brightness turned all the way up. It's just like the real thing. After the product placement tunnel, riders encounter their first Garfield.
Yeah, wouldn't you
sequence,
wanna-
which depicts Garfield falling asleep after a big
You wanna
meal,
experience
thus
that? Should we
beginning
buy
his
those?
nightmare. The strips appearing in the ride were previously
No.
released Garfield strips and not created specifically for the attraction.
No.
After this,
Why not?
guests enter the first scene, in which Garfield's messy house begins to come alive, with the door swinging open and shut. Garfield's voice plays overhead, repeating.
I never met an ice cream truck I didn't like.
Another strip depicted Garfield depressed.
Hey,
that
do
he
you
couldn't
remember
catch the ice cream truck.
the
In
stuff
next
about
scene,
like
the ice
in
cream
the
truck
cartoon
finally
him
appears,
saying
but in a
his
clip,
catchphrase
the
of
truck, driven
people
by
who
ice
do
cream
this
cones,
deserve to
is
be
chasing
drug out
after
in the street and
Garfield.
get shot?
Another strip depicted Garfield scaring
What?
the mailman. running gag
There's
in
a
the comics. The next scene
compilation
shows the mailman smiling
where
as an
in
angry
the
dog
90s
opens and
cartoon that
closes
was
its
like one of
jaws.
his
The next strip features
catchphrases.
another running
That's
gag from the
crazy.
comics,
I didn't-
in which
I don't
Garfield
recall
torments
that.
Spiders. Predictably, the next scene is of a large spider tormenting Garfield. This pattern continues with another running gag, Garfield eating a fish in a fishbowl, followed by a scene of a fish
But
eating
you thrown.
Garfield.
I don't.
The most terrifying
What-
part of the
what
ride
was
so far
that?
is arguably this chair. While not explicitly referenced in the ride, another running gag from the comic strip is Garfield using John's chair as a scratching post, and it appears that this chair, while not getting direct revenge on Garfield, is having a great time watching. The next scene shows Garfield's vet Liz holding a giant needle, with Garfield tied up by a rope, held by an Igor-type character. The needle would blow a puff of air onto riders. Another strip depicts Garfield attacking the pizza delivery man. And
Oh,
the
yeah,
next
the-
scene
the
shows pizza
glasses. I
delivery
was
man
like, wait,
and
what
the
did I
pizza
say that
boxes
you-
attacking Garfield. The next strip and scene is a break from form. The strip depicts Garfield mentioning that he's going to the kitchen, with a depressed-looking John saying nothing. The next scene is one of the most difficult to decipher. On the right side of the boat, the appliances in the kitchen have come to life in menacing fashion, while boxes of lasagna have formed a kick line on the table. On the left side of the boat, a terrified Garfield is surrounded by an evil-looking John and a monstrous
What?
Odie, who appears to have torn off his long tongue and wrapped it around his body like a coat. There is also a
Right?
zombie hot
Scary.
dog monster strapped to a table wearing sunglasses.
Like, what
Why
is
hot-
this?
why
part?
that?
John asking Garfield to catch mice, which Garfield refuses to do. In the comic strip, Garfield will eat just about anything besides mice. Despite this, in Garfield's nightmare, the mice still want revenge on him, cooking up a cat stew. As the ride nears its end, the characters that were tormenting Garfield moments ago are now lined up, smiling as the boat passes.
Like this,
Garfield's
I don't know
voice
why
instructs
that's
guests
just
that a
so
photo op is
upsetting
coming up.
seeing that lineup.
Got a photo opportunity coming up. Doesn't get any better than that.
The mouse from the beginning of the ride instructs guests to smile as a large camera is clearly placed so that guests may pose for the picture. As guests reach the end of the ride, a final strip appears on the wall. Garfield says, quote, "What a great ride. It was kinda scary, but it's over now," while the creatures from the ride follow close behind. This appears to be the only Garfield strip created specifically for the attraction. Garfield's Nightmare was drastically different than the old.
And when I hear
Kennywood
some of this
regular
music,
creatures
it's
did,
so
and any
ingrained in my
significant
mind
change would
as
have
like
its
stuff
detractors.
from
However, Garfield's Nightmare almost immediately developed a
Red Letter
cult
Media,
feature
like
among
Halloween
hardcore,
episodes.
with many citing its cheap effects, product placement, and overall bizarre nature. It was too scary for many children and too Garfield for many adults. For longtime Kennywood fans, it felt like a betrayal of the historic old mill. But in all fairness, they probably just weren't around for the 1920s version that featured Jiggs and Maggie, the Garfield and Odie of the 20s. As far as a Garfield ride goes, it successfully featured many classic characters and famous scenarios from the comics. And the original art that Kirshner and his team created for the ride looked like it was pulled straight out of a Garfield strip. Despite the low budget, the attraction featured solid
Bob would
gags
love
and
this.
some terrifying imagery. But who cares what Kennywood regulars,
Bob would have been like the
Garfield fans,
one
or even
fan.
children think? The real
Yep.
demographic that matters is the one that gave the old mill its century-long reputation: young couples. In a Pittsburgh Post-Gazette report before the ride's opening, Kennywood officials assured fans that, quote, "We haven't messed with what made the old mill," which the Gazette took to mean that, quote, "couples will still be able to find a suitable spot along the way to, exchange pleasantries." This persistent mentioning in official media of the ride's reputation as a love tunnel sent me down a rabbit hole that I could not have anticipated. Full disclosure for anyone that is not aware, every amusement park ride you have ever been on or will ever go on has been the setting for some funny business. Whether it's at your local amusement park
Yeah.
or at Walt Disney World, if you can be seated within arm's reach of another person, someone has found a way to do something on that ride. I talk about amusement park rides all the time, and I never mention this, because it's never notable. It's just a given. However, in all of my research, I have never come across a ride in which major publications, journalists, have reported consistently, constantly, on a ride's reputation like the old mill at Kennywood. I found a newspaper article from 1934 talking about how the ride is a great spot for couples, and the 1984 article in which couples were interviewed about their romantic activity pushed me over the edge. Not what I meant. After hearing mention that sometimes boats would pull into the station with no one inside, I knew that I had to go deeper. Dang it, look, if you're just interested in the physical history of amusement park rides and you don't care about the culture attached to the old mill, I'd recommend skipping to this time code. For those remaining, there was a
You're
significant amount of
nasty.
documentation as
For
to how
those
Kennywood
remaining,
attempted to
you
please
guys
the
are
love of the ride,
nasty.
but little was known on how these riders were able to accomplish some of the feats that they were boasting about. Were these
Dragon
legends
Weirdo,
true,
I
or were
like
they
you
fiction?
saying
In the
something
name of
about
research,
Garfield
I
just
tweeted
makes
the
people
following. Have you or
hot and
someone you
randy.
know
I
ever
like
made
the
out or made
implication
love
that
in the
this
old mill
ride
dark
never
ride
had that
Kennywood
issue
amusement?
until
If so,
Garfield.
please email your story
Right.
to I made love in the old mill at defunctland.com. I followed up this tweet clarifying that I didn't want details of the activity. I wanted to know where in the ride people jumped out. And either no one saw this reply or they didn't care, because I did receive many emails, and most of them contained graphic detailing of activities that took place in the old mill. To borrow a bit of Pittsburghese, yins are nasty. Of the 56 messages I received, only 3 were obviously fake, and the vast majority contained details far too specific to be made up, mentioning school trips or special events that I verified were accurate. I'm not going to share any of these and assert that they are 100%
crazy.
true, but here are a few of the more interesting submissions with redacted bits for anonymity and appropriateness. Feel free to pause and read at your own pace.
Oh boy.
In the end, the email submissions did provide a few interesting insights. First, smart couples would come in packs, try to space out their boat departures as best they could from other riders, and then run their hands on either side of the boat to slow their motion, thus extending the ride and their time in the dark. Second, there are at least 2 people who claim to know someone that was conceived on this ride. Maybe it's you.
Jesus.
Third, most surprising, the Garfield overlay did not deter many people from treating
And
the
my
old mill
viewers
as the
were
same
conceived
total
on the right.
love
No, that would
previous
have been
generations had
like
enjoyed.
too
In fact, the majority of my emails were about
too
acts of
recent.
power
You would be a
man.
in the
baby.
neon-lit tunnels of Garfield's Nightmare. Some people noted that the Garfield theming diminished the aura of romance, while others admitted that they believe it added to it. Some even purposefully sought it out. Maybe ironically, maybe not. As one emailer so eloquently put it, quote, Garfield knows all of our sins. Perhaps the greatest sin, though, was the lack of upkeep and proper maintenance that Garfield's Nightmare experienced. Within just a few years, the screens in the queue were removed, and many of the effects in the ride stopped working. The audio cues were off or missing, and the video of the mouse at the beginning sometimes wouldn't play. The neon paint started to fade, diminishing any effect the 3D glasses had. The 3D glasses themselves would often not be handed to guests, and it seemed they were eventually phased out altogether, although they would reappear.
Well, they really did not care, did they?
No. Well, again, you can't make it too good or people are going to want to ride it.
Trying to land them in the mouth of the dog or hit certain objects. Oddly, the upkeep of the ride was so poor that the whites of the eyes of the characters in the blown-up comic strips were either faded or removed, resulting in them appearing permanently blackened. All of this somewhat added to the uneasy nature of the ride, but it really just showed the attraction's lack of upkeep. Other than this, the ride lived a quaint, quiet existence, with no major changes or updates. Year after year, Kennywood would open for the season, and Garfield's Nightmare would open with it. In 2007, a Nintendo DS platformer named Garfield's Nightmare was released. But besides the title, the game is in no way connected to the ride. In 2011, the Garfield comic strip featured Garfield, Odie, and John going to an amusement park named Kittywood, which appeared to be a parody of Kennywood. After 2008,
parody.
Garfield and Odie were phased out as Kennywood mascots and stopped appearing in advertisements. Kenny the Kangaroo reclaimed his throne in West Mifflin and even got a sidekick. Does he look familiar? No. It's the sign. It's the Kennywood sign.
That's so dumb.
Yeah.
The sign. Kennywood would eventually
I don't
integrate
like
Thomas
that.
the Tank
It's so
Engine and the Pittsburgh
stupid.
Steelers into attractions at the park. And the new properties
American
fit
theme
into
parks are
Kennywood much
dumb.
more
They
effortlessly
are.
than Garfield ever did. Despite Garfield and Odie no longer appearing in the park, Garfield's Nightmare continued to operate, year after year, with no end in sight. This was until 2019, when news broke that Pause would be
2019?
acquired by Viacom, and the rights to
It
Garfield
took that
would be
long?
utilized by Viacom's
Yes.
subsidiary, Nickelodeon.
That's
This also
insane!
Put Viacom in charge of the character's licensing. Viacom
They let
immediately began
this
tightening the brand's
dilapidated
image,
ride
and the
go
company
until
told Kennywood that if they wished to
2019.
continue to operate Garfield's Nightmare, the licensing fee would be increased significantly. This pressured Kennywood into removing
Yeah,
the
2019
Garfield's
isn't that
Nightmare
long
theme
ago. That's what
from
I'm
the old
saying.
mill,
Like from
and
like
no one at the
early
park put up
2000s
much
to
of a fight to save the
2019. That's
ride. Garfield's
insane.
Nightmare had operated for 16 seasons, and for many, that was
16
too many.
years?
This is not to
That's
say that the attraction
insane.
had no fans, as in those 16
That
years of operation,
ride should have been around
the
for,
entire
like, 3
generation of
years
Kennywood
tops,
visitors had
man.
experienced the ride as their one and only version of the old mill. In March of 2020, Kennywood's YouTube account posted a video titled "The History of the Old Mill at Kennywood." The video started
Quality
as a
ride.
Ken Burns-style theme park documentary.
They
in a
really
similar
fucked
vein
up
to
by
other
letting it
YouTube
go that
channels I'm
long.
completely blanking on. However, halfway through the video, it was revealed.
Yeah,
that this was
how are
not
we
just a
feeling about this so
retrospective
far?
of the old mill, but it was also an announcement.
We're going to be bringing back the old mill as so many of you have requested and restoring the ride to the retro western theme.
The news was celebrated by fans who cheered, "The nightmare is over." And the Pittsburgh City Paper's headline
nightmare
read,
is
"I hope they
over."
serve lasagna in heaven." During the off-season, the ride was gutted and completely rethemed. Unfortunately, all of the prompts from
Rumored
Garfield's
for
Nightmare
replacement
with
for,
a
like, a
direct tie to
decade.
the
I
Garfield
guess they
brand
just didn't
were
have the
destroyed
budget
at
for
the
it,
demand of
for
Viacom.
replacing
In
it.
order to prevent
Or
them
like
from
they
being
just, it was
sold
kind of like,
or
when do we
ending up on the
replace
black
it too?
market.
You
To
know,
ensure compliance,
you know that stuff
Kennywood
goes
had to
through like
film
so
employees
many
completely
meetings.
destroying the Garfield props.
Yeah.
The opening of the ride would be delayed due to the COVID-19
It's wild to me
pandemic,
that
but
they-
when it debuted for guests in
It's
July
like
of
it would
2020,
cost
when
more for
Kennywood
us to
opened for a
keep
shortened
it than it
summer
would for
season,
us to
it was
tear
met
it
with
down,
positive
and
reviews.
that's what finally
The
got them to
familiar
tear
Old
it down.
West
That's
Ghost Town
insane.
theme was welcomed back into the historic ride. Despite the massive overhaul, the new theming utilized multiple props and effects from Garfield's Nightmare. The new Old Mill also had multiple tributes to Kennywood history, including references to previous Old Mill iterations. For instance, the appearance of a character named Harold, referencing Hard-Headed Harold's horrendously humorous haunted hideaway. The scenes also featured multiple orange tabby cats throughout the ride, and a tombstone
Okay,
in the
that's
graveyard
cute.
read, "G Nightmare. I hope there is lasagna."
That's cute.
Yeah.
The Old Mill at Kennywood is the world's oldest operating Old Mill attraction, and this is not by coincidence. Kennywood is a historic park whose employees and visitors care deeply for its history. While Garfield's Nightmare was not necessarily
clearly now I
a
wanna
beloved
see
attraction,
a
the
video
retheme
about
played
King's
an
Dominion,
important
'cause
part
that's
in
my
extending
local
the
theme
life
park.
of this historic
I say
ride.
local, it's
While
several
some might
hours away,
remember
but
Garfield's Nightmare for its neon paint and surreal visuals, like any Old Mill retheme, most
The
Kennywood guests will
closest
remember
I
the
have to,
attraction
like,
for something else. While most of the
video
emails
that
I
covers,
received
like,
detailed explicit and often disgusting acts of
parks
that
I've
took place on
been
the Old
to,
Mill.
or like
My
kind
takeaway
of
was not that the
close.
ride should be burned to the
I
ground
mean,
for the
is
good of the general public. In
whenever
fact,
I go
it was
to,
quite the opposite.
well, not whenever I
Romantic
go,
activities
but
that happened within the walls of
often
the Old Mill, as
when I go
humorous
to
and
Missouri
crass
to
as they
visit
could be,
family, I
reminded me
do
of
go to
something that I've always
Silver
wanted.
Dollar City, and there's a
Even
video
amusement
about how
parks
they
are
tried to
special
basically
environments
make
where some of
a
our strongest
sequel
memories
park
are formed. whether that's thrill,
Equal.
imagination,
Okay.
or even love. Hearing people
Like,
of many
it's
different generations
weird.
share how this one ride impacted them was surprising.
Maybe I'll put that one on next because it's like
the nerves of going on the
it
ride with
shut
someone
down
you had a
before
crush
I
on,
ever went for the
scariness
first
of having
time
your
to
first kiss, and even missed opportunities, lost loves. For one rider who grew up in a small town, the dark tunnels of the attraction were the first place he felt safe kissing his boyfriend. For a married couple, a trip on the old mill made them
like
laugh
stuff
and
like
feel
that is
they
like,
were in high
oh,
school.
okay, I can
When the
see
messages
why
weren't
people
overtly
would.
erotic, they were actually beautiful,
Yeah.
and a good
That's
reminder
cute.
of why I love talking about these parks. They are memorable and exciting places where it's as much about riding the attractions as it is who you are riding with. And sometimes the most memorable experience one can have is getting a kiss while riding a boat through a dark tunnel. And sometimes it's getting a kiss while riding a boat in front of a neon Garfield.
Down by the old
Neon Garfield.
It was this one, Celebration City. It's the most recent video too.
Oh, nice.
So I've actually seen like the remnants of the park. I just never went there because
Oh,
I
it's
mean,
actually so it's actually abandoned.
yes.
In December of 1991, the television news program 60 Minutes aired a story named The Sound of Music, which highlighted the unexpected tourism boom that was occurring in Branson, Missouri. The small resort town in the Ozark Mountains was experiencing a rise in popularity, thanks to a thriving country music scene. Some of the genre's biggest stars, such as Loretta Lynn, Mel Tillis, Roy Clark, and Waylon Jennings, had taken up residency in Branson, with many acts even building their own theaters. The 60 Minutes report dubbed it the live country music capital of the universe, while others
The
referred to it as
universe
the
is
Las Vegas of the
presumptuous.
Midwest, the Christian Las
I
Vegas,
mean,
and even hillbilly
If
heaven.
country music only
Hillbilly
exists on
heaven without
Earth,
the halos
then
and
maybe
wings.
not.
I mean, we don't know, but that's why it's presumptuous. Like,
Pretty close.
I guess it is a little bit
You have to work 2
presumptuous.
shows a day and sign autographs.
The small town's ascent into a top tourist destination was certainly surprising. The 60 Minutes report went as far as to say that, quote, no one knows why.
yeah, I'm
Branson
basing
became
like the
such an
face
entertainment
on
hotspot. While the
one
heights
of the.
Branson's
Listen.
success might have been unforeseen
What?
by many, it was not entirely random
I'm just gonna say
either.
Americans
The seeds to Branson's
have
boom
bad
had been
taste.
planted nearly a
Yeah.
century
And
have
prior.
always had
In
bad taste.
1907, author Harold Bell Wright penned
That's
the
how I
novel
feel
The
about
Shepherd of the Hills, which was
country
set
music.
in the fictional
Anyway,
Ozark mountain
continue.
town of Mutton Hollow, and partially
The
based on
face
Wright's trips
I'm
to Branson.
basing on
The book became one of
the
novels
parts
in
of the
American history up to
the
that point.
triptych
And
that
naturally,
Francis
many readers
Bacon
were
did.
compelled to visit the book's
Yeah.
setting.
Three
The
figures at the
environment
base of a
and culture detailed
crucifix
in Wright's novel
from
was
like
the main draw of Branson in the early 20th
48,
century.
I want to
The area
say.
already featured a few attractions, most notably Marble Cave,
I'm
one
gonna
of the
see.
largest caves in Missouri. Marble Cave would eventually be renamed to Marvel Cave. And in 1950, Chicago vacuum cleaner salesman Hugo Hershend purchased a 99-year lease to the cave and planned to develop it in order to
44,
make
dang
it
it.
easier to
I
tour.
was like-
Hugo would pass just 5 years
I was like,
into
it's
the
mid to
99-year
late
lease,
40s.
leaving the remaining
I was like,
94 years to his wife and
did I
sons.
get it
The
right?
Hershend
No.
family continued to make improvements inside the cave.
I'm a
and
bad
soon
art
outside of it,
history
with the
buff.
construction of several shops
Listen, I
and
don't even think
eateries
Francis
on the land
Bacon would have
directly
known.
outside of
If
the
you
cave's
asked him,
entrance.
what year did you
These
paint this? He'd
facilities
be
were
like,
themed to appear as a 19th century mining town, a reference to the actual mining town that had once existed outside
like
of the
ask
cave,
me when
but
I
had been burned down
drew
by a
a
group of
certain
local
piece of art,
vigilantes
I'd be like,
known as
I
the
don't
Bald
know,
Knockers.
sometime
The
in
new
the
themed area
late
would be
20s,
named Silver Dollar
20s,
City,
like-
which officially opened on May 1st, 1960. At the same
Now that
time
I'm actually
Marble
doing
Cave
some of
and
the
Silver
parts
Dollar
like
City were
this,
forming,
I'm like
Branson's
starting
music
to
scene was
vibe
being
with this
established.
more.
The neighboring Springfield,
Yeah.
Missouri became
Like,
the filming
it'll come
location
together.
for the
Looks
Ozark
good.
Jubilee,
Thank you.
a national television program featuring country music.
I figure the sash
In
part right here
1959,
is going
the
to be
Bald Knockers
flesh, like
Jamboree,
on
a
the
country
sulfur
music and comedy act named
Yeah.
after
God
the defunct
kind of a
vigilante
thing.
group, started performing. This has been cited as Branson's first regular show, and more acts followed shortly after. Silver Dollar City continued to expand as more entertainment was established.
Silver Dollar
which in
City
turn
like
encouraged the
initially
creation of other
started
attractions.
as
In 1970,
It was
the
an
Mutton
attraction
Hollow Arts
for
and Crafts Village
a
opened,
cave.
owned by local entrepreneurs.
That is a freaking
G.E.
huge
and
cave
Amanda
under it.
Cushman, named after the fictional
And
town from the Shepherd of the Hills novel.
they
Mutton
would
Hollow
basically
featured
have
several
to
traditional
have
Ozarks vendors selling goods to visitors,
attraction,
which
like
would draw
something
tourists throughout the
to wait
1970s.
until it was your turn for the tour. And so that's when the
Oh,
amusement
okay, yeah.
park started getting built up. Which is very funny
we
because now
have-
that's the main attraction is the amusement park.
The amusement park. That's funny. We have Lorette Caverns. These old people look bored as fuck.
I know. Here's the thing, Silver Dollar City has a very specific vibe. Definitely something
In 1983, the first
Old,
celebrity
you
entertainment
could tell.
venue was built in
Listen,
Branson with the opening
old
of the
people were
appropriately
more
named
easily
Roy
entertained
Clark
than we
Celebrity
are.
Theater.
Oh yeah,
Other country
but like
music artists
man,
followed
Silver
suit,
Dollar
and by
City is
1991,
I think
Branson
it
was in the
has,
midst
or at
of a
least
celebrity
for a
boom.
while,
The
had
once
like
quiet Ozark
the
town now
biggest
boasted 22 theaters and was bringing in a
food per
reported
capita
$1 billion in annual revenue. The 1991
thing,
60 Minutes
like, for a
report
park
effectively
for a
showcased
while.
the scale of Branson's
Say it again?
entertainment operations
I think
to a nationwide audience,
I
while
am
also
it's
revealing its
most
target
likely like
demographic.
different now, but
Throughout most of Branson's
Silver Dollar
near
City
century
used
as an
to have like the
entertainment
biggest
destination,
like
it had attracted family
food
audiences, often Midwest
spot
families seeking
per
a
capita
geographically convenient
at any
and less
park.
risque entertainment destination.
And let me
than
tell
that of
you,
Las Vegas.
they have good
It is
food.
often said that the 3 F's of
Honestly,
Branson were faith,
good. I think that
family,
more
and
parks.
flag.
I think parks need
However,
more food in
the
general, though. To
transition
be
into a
fair.
celebrity
Yeah,
country music
especially
mecca
because Silver
had
Dollar
narrowed
City
Branson's main audience to a very
is
specific
it
group of
takes
people.
advantage
Old people,
of the landscape
Old
in like a really good way.
elderly people,
where-
Look at all those old
specifically
people. Oh
the
my
Great
God.
Generation, born between the years 1901
I haven't
and
been to SDC,
1927,
but
who would have
Dollywood is
been
great.
In 1991,
Yeah,
between the
I'm
ages of
still-
63
Oh.
and 90 years old.
You made me
These
sad.
people were herded around the
Oh,
country
now I'm
like
sad.
cattle,
We were
primarily
literally
via
talking
bus,
about
often
how
organized by local
this
retirement
is
communities.
the
These people who came about during the
2016
Great
all
Depression
over again, like
described
10
as
years
socially
later.
conservative deal seekers. They wanted their entertainment cheap, free of cursing.
I know today's
little bit of
news
Jesus,
like hit
a lot of
Emperor bad, and I
Americana.
feel
And
so
if the envelope
sad
was
for it. When I
full,
heard
it
that,
needed
I
to
was
be
like,
in a
oh
rowdy,
no,
good
I'm
old boy
thinking of
way,
him.
not a scary, challenging of social norms way. Pandering to this clientele made a lot of people very wealthy. There's a lot of money to be made in exclusively catering to people that are just about to die. But there's also a problem with it. What happens when they do? Branson's main source of income
gonna
were
say,
people that
yeah.
were just a few years or months, days, and you'd have to imagine in some
Days.
cases minutes away from death. Absent significant and immediate advances
A little
in
bit harsh,
biohacking,
man, but
Branson's boom
not
would be
wrong.
short-lived.
This
But at the
reminded
time
me.
of the six-
What was it? Was it the okay? So Red
Hits
Letter
from death.
Red,
Vicious.
Red Letter Media. Mike freaking loves old people, and old people like
Yeah.
torment videos. Okay, Mike.
Okay,
yes.
Mike.
So, in this video, they show the Shoji Tabuchi Theater. And to me, that's a holy site because that is a place that,
Yeah.
well, one, rest in peace, Shoji Tabuchi. He did pass away recently. But that show had a video that was featured on Red Letter Media. And I think, was it that one where they said during the intermission they would have to like have something that would be like rest in peace Betty or whoever like died in the theater? It was that, or it was the Geritol Follies, which was like a show that was like by old people for old people, and it was like 2 hours long, and they were like, some of those people are probably going to die in the theater. Like this is bad. Like intermission, rest in peace, Margaret or whatever. Like just coming up.
Do you think when we're old we'll be that easily entertained?
Oh, I hope not.
I also hope not.
I hope not. Like, well, because here's the thing. A lot of that would have been like, I think there's the novelty of a lot of that stuff being accessible to people who were part
More
of,
for too. Like,
yeah, like those generations and everything, where it's just like, oh, like, you know, this is crazy. It just reminds me of how apparently my grandpa, first time, I think it was maybe the only time my grandparents went to Disneyland, and that must have been like Euro Disney, when it was called Euro Disney at the time, because they're French.
Yeah, because it would have been in France.
Yeah, but they did visit the US a couple of times.
Yeah.
But I was like super young. And apparently like I think it was Euro Disney because they would have to pass the baby off, you know, sometimes because I was little. I couldn't go on everything. I do have memories of seeing Captain EO though.
Captain EO?
And being like, for years being like, what the heck was that I saw at Disneyland? And my parents and I found a copy of like Captain EO on YouTube, and we started watching that.
Yeah.
And I was like, and it just like, it hit me where I was like, oh my gosh. I was like, oh my gosh, I saw this. This is what what I remembered as a kid, and I couldn't. Whoa.
Okay, so as a child, you want something wild like that as a child, where it's like you show something to somebody who's too young, and then like it's stuck in their memory and they don't know what it is and they don't rediscover it for 10 years.
What?
For me, that was fucking David Bowie's Labyrinth.
Oh my gosh!
Like imagine showing that to like a young child who is just forming memories, and like I'm like, what was that movie? What the fuck was that? Like it's like stuck in your mind. You like don't know what it is for like 10 years.
Well, for me,
and then like you rediscover it and you're like, oh my god.
For me, another one like that was freaking Heavy Metal as a kid.
That's oh my god.
Like my memory is us. I want to say we were at outside Blockbuster. I want to say it was Blockbuster, and my mom turns to me in the car. And she said, Dad's picking up a movie. It's an animated movie. It's not for you. And I caught the beginning. And so for years that stuck with me of like, what the heck did my parents rent? The booby movie. Like animated booby movie.
Yeah.
But no, apparently like when it comes to entertainment, apparently my grandpa rode Star Tours, and my dad said he was so giddy with like just the experience, like
of the original Star Tours.
Yeah,
I went on the original Star Tours. I get it.
Yeah,
it was a cute ride.
It was a cute ride, but especially like for someone who had never, like, you have to consider someone who had never experienced something like that, like
effects like that
of like, you know, just the entire cabin moving and all of that. Like apparently he was just like, oh, the entire time, just that's like cute. Delighted. I miss him so much. What is this?
Star Tours just as a concept for me was always just very strange, because it was like, okay, but the franchise is called Star Wars, as in like it is a place, it is a universe in constant conflict, right?
Yeah.
So it's just weird to have like a tour ship. Like the idea of like tourists existing in this world that is supposed to be like really unstable.
Yeah. Like, I never understood.
That's the only, I will be honest, even as a child, actually just as a child, that was what I had so much trouble reconciling. It like took me out of it. I couldn't suspend my disbelief enough for it. Yeah, with our 3PO and R2 running the ride too. Like I literally I couldn't do it. Like my child brain was like, this is stupid.
This is stupid.
This is dumb. Like this would not exist. I couldn't like suspend my disbelief for it that such a thing could exist.
Yeah, Cass, I'm reading this. Here in full is Captain EO, the semi-legendary Captain EO parody produced by Disneyland cast members back in 1987. That's crazy.
That's wild.
Like, yeah, like just seeing.
Hated.
I love that this is literally amazing. Just backstage. Who the? Oh my gosh, these people would be like, these cast members would be just taken out back and shot, like if they did that nowadays.
Yeah, 1,000%. I mean, I assume that they were like doing it
because it's like
this had to be sanctioned in some way.
I mean, yeah, but it's like if it was like off duty kind of like cast members and everything. But I'm like, these people would be like They would send out the Disneyland like staff snipers to just murder them.
Yeah, they would.
60 minutes
Okay, I
before,
gotta
there was no
continue.
end in sight. Not only was the
He
segment proof of
zeroes
Branson's
in on that
growing
old
influence,
Brutal.
many
person.
credit the 60-minute
Brutal.
special itself to driving
It's
Branson's
like
attendance in the
special
ensuing years
editing
even
by
higher.
Mike
This surge in
Stacklasa.
business
By Mike
led
Stacklasa.
several of Branson's
Like-
longtime entertainment purveyors
Oh my gosh,
to
wait, I
alter
have to
their strategy
find.
in the
Please.
Hold on, there's one specific
I can't even focus on what I'm drawing anymore. This is too funny.
power aging. There's a moment.
Power aging.
There's a moment at the start of this video that like kills me, or like when they're talking about it, because you just the glee.
The
It
glee
like
on Mike
just seeing an old
people.
person like right here. Yeah.
You're gonna be one of those people someday, Mike.
Well, you see, Bubbles around because
Oh,
surface
that's
tension pulls
silly.
them into the small.
I don't need to know that shit.
There.
Power aging.
Oh, yes.
Mike's
Oh,
like
boy.
Mike just fucking nutting in the corner.
It's literally just footage of people trying to live their fucking life.
No, they're gonna. It's inspirational. Ooh, look at that hair dye job. Grandpa, oh boy.
And I was suffering from chronic
Mike's like
obstructive
fucking
pulmonary
nutting.
obstruction.
Like,
That's just a lady.
Asthma,
Yes, Mike, that's a woman.
emphysema, bronchitis.
What's so funny about her?
Airways that were full of steroids.
I think there's something wrong with you.
he's got
What
a
are you even
problem.
laughing at? The background?
No, the things that are wrong with her.
What?
All the
Everything
things
wrong with her.
wrong with her.
Like, what is this problem?
I thought you were laughing at the bad backdrop.
Hi, Emperor.
What happened?
Laughing at. So we're talking about old people. And we had to look at a clip of Mike Stacklasa just laughing at the existence of old people, like just them existing. Like there was nothing about it that was actually funny that was happening. He was just laughing because it showed an old woman and then all of her like disease states, and he just fucking lost his mind. His face is turning red.
But also, to me, it's at just the start of the video where he's just
Where
sitting
he
there
just
like,
nuts.
oh, yes. And they're looking
He
at
was,
him like,
so excited.
I have thought about that for so long. I showed my aunt, I introduced my aunt and cousin to Red Letter Media at one point, and I had to show that one. And she was like, what is this fetish he has? This is a fetish. Like, she was just
It
like,
is a fetish. It absolutely is a fetish.
and people always joke about how his last moments are going to be him laughing in a mirror at just himself.
Yeah, has he considered that he will be old one day?
To me, okay. So when I've been to church, like this neighborhood has a lot of like at least for a long time had a lot of young families, like new families. And I would notice that little kids, like really little kids, are fascinated by babies. Like,
yeah,
excited. And I noticed even in the neighborhood when I used to babysit and I would take her out for a stroller ride, there was once like a little kid in the neighborhood who just ran up like, oh, hi little one, and everything. Like, there's something very specific, and I'm like, it's funny to me because it's like, that was you not long ago.
Right? Like you were that.
You were that. That was a state of being that you were in not long ago. And to me, Mike's fascination with old people is the reverse, like on the
reverse, where
opposite
it's like,
spectrum.
that's going to be you.
Yeah, where it's like, this is a state of being that he's going to be in the
Like,
not too
sooner
distant
rather
future.
than later. I'm sorry, Mike, but
Yeah. And so I think he has the same fascination that little kids, like, that I've had, like, around me, living here,
it's your fault
have
that
had.
I forever associate Mike Stacklasa specifically with Midra now because of you. like specifically like think of him as the Lord of Frenzied Flame now. Thank you.
Good.
Hopes of pulling in more of
I
the
need to
tourism
keep
traffic.
drawing,
The
but I
quaint
just...
Mutton Hollow Arts and Crafts Village had been free to enter since its opening in 1970.
You're feeling
But in
joy.
1992,
Joy,
the Cushman
yeah.
family greenlit a multi-million-dollar
We were just-
renovation, which would add 2 music theaters and 17 thrill
'Cause
rides to the
we're
land.
laughing at a
After
theme
the
park
changes
for old
began,
people.
Yeah,
Mutton Hollow began charging admission,
I
but
think
this
we
shifted
watched this
approach
one
was
together
not
while you were
successful.
here, right?
Just 4 years later, admission was
Maybe?
made free again, and the newly
Yeah,
added
maybe.
rides were given a separate
For
fee.
old
The
people?
investments and format changes had
No,
Yes,
we
a
did
park
not.
for
and in
old
1997,
people.
Mutton
We did
Hollow
not,
was set to
actually.
be foreclosed
Oh,
on.
I'm
The
shocked.
Cushmans, who had now operated the village for over 25 years, filed for bankruptcy to avoid the foreclosure.
Like, what is it
the park
called?
was not alone in its struggles, as numerous
I just
Branson
got out
theaters
from
were
under the
filing for
blanket that I
bankruptcy
hid
at
under.
this point,
Yeah,
which some
I'm-
believe signaled an
I'm
end
sorry.
to Branson's boom. The Cushman family was optimistic that they could get
It's
Mutton
been a
Hollow back on track,
bad week.
with their daughter commenting, quote, "Needless to say how dear it is to our hearts. This is a piece of Branson history, not only for our family, but for the whole area. I feel very peaceful about it. I know the good Lord is on our side." Unfortunately, in his infinite wisdom,
This week has
God
taught
decided
me
that what was actually best for the
that-
Cushmans was for Mutton Hollow to be foreclosed on
Like,
and
one-
sold to Bob Weir, founder of Aaron's Automotive
We
Company.
should
Oh my
all
God, look at
try
that
to
old
be
man.
property, which was
good.
centrally located near
Like,
Branson's bustling entertainment strip, sold for
you know,
$2.5
better
million
people.
Better
in December of
people,
1997. Weir, who was in his
fill
early
the
70s
void
at
that
the
these
time of
people
purchase, initially said that he was
leave.
not sure what he would do with the
Yeah.
property, but not long after, he unveiled big plans for Mutton Hollow. Weir announced that he would be tearing down most of the quaint arts and crafts village in order to build a new amusement park in its place. His primary
that's what I
motivation
always,
for entering
like,
the
if
amusement
possible,
park
I just try
business
to be
was
good
simply
to
that he
people.
believed that it
Yeah.
would be fun. After
And I think
purchasing
that's the best
land,
we can
Weir
do
brought in numerous
often,
consultants
like,
to look at the
oftentimes.
property, all of whom advised
I
against
try
building
to
an
not
amusement
say
park.
as many
Weir explained,
slurs.
quote, "They thought a better
Thank
use
you.
for the land, and one with higher earnings potential, was a new area of hotels, shopping, and theme restaurants."
Has
Adding,
Defunct
quote,
Land ever
"I
gone
was
into
hoping
like
they would
Ren Fair
encourage me."
parks?
Not swayed by the advice, Weir
What?
continued forward with his park, which
Has
he would
Defunct Land
name
ever talked about
Branson
like Ren
USA.
Fair parks?
Most of the attractions that Weir assembled for his
No,
park
like
were
the
created
closest I
now
can
were
think of.
off-the-shelf amusement rides.
So
This
he's,
included
I
a
know he's
Ferris
friends
wheel
with
from
like
Italy and a roller coaster
Jay
from
Nicholson,
Belgium.
and she
A
did that
few
whole
Mutton
video
Hollow's
of what was
attractions would
essentially
remain, as would the
24/7,
village's largest
like,
structure, a round building that had held
every
Mutton
all
Hollow's
day,
dinner
all
show,
year
which would
long Ren
become
Fair
Branson USA's
Evermore.
USA Theater. Some of
Well,
the more
I know
unique
about
features
that,
Yeah,
yes.
but I'm like
included an
that's like
elevated
the
go-kart track, a
closest
2.5-acre
I can
miniature
find
golf
to like
course,
any
and most notably a nightly
him
laser light
and
show.
like his
I only
friends
think about it
talking
just
about.
because like
USA
there's
would not
a
charge admission,
because
and
a
would
local
instead sell
attraction
single-ride
to
tickets
me,
in an
another one
all-access
is
day
the
pass.
Maryland Ren
Towards
Fair,
the
which
end of
is
construction,
widely considered like
Weir
the best
remarked,
Ren Fair in the
quote,
country.
"We sure spent a lot
never
more money
been
than
to
I
any
It's like an
Ren
actual
Fair.
permanent
but I wanted to do
location.
it right."
So.
Branson USA officially opened on June 4th, 1999.
I should. I mean, I don't really
Branson
have a
USA's
reason to
debut
go
was not
any,
met
to
with
any
much
Ren Fair, and I don't
fanfare,
want to
and
do
it seemed
stuff
that the park
alone
was
like
struggling
that.
with marketing,
Well, come to-
PR,
You could buy
to mine.
a turkey leg. I was gonna
rides,
say it's like
rides on its own website.
They're
we could all,
so
like, go on-
overrated.
Do you dare? Only
Kinda.
4 of these
There's
in the
a
US.
Ren
You should
Fair
ask
that
Alex.
happens
Actually,
Sea
Alex had
Dragon,
one at the Maryland
much
Ren
more
Fair,
than it
and
looks.
Alex was
Bumper
the most
cars.
disappointed
Bumping
I'd
your
ever seen
buddy is
anybody.
fun for everyone.
There's a Ren Fair that
Oh!
happens here
A
yearly,
long-time fun
like
ride. Despite
in
adding
Tucson.
10 new rides in 2000, including the
I remember it
Zyklon
was fun
coaster,
when I went.
Branson USA still struggled to get
But I was
coverage in the
also a dumb
media
child.
outside of an occasional mention alongside Branson's other attractions. However, that all changed in late July 2000 when the Twizzler Mobile, aka the Goo Mobile,
Uh-huh.
pulled up to
The
Branson
Goo Mobile.
USA.
The Goo
Out pops the Goo
Mobile.
Crew, who challenged the guests at the park to compete in a variety of tongue twisters. The Goo Crew, otherwise known as the Goo Patrol, was traveling the country in the Twizzler Mobile, aka the Goo Mobile, aka the PT Goozer, to promote the new Twizzlers Twist and Fill candy, as well as the upcoming Twizzlers Tongue Twister Challenge Championship, a competition in which children could submit their most innovative tongue twister for the chance to win a $10,000 scholarship. The winning tongue twister was, quote,
There's gonna have to be
terrifically
purple on
tangy
the face.
Twizzlers Twist and Fills
$10,000 in
taste.
the year
Try to top
2000 may
that.
as well be $2
Terrifically
million
tangy Twizzlers
in
Twist and Fills,
today's
Twist
money.
your tongue with taste. Try to
Right.
top that. Terrifically tangy Twizzlers Twist and Fills. Twist your tongue with taste. Try to top that. It's not that hard. How did that win? If you're wondering why I'm honing in on this so much, you're officially out of the Goo Crew. But if you must know, it's because this might have been the most exciting thing to take place at Branson USA in its first 2 seasons of operation. For the summer of 2001,
That's
Weir
pretty
added
sad,
a
man.
water ride, the Pipeline Plunge water ride. That same year,
I just
the park
saw a
also added the
horrific
Magnificent
thing
Seven,
of somebody's
a
like,
musical
what if
variety show that would take take residency in
Sora
Branson,
and Kingdom
USA's
Hearts
theater.
into the Cars universe.
Oh, people have talked about like
Oh, man.
theorized that for so long, and I hate every time.
I hate the idea of that.
In preparation for
Do we
this
like
type
this?
of headlining show, a new building was attached
Yeah.
to the
Yeah.
existing Rotunda Theater building. Decorated
I'm gonna
to
have
look
to
like
do
a
the
castle,
actual,
this
like,
building would
purple
serve as the
from
USA
the-
Theater's dedicated entrance for those only visiting for the show, and it would also act as a convention center.
From the
On
needles?
July 21st,
Yeah.
2001, one of the
From the,
trains
like, the
on
sulfur
Firestorm roller coaster crashed into
cultist
the
kind
back
of
the
thing.
building, sending 8 people to the hospital. Media at the time reported on Branson
Whoa.
USA's lack of responsiveness to the issue,
But-
with many of the victims unable to reach the park
8
or its
people
insurance
ending up
company
in the
to discuss
hospital.
compensation
Yeah.
for their bills.
With the-
Despite
that's
I mean, they're
crazy.
old.
$20 for
That's normal.
adults and $12
Oh, this
for
was-
children
this
to
was a
access
newer
all of the
coaster.
park's attractions. Branson
I
USA
mean,
the
they're
people were
old.
not.
It was
Oh,
going
the
to happen
people
to
were
them
old.
eventually.
Not only were they experiencing internal issues such as the firestorm
That's
accident,
kidding
but the
me.
Branson tourism boom as a whole appered to be slowing. A string of bad
They ended
weather
up in the
throughout
hospital. Yeah,
2000
that's
was
what they're
blamed for
supposed to do.
stagnating ticket sales.
Oh my
But the
gosh, there's
excuses ran
another
out when tourism
Red Letter
dipped
Media
again in
bit where they
2001.
were watching
Many
something about,
wondered
like,
if the unthinkable had happened. That Branson's old
like,
consumer
genuinely,
base,
it
now
is a
10 years
concern when
older
old
than when I
people
first pointed out
drive,
how old they were,
because
was
eventually,
dwindling.
That's
you
true,
know,
yeah.
That I mean,
and so it was kind of talking. It was a video about
They were
like
old.
awareness
In
on
November
that.
of 2001,
And,
just 3.5 years after opening, it
There's
was
a part
announced that
where
Branson
this
USA would
lady
be
is talking
closing.
about how it's
The
like, oh
inability to
yeah,
gain traction
old
in
people,
the
their
market,
bones
the
become
accident
more
on the
more
Firestorm
brittle.
coaster,
Brittle.
Everything.
Yep.
decline in
And then
Branson
like
tourism could have all
you
played a
just
part
see
in
Mike
Beer's
all of a
decision.
sudden
But
like
according to
cover
him,
his
the
mouth.
reasoning was simple.
Like he's
Beer
freaking,
explained,
like,
quote,
like
"As
that's
time
funny
went
to him.
along and we got the
Yes.
theater opened, I realized I
Mike,
liked the
are
theater
you
business
okay?
better. It also helped that we are
And Rich comments like all she said was like their bones become more brittle, and you just started laughing, and he's like, I'm just imagining an old lady flying out a windshield.
Silver City would acquire Branson
And
USA.
it's like,
The
what
deal
is
would acquire
wrong
2
with
central
him?
Branson properties and an undisclosed amount of cash. Lisa Rao, spokesperson
you
for Silver
okay,
Dollar
man?
City, said,
I don't
quote,
think he's
"It was
okay.
the location
Yeah, I
and
don't
size
think
of the
he's
relatively
okay,
flat
but,
property
you know.
that made it
That's
attractive."
really
The
fucking
Silver Dollar
funny.
City Corporation, still owned by
That's
the
why I'm
Hershey's,
so
had
happy
come a
every
long
time
way
there's
from
an
its
old
humble
thing.
origins as
There
a
was
cave
one where
tour.
he
Not
forced them
only
to
has
watch
Silver Dollar
a
City
video
itself
on
grown
massaging the
substantially, but
elderly,
company
and
has
that was pretty
expanded
bad.
into other themed entertainment ventures in Branson, such as the Showboat Branson Belle Dinner
He, like,
Cruise,
I think
the
he does
Whitewater
get off
Water
to
Park,
this.
the Grand Palace Theater, and the Grand Village Shopping Mall. In 1977, the company purchased a park in Pigeon Forge, Tennessee, and renamed it to Silver Dollar City, Tennessee. And in
Oh my God.
1986, the Hershey's sold an interest in the park to singer Dolly
But-
Parton. The park was renamed to Dollywood.
Oh.
Your trip to the Smokies really isn't complete unless you visit Dollywood and share a family treat.
The Hershey's had
No,
smaller
why
ventures
you
elsewhere,
make-
but their two
why make me
primary
sad?
hubs were obviously Branson and Pigeon Forge. Their attractions
I
all
teared
had
up
similar
today
themes,
just
played
looking
to a
at the
specific
photoshopped
demographic,
image
and
of
had
Dolly Parton
experienced
holding
similar
the-
success.
the,
company was
um,
determined to expand their operations in
Holy
both
Moonlight
locations,
sword from
and the acquisition of Branson USA would be the company's next big investment
Like, for
in the
me,
city
like,
in which they were founded. Initially, Silver Dollar City
like,
did not disclose their plans
emotion-wise,
for the park, although
like,
initial documents did
I don't know how to
indicate that they
describe it,
planned to operate a theme park
I
on the
told
site.
you, Anke, that it's
The
like
month after the
my
purchase
way
was
of like
announced, construction began. It was not
since I
until July of
experienced
2002
like a
that the
heightened
company
sense of
unveiled their
emotions,
plans
it's just
for the
repressing
space.
him.
Unlike
Yeah.
Beer, who built his park seemingly
Like
on a
today
whim
is like
and
just
against
seeing the
advice
news
of
is like
multiple
after
experts. The plans
three,
that
like
Silver
the
Dollar
third
City
hit
had
is
for the
just like
space were
okay,
strategic
like
and well
I
thought
my
out. The new
like I'm
park
just
would
like
be
working
named
on something like my
Celebration
eyes
City,
are just all
and it would be
teared up.
themed
It's like
around
what is
early to
going
mid
on?
20th century America.
And it's like
This would
okay,
set it apart
my
from the 1880s
emotions
theme
are
of Silver
repressed,
Dollar
but
City,
body
it would
says
also
like
help
okay,
appeal to
the
younger
dam broke a
audiences.
little bit.
The plans for Celebration City were clearly made
like
with
I'm
the
trying to type and
understanding
it's
that
like okay,
Branson
have to
needed
keep wiping my
transition
eyes.
away from the greatest generation to a younger, hipper generation, the baby boomers. The differences between the
Yeah,
consumer
the
habits
young,
of the two
hip
generations
generation,
were
the
stark.
baby
Tim O'Brien,
boomers.
editor of Amusement Business Magazine,
They're
explains,
hip
quote,
because they
the
need
niche
hip
of the
transplants.
old-timers is dying off, but there's a whole new crop of seniors. It's the baby boomers, and they're totally a new generation. They're not doing the things the older generation
what do you
did.
call it?
They're still doing the
DLSS
things
5?
they did before they were seniors.
Or whatever, or
and they still
DLSS,
are. Making this transition would
yeah.
not be an easy task. Branson's average
on
visiting
Final
age
Fantasy
at this
VII,
point in the
and
early
it
2000s
just made
was
Cloud look like
55.
Scarlett
That's an
Johansson,
average.
and it's
That
like,
means for
God,
every
she really is
10-year-old
taking
boy that
every
loves
role,
roller
and she.
coasters, there would need to be a 100-year-old geriatric man who would
Oh
die
my
if he rode one
gosh.
to get that average back to 55.
Sorry.
In order to
Why
appeal
is
to
it
the
Scarlett
young, hot
Johansson?
baby boomers, Celebration City would incorporate themes from the mid-century, including car culture and rock and roll. Claudia Vecchio, VP of
I wasn't
Communications
sure
for the
how
Branson
I was
Lakes
feeling
Area
about
Chamber of
this
Commerce
at first.
said the park would, quote, celebrate mid-century America.
But now that I'm
Something
actually-
more familiar to baby boomers. This park
There,
will
I
definitely
remember
bring
it
new
like
visitors.
we made
Another
like
motivation for
funny
Celebration
and
City
weird
and its
characters
thematic setting
and
would be that it would allow Silver
what
Dollar
is it
City to
called?
make
Soul
compromises with
Calibur?
quality and atmosphere that they were
like one
unwilling
of
to
the
make
characters
at their
that somebody
flagship
made
park. While Silver Dollar City had grown
was like,
substantially
oh,
in
there's
its
a
first
mystery
4 decades
character.
of
Nobody
operation, it was
like
still
they're going to
different
an
from a
alias, so
typical
nobody
regional amusement
can
park.
like
It was
identify
heavily themed,
who
and it
find out
mainly
who they
consisted of
truly are.
quieter attractions,
It's half
traditional
anime.
demonstrations, and small shops. One of the park's most exciting
That's so
rides was an indoor
stupid.
roller coaster named Fire in the Hole. And this attraction was much more
Sometime
focused
in the
on
future,
story
you
and
will be
dark ride
played by
scenes
Scarlett
than
Johansson
thrills.
for 15
It would not be
minutes.
until 1993 that Silver Dollar City would
She's
receive its
every
first
woman
outdoor
and
roller
every
coaster,
man.
Thunderation. And in 1999, the park received an
I
innovative,
remember
but
when there
ultimately
was the news that she was going to
unreliable
play a
roller
trans
coaster water
man.
ride hybrid named Buzzsaw Falls.
Where-
These custom
Well,
themed
it wasn't a
rides
rumor, it
added
was like an
excitement to the
actual
park,
casting
but Silver Dollar City's
choice that
Well,
they were gonna
yeah,
do, and
but-
then they canceled the film because of the backlash.
Yeah, but I remember everyone was just talking about like everyone was memeing on like what role she would take soon, because also that was like after the major.
Are attractive to park operators.
And
For one,
I was,
more thrill rides
I remember
attract
just
more thrill
photoshopping
seekers,
a
which
picture
helps
of
bring
her
in
to
a
be
younger
like my
crowd.
trans man
Plus,
character.
off-the-shelf rides are almost always cheaper and quicker
Where I was
to
like,
add and
finally,
maintain.
I've got new,
Celebration City would be able to take advantage of these benefits,
you know, my
while
new
keeping
art
the
of my
potential drawbacks
character.
completely separate from Silver Dollar City.
And everyone
The
was
new
just
park
so
would still
like,
be
oh my
amazing,
gosh,
but the
no.
themes chosen would allow for more flexibility
No.
with ride selection. One of the
I think
areas
the
would be
egregious
themed
thing
to
too
an
wasn't
early
even
20th
just that
century
it was
boardwalk
a
in the vein
trans
of
man that
Coney
she
Island,
wanted to
which
play.
would allow for
It
the
was a
placement
fat
of
trans
several
man
standard
specifically.
Yeah,
where
like,
it's
okay, stuff
don't
like
even,
that
Don't
was-
even look like him. Like
The
what the
announcement in
fuck?
July of 2002
She was gonna gain weight for
Like,
it.
the fat-
that Celebration City would
She was gonna
open
put on a
later
fat
in the
suit
day
for it.
and would
Just
rely on
like
the foot
fucking
traffic of nearby attractions
all of the
on the Branson
Hollywood
Strip.
actors that
Another press
take on
release
roles
in
like that that
November of
make me angry.
2002 further detailed this concept. Celebration City would not open until 3 p.m. every day, and it would stay open until either 10 p.m. or 11 p.m. on most days. The idea was for
Wow,
it
that's-
to be a sequel park, with the intention being that guests would spend the first part of their day in the
sequel
19th
park.
century
Like,
theme of
this makes
Silver Dollar
no
City,
sense to
and
me.
then travel to the 20th century theme
Yeah,
of
the sequel
Celebration
part
City
to like
end
the
their
baby
day.
boomer
This was a
park. It's the
bespoke
great.
No,
That's so dumb.
this is the
park
baby
hopping
boomer
experience.
park.
And Silver Dollar City did not
Oh.
seem to grasp, or at least
That's the sequel
communicate
park?
just
Yeah.
how ambitious this concept was. Linda Antis, VP of Marketing and Sales for Silver Dollar City, simply explained that Celebration City would
One of
be,
the things
quote,
that,
as
like
different
with
from
this is
Silver
I'm
Dollar
trying
City as
to
night and
also
day.
base it on
Literally,
like some of
this will be the
how
place to go at night
one,
after being at
Miro
Silver
did a
Dollar
lot of
City
stuff
during
with
the day.
like
There were very few
Francis
details provided
Bacon,
on how this
Bacon's
migration
work.
process would
But I'm
occur,
also like,
or how
okay, I
many
have to
people
look
Silver
at
Dollar City thought
how
would be splitting their day between the two parks.
he,
Construction
I mean, okay,
continued
think
on
about it this
Celebration
way.
City throughout
This is so
2002.
dumb.
In January of
As a
2003,
concept, like
it was
having
announced that
two
the new
different
park
parks
would
for
open
this?
in May of that year.
But, like,
Why
I don't
not
want
just-
$1 million
Why not
budget
just have it be
and
that
would
your
occupy
one
around
park
40 acres
switches
of the
over to different
112-acre
theming at
property
night?
that Silver Dollar City
You would
Because the
think-
first part kills
A few of
them and the
Branson
next
USA's
part
attractions
buries
would
them.
remain and be
Look,
reused.
like-
most notably the Ferris
because
wheel.
it's
But the
so
scale of the
funny.
construction was significant.
Disneyland
Rowling
has
decides, quote,
stuff like
"We're not
this."
just putting some paint on
Yes.
what was.
And you're
This is a
able to
whole
go
new
to
theme park."
it,
The park's main
like,
attraction would be a
between
new
them.
wooden roller
between
coaster
them, there is
built
a
by the
park hopper,
Pennsylvania-based Great
and you can
Coaster
go
We
to
Manufacturer.
them
literally
at
have done
any
that.
time.
I've done
Small
that.
wooden
Yeah,
structures would be
same, yeah,
visible
I've
from
done that
around
before.
Branson
Like,
it's
Strip,
great.
And the ride was intended to serve as
Yeah,
a
it's
Park
called
hopping
a
in the
trebuchet.
same day, like
the
that's
GCI
that's
coaster would cost
you know,
$4
it's
million to construct.
you have to
Around
actually like
10%
plan
of the
out your
park's
day,
total
but
budget.
Yeah.
you can
In
do
December
it.
of 2002,
Yeah, the
Silver
park
Dollar City
hopper is called a
Incorporated
trebuchet.
rebranded to the Hershend Family Entertainment Corporation.
Cycle
to
of
better reflect the
Samsara
scope of their
Baby
expanding
Boomer
entertainment
Park.
operations. The
Cycle
finishing
of
touches were being put on Celebration City throughout the spring of 2003. Despite Hershen's
Y'all
confidence
are
in the
too funny
concept,
tonight.
there
I gotta-
were clearly some
gotta
details
get
still
something
being
drink.
worked
You're
out.
you're
The
driving
park planned to open with 1,500 parking spaces.
You
Despite
gotta
having a
make
total
you might
capacity
have
of
to make
9,000
funny to
people.
make up for
The
all
general
this.
manager of Celebration
Yeah.
City, Steve Honeycutt, explained, quote, "Early on, it seemed adequate, but we're the buzz of the town.
That's why
I don't think
apparently
we'll be
all the
able to
funniest
meet the demand,
comedians
and
suffer
that's a
through
nice problem to
horrible,
have."
horrible
Honeycutt
depression.
added that the exact time the park would close was also up in the air, explaining, quote, "We're saying we're
Anyway,
going
it's
to
a
close
baby
at
boomer
11.
park.
We may push that to 12. If we're busy and people are having a good time, we're not going to run them out." The park's construction lasted just 16 months, and on May 1st, 2003, Celebration City opened its gates, hoping to draw a new generation of tourists to the Branson area. Visitors entered Celebration City through Celebration
Just
Street.
imagine
an
it's
area
like we have
themed to the
opened
turn
to
of
the new
century, with
generation
several
and
new
they're dead.
structures built to
Oh,
resemble
no.
Victorian-era buildings. Celebration Street mainly consisted of shops, but the land did feature one ride, a carousel. This carousel was left over from Branson, USA, but it was repainted and moved to this prime location at the entrance of the park. After reaching the end of Celebration Street, if guests turned left, they would enter Route 66, an area set in the mid-century. Not only did this theme specifically appeal to baby boomers who grew up in this era, but it also had a local connection. The nearby Springfield, Missouri is recognized as the birthplace of Route 66 because in 1926, an entrepreneur from Springfield suggested renaming what was then Highway 62 to the more catchy and now iconic Route 66. Celebration City's Route 66 area would feature several rides left over from Branson, USA. Such
Why
as
is
the
Route
Tilt-A-Whirl,
66 so
the
popular?
Scrambler,
I
and several
don't
kiddie
know.
rides. The go-kart track was rethemed
I never
to the Route
understood that.
66 Go-Kart Speedway. The mini golf course was rethemed to roadside golf. And
Is that
the
because
bumper
it's like
cars
the
were
route that's
rethemed to
cut
slick,
straight through the
slightly
United
used
States or
bumper
something?
cars. Branson
I don't
USA's Sky
know.
Chaser Ferris wheel became the Electric Star
Well, you're the
Wheel,
United
and the
States
Firestorm
expert.
roller coaster became the Thunderbolt.
Oh, I think
There
I
were
know who
also
this
several
is. Is
new
this Otley?
off-the-shelf rides,
Yes.
such as the Orbiter and the Jackrabbit roller coaster.
Wow.
The area also featured several themed shops and restaurants, including the Last Chance Diner. The highlight of Route 66
Think-
and Celebration City as a whole
think this
was
looks
the
okay?
Ozark Wildcat. The GCI
Yeah,
coaster
looks
stood
really
just
good.
over 80 feet tall and featured over 2,600 feet
I
of
have to like
track.
zoom out
It had
on
a
occasion
relatively
to
small
see like if
footprint,
this is.
resulting in a ride time of just 90 seconds.
I sometimes
Originally,
forget that the
attraction was
ribs
said to
look like a
feature
weird spider.
360-degree spiraling drop and reach speeds of 66 miles per hour.
There's a spider
after
inside of
opening,
you.
These were amended to be a 310-degree spiraling drop with a max speed of 45 miles per hour. The coaster did effectively act as a billboard for the park, occupying
Like
the
at
space
work
closest
today,
to the
like,
highway, making the park visible to those driving down the Branson Strip.
Like I went to
Celebration
use the
City's
like the
third themed area
restroom
would
and
be
then the
Electric Boardwalk.
internal
This area
the
experienced
private
the least amount of
restrooms like
change
for
during
like
the
staff
transition to
only like
Celebration
was
City. As in
it
this same
was
spot,
somebody was in it,
Branson
so
USA
I
Yeah.
had to go
area
outside
named
use
the
the
Boardwalk,
restrooms
and
that
several
are
of
just
these
like
structures,
available
rides,
for the
and
public.
games will
Oh,
remain
for
intact,
the
including
disgusting
Boardwalk
public.
game, the Boardwalk
Those
Kiddie
disgusting
rides,
public,
and the
I am back.
Fireball. Branson
Welcome
USA's
back.
Fall Creek
Um,
And
themed to shoot.
I went to
A
use the
celebrated
restroom
drop
and I
tower
opened the
was also
stall
added
and then I
was
see
used
like, oh, there's
heavily in the
just
park's
3
promotion.
roaches chilling
A few
in
of
the
the buildings
corner.
of
It's like,
Branson USA,
It's their
inherited
bathroom.
from Mutton Hollow,
yep,
still
I
remain in
immediately like
Celebration
just
City.
turned around,
Most
walked
notably,
away.
the
It's like,
Yeah.
Rectangle Theater, which was
I'll
renamed
sold
the
it.
Celebration Theater.
no,
and
but
be used
at that
for
point I
shows,
had no
with the
choice
attached
because
building
all my
renamed
body
to
tightened up.
Celebration
It's like,
Hall.
well, I can't even
The
go
highlight
now.
of the
Thanks.
Electric Boardwalk would be the Great Lawn. This would be the venue for the nightly
They're on their
spectacular
smoke break.
named Celebrate. The new show, which was not ready
I was
at
in the
time
other
of
room, but
opening,
I was gonna say
was to be
about
set in front of a 45-foot tall faux rock wall, which appeared as
Rob
the
Six
size
the
of
idea of
mountain.
comedians
The
being
display
sad.
would
I feel like really
incorporate
started with
lasers,
people like
projections, confetti,
thinking
and
about Robin
fireworks,
Williams specifically,
all while paying
which
tribute
is
to iconic moments and notable
completely,
figures from 20th century America,
fabricated.
such as the space race and Elvis.
It wasn't that
In addition
Robin
to
Williams was
showcasing
suffering
20th
from
century
depression.
icons, the
He had
Celebrate
Lewy
show
body
featured a
dementia,
story,
which is
an
completely
article in the
different
Tulsa
condition.
World paper described as a quote
And that
simple
is what
one, but then went on to
killed him. It
describe
had
the
nothing to
narrative
do with
in
like
which, quote,
mental
"A young
health. It
person
was
and her
an actual
grandfather
physical
release a
thing
tornado-like
that
spirit
he
called
was suffering from.
Fizgig, the
What's
queen
Lewy
of
body
celebrations, who
It
takes the
is
two
when
and the
a
viewers through the
protein
past 5 decades.
referred to as Lewy
Portion
bodies
stuck
gets
to its
stuck in your
original
brain and forms
concept.
plaques
Celebration City did not
and
open
causes
until
like an
3
early
p.m.,
onset
while
dementia.
Silver Dollar City closed at 7 p.m.
Apparently he had a really, really
advertised
severe
multi-part
case of it,
passes, which they
and it
referred to as
was
city
diagnosed
hoppers, to
way
encourage
like
people to
it
start
was
their day at
diagnosed
Silver Dollar
posthumously,
City and end
basically.
their day at
Yeah.
Like they
Celebration
didn't,
City.
like they
Unlike
didn't know
Branson
what it
USA,
was
Celebration
until
City
after the
received a
case, like
massive
after the
amount of
fact.
coverage at the time
And
of
when
its
they
opening.
did
First, it pulled
diagnose
out
it
all
finally
of the stops,
posthumously,
holding a
they were like,
grand
"This is one of the
opening
worst
celebration at the
cases
end of
we have
May,
ever seen,"
with
and
the
it's actually
Celebrate
like
fireworks show premiering during
like
it.
a
The park
travesty
continued
that
to
he didn't
receive
get
positive
diagnosed
press
properly
throughout
because
its
he was
inaugural
trying
season.
to
It remained
see
open on weekends
neurologists
throughout the
and stuff.
fall
He was
before
probably
closing entirely for the winter.
he was probably
For the 2004 season,
weeks away
Celebration
from a
City added
diagnosis,
2 new
basically.
rides, Chaos and Flying
Because they were
Circus,
in the process
as well
of
as
trying to
adding
diagnose
additional
it,
theming
so.
and improving the food.
Yeah,
and
it's also
merchandise
associated with
options.
Parkinson's,
According
like
to Lisa
symptoms and
Rao,
stuff like
the additions
that.
were made because quote, Celebration City did
so,
what we hoped it would do, and that's why why we decided to make this investment. It attracted families as well
Like,
as new visitors. It
any
gave people one
suicide
more very
involved with
active reason to
Lewy
visit
body
Branson.
dementia is
During the
it's really
2004
like a
season,
cause of
Bershon
the
began allowing a
of the disease. It has nothing to do with
non-denominational
like
church
actual
named
mental
Woodland
health or
Hills
anything
to
like
hold
that.
services out of the Celebration Theater throughout the morning. with the condition that the
And
congregation must vacate.
I only bring this up
because
because I like to make people aware of it because that's what
this is a rare and strange agreement
Robin
that
Williams'
only
wife
makes sense given that Hershend is a Christian company.
likes to make
and
sure
the park
people
has
are
bizarre
aware of.
operating hours.
Like
Celebration
the
City
Specifically
Robin
because
Williams
like she
changes in
wants
preparation
people
for its
to
2005
be aware of
season.
the
Route
condition
66 eatery,
so that
Kick's Grill
more
became
research can be
Kick's
funded
Barbecue.
for it
A
and
new
stuff like
upcharge
that.
attraction was also added
Like
to
I
Route
didn't think
66.
about
A
the
life-size
Robin
version of
Williams
the
thing.
game,
I
Rock 'em
just heard it
Sock 'em
even
Robots.
before that.
That was just what I
because-
thought of, like in my head, because I feel like that's what a lot of people like. Think
Well, that's
of
what
as
was
their-
reported on for because it's also
Yeah.
just like, oh, suicide. Like that's usually
did not have the license to use
Yeah.
Rock'em Sock'em Robots.
Like for me, it's like a lot of people. It's like, oh, when they go through bad stuff, like they try to cheer other people up because they don't want them to go through the same thing. It's one of the reasons why I always try to
having a long-standing rule that for every
be
one tree they
supportive
cut
of
down,
people
2 more
because of
must be
all the
planted.
bad
The
stuff that
surface tree
has happened
gardens
in
were
my
a way
life.
to add
It's
more
like I don't want to
serenity
put
and
people
nature to Celebration
like to
City,
make them
which was much
feel the
needed
same
given
way
that a
that I
large
felt.
part of Branson, USA was sprawling concrete patches
Is like how
with
I was
scarce
thinking of
greenery
stuff.
or shade. One of the biggest changes for 2005 was a complete revamp of
do
Celebration
I-
City's nighttime show,
Is this
which was said to
looking
cost
good?
$2 million. The new show,
It's looking
named
fleshy.
Nightfire, Igniting the American
It looks
Spirit,
great.
would retain the Americana
It
focus
looks
of
incredibly
Celebrate,
funger.
but would add additional
Are you
effects and show
are you
elements.
going for fleshy?
Well, yeah.
It really raised the
So
hair
you're
on
doing
my
great.
arms. It's absolutely
It's very fleshy.
President Reagan, when they
What is
brought down
going on
the
in the video?
wall, we like that real well.
No, I agree with you, Cass. I was also starting to be like, what the fuck is happening right now?
Oh, Reagan.
Reagan?
Finally,
what the
while
fuck?
not a complete
People
rebrand, Celebration City
cheering!
received a new logo, transitioning from a classical, elegant style to a louder, more modern-looking one.
The symbol
By
of
this
the
point,
boomers,
many were
Reagan.
wondering when Celebration City's next big edition would be unveiled, which made Hershen's announcement at the end of the season
Oh, the big
somewhat
chair.
surprising. On November 6,
The
2005,
big chair.
Hershen Family Entertainment announced an $8 million expansion of Silver Dollar City. The new area would be named the Grand Exposition and would be themed to the fairs and expos of the late 19th century. As part of the expansion, Silver Dollar City would add
expansion.
10 new family-friendly rides,
Copper
which would
Penny
nearly
City.
double the park's ride count, going from a mere 11 rides to 21. These new attractions would consist primarily of off-the-shelf flat rides, using the exposition theme to justify their inclusion in the space. This was an interesting decision. Often, when a company opens an additional gate, they run the risk of cannibalizing their own business, the fear being that the new attraction will hurt attendance at the existing older one. That did not happen with the addition of Celebration City. Whether it was because the park was not entirely new, or because it did not have as much to do, or because of the operating hour strategy, Silver Dollar
Like,
City
the
was
operating
not negatively
hour thing
affected
is so
by the opening of the
stupid.
new
Like,
park.
who would
The summer that Celebration
think that
City
that was a
opened,
good
Silver Dollar
idea?
City experienced an attendance dip of around 10%, which some officials attributed to Celebration City, although there were several other factors, including Branson's slowing tourism, that were also cited. If Celebration City was to blame, the effects were short-lived. Just 2 seasons later, Silver Dollar City was doing great, with Rao even stating that the park's attendance was growing at a rate of 100,000 visitors annually. This is what made the announcement of the Grand Exposition.
Sometimes you have to
all the
zoom
more
out to be like,
curious.
okay, is
Not
this
only was this an
looking?
additional investment in the park that was already doing
Isn't
well,
the same when
but it
people
would
like mirror
specifically
it,
add
like
the
to make
exact
sure that
type of
everything's
rides
okay
that
too?
Celebration City already had.
Because your
These
brain
were really
adapts
the
to
only
the
type
shape,
of rides
so
that
you have to
Celebration
make
City
sure,
had
like, too, that the
outside of
shape
Ozark
is
Wildcat.
correct.
Rao
Yes.
confirmed that Celebration City's
Ooh, I like
attendance
that,
had not
where it's
been
like
rising,
gum stuck to
and
the
that the
ribs.
company would be
Yeah,
making an investment
that's what
in
I
the
wanted
park,
to.
explaining that attendance was, quote, flat to slightly down, and that's why we're adding more to do. But nothing that Hershen had announced for Celebration City came close to the $8 million Grand Exposition expansion that
For
Silver
some
Dollar
reason,
City
I'm
would
just
receive.
thinking it's like the McRib is back.
There was one sacrifice that Hershen seemed willing to make to give Celebration City an advantage. In 2002, Silver Dollar City had partnered with Big Idea Productions to bring a stage show based off of the
course.
popular VeggieTales video series to the park. This was a match made in literal Christian
VeggieTales
heaven.
was like
VeggieTales was
my
a video series in which
childhood.
a cast of anthropomorphic
I
vegetables
never watched
retold
any of it.
stories from the
Never
Bible.
watched
I
it.
mean,
By the
that's
early
'cause it was-
2000s, it was the #1 kids video series.
Well, I
My-
don't know.
My
It was
Christian
very
friend,
Christian, but
premier
like
Christian-themed
not-
entertainment company. The pairing was perfect. In the
not
appearance
Catholic,
of Bob the Tomato
but
and
I
Larry
was
the Cucumber
Catholic,
at
so
Silver
I
I
Dollar
was
City
Catholic.
was a
I didn't
huge
watch
draw
it, but
for
I
families.
watched the
In
reason why
2003,
I
Dollywood
would
received
know
a
about it is
VeggieTales
because my
themed show,
friend who was
and in
Christian
2005, they would receive the first
watched
VeggieTales
it
themed ride,
and tried to
the
make me watch
VeggieTales
it.
Sideshow
It's like,
Spin Coaster.
why?
In Branson,
I don't know.
Oh, yeah, also, he was also an
veggies
idiot
to
who
the
didn't know that
struggling
Catholics
Celebration
are
City.
Christians.
A new VeggieTales video would play.
I mean,
I mean, as a
think-
child,
theater,
I was
and children would
super
also
into
be able to
VeggieTales.
meet
I
the
fucking
stars,
loved
Bob
VeggieTales.
the
No,
Tomato
don't give
and
them
Larry the
arms.
Cucumber, which
That's
answered
no.
the age-old question.
They're not
Yeah,
allowed to have
it's what you
arms.
wanted.
Tomato.
It's what you wanted
Because
all
you
along.
can't hug Bob where you would want to.
Say
Or it would be
boo.
normal to. That's where his mouth is. So you gotta kind of hold.
Oh my God, Dragon
pregnant
Weirdo,
woman
you just
emoji.
unlocked
Other
childhood
additions
memories.
in 2006
I love
included
that
the extreme
song.
sport of mountain boarding stunt show and the interactive stage show, Movie Magic, Lights, Camera, Action, and You, which allowed kids to produce and star in Hollywood films such as Rocky, Pink
My
Panther,
family still to
Legally
this day quotes
Blonde,
VeggieTales.
and Agent Cody Banks. 1 year after its debut, Nightfire, Ignite the American Spirit was changed to Ignite the Night, which was now touted as a $3 million show. One attraction,
The lip
Chaos,
song?
was removed for the 2006 season, which the park declined to comment on,
genuinely,
but many
I
speculated that it
love
was due to
hearing some of
maintenance
this
issues.
stuff
The
because
2007 season saw the addition
like,
of two new animal
I don't
shows.
know anything.
First,
I was just
Sea
like,
Lion Splash would be
Let me
scheduled
look it
in a
up, 'cause
new
I don't
pool
remember that
built
one
in the parking lot
specifically.
near Route
why the pregnant
66.
emoji?
This
I think
show
it was
created
because
in
it's like,
partnership
how
with
do you
Animal
hug
Planet.
him? Like,
The other show, named Parrot Party, would take place inside
So-
of the Celebration Theater. A new
Um,
ride, the Stinger, was also added near
I guess
the
I have to
Jackrabbit roller
explain
coaster.
how
It was
VeggieTales
not
works.
until the 2008 season that Celebration
veggies
City
who tell
received a
tales.
significant
VeggieTales-
addition. Hershon added a new attraction
Did you
named
just link the
Roaring
lip
Falls,
song?
which sent 20 passenger boats down a 5-story, 55-degree
did.
drop. The attraction
Okay.
originally opened at Ohio
Let me
Amusement
explain
Park,
the context
Geauga Lake,
behind
and Shipwreck Falls in 2000. and was
VeggieTales.
sold to
VeggieTales
Hershon
is
after
like-
the amusement park portion of Geauga Lake closed.
There's
in
like an
2007.
opening where it's kind of like
Celebration
a
City's version of the attraction added
I guess think of it
Amazon
like
theming,
um
with sound and mist effects to set the tone.
like Christian
despite this
school
not
or like
fitting in with the theme of the boardwalk area or really any of Celebration City's established themes.
I don't know if
Rouse
that
said of the
concept even
edition,
makes sense,
quote,
where it's
the
like
bottom line is we are not the
you
boss.
would have the
guests
children
are the
kind of
boss, and
attend
mostly
a
mom. Roaring Falls
like
is exactly what
a
they
quote
want.
unquote like
A
class
big,
together where
get wet,
they all
whole
sit
family
together and
thrill
they
ride.
they learn
2008
from
also saw the
a
addition of a Frisbee
pastor
dog
or
show
something like
named
that
Jump,
about
and apparently
a
Parrot
specific
Party
Bible
was
story or
lame
something
and
like that.
tensionless because it was
That's what
replaced by
VeggieTales essentially was
extreme
like
parrots,
we're gonna sit the kids
whatever that
down
means.
and we're gonna teach them about a specific Bible story.
I mean,
my
that's
God, a cockatoo!
literally that's literally what I did as a kid.
Unfortunately,
Like, that was
the
my-
high-octane
my
nature of the
weekly
parrots
whatever.
And the other additions to the park
But,
were not enough to turn the tide. The 2008
Yeah, Sunday school,
season
thank
was
you.
another
That's
the word I
strong
was
one for
looking for.
Celebration
Yep.
City. The park was
Sunday
visited
school, that was
by
the word I
around
was looking for.
300,000
I couldn't think of the word either,
400,000
thank you.
guests.
I was like
The same
fucking
range
I was
that
like
it
getting
had
fucked up. I was like
experienced
not
every year
Catholic school.
since
That's something
opening in
else.
2003. Silver Dollar City, on
yeah,
the
Sunday
other
school.
hand,
So
was visited by
VeggieTales
over
is essentially
2
like
million
Sunday
people
school.
a year,
So
making
it
Celebration
would
City's
start
attendance
out
look
with like
far
a
worse,
like a Bible
even when
story,
accounting
and then
for
it would
fewer
have
operating days.
like
2008 was a
Bob.
poor year
It was
for
basically
tourism
Bob
in
the
general,
Tomato
due to
was
the
the
effects of
pastor
economic recession
telling
and
Larry
high
the
gas
cucumber,
prices.
who was
And
kind
Branson
of
I didn't
dumb,
freaking know
his
that.
dumb sidekick.
resulted in severe flooding.
What?
Turning
I didn't
away
even
They had
know that
names?
that was the
These external
dynamic.
pressures forced Hershon
Yeah,
to take a hard
Bob
look at
the
its
Bob the Tomato was the
operations.
pastor
And by the
basically.
end
He's
of
the one
year,
telling the Bible
company
stories.
had made a difficult
And Larry the
decision.
Cucumber's
On
kind of just
Friday,
like the
October
silly
24th, 2008,
like
Hershon Family
I wouldn't say he was
Entertainment
dumb,
announced
but he
that
was
Celebration
like
City
goofy and
would be
kind of
closing
clueless,
for good.
and he didn't
Rao
know
explained,
the
quote,
stories.
"What we
So
developed at
so
Celebration
Bob was
City was a
telling
good property,
Larry the
but it did not
stories
meet our
essentially.
financial expectations.
Or
The company
they
broke the
together
news
would
the
tell
day
a
before
story
the final
to
operating day of the 2008
like
season,
one of the child
resulting in the
characters because there were some
park
child
permanently
characters. Yeah, it was kind of a
closing
Bert and
24
Ernie
hours
dynamic a
after
little
the
bit, yeah.
announcement. Hershon
And
worked to relocate as many employees
so
as
it would
possible to
have
their
usually
other
the
Branson
Bible story would be
attractions. Rao
retold
stated
like
that Hershon
it
intended
would be
to
like
redevelop
a
the
almost like
Celebration
a
City property into quote
I guess like
some
a
other kind of attraction,
reenactment
and that,
where
quote,
all
several
of the
ideas were in the
veggies
works,
play
including a
biblical
potential
characters.
aquarium, although no plans were ready to be disclosed.
Who played
So you would have
Potiphar's
it be like,
wife?
Quote, "It's sad. We're not happy to do this.
I don't think
These are
that
tough
came up.
economic times." The reaction to Celebration City's closure was split. The park had developed a fan base in its 6
But,
seasons of operation, who were obviously
God.
devastated
Anyway,
by the announcement of the park's closure. At the
Stop
same
it.
time,
You're
many
distracting me.
longtime Branson residents and visitors were not
but they ran like a
surprised to see
chocolate
the
factory or
park
whatever.
go.
Well,
And a few
sometimes
might have
they
even
made
been
up their
happy to
own
see see the park
stories
fail.
that just
This
had like
contingency of
Christian,
people mainly consisted of those that grew up going to Mutton
like Christian
Hollow, which by
elements to them,
comparison
or
was a
like
more
Christian,
quaint, authentic,
like just
critically
lessons
more
about
lessons and stuff like that.
Mutton
yeah,
Hollow
but a
lasted
lot of
4
times they were
times
like
as long as
actual
Celebration
like
City, and it had captured the
like
hearts
I remember
of significantly
specifically there
more
was one
people.
called Josh and
Many
the
of
Big
these
Wall,
fans
which was
blamed
about
Herschend for the destruction of Mutton Hollow, even though
which was
Weir
about
and Branson USA were
the
actually
Wall of
responsible.
Jericho.
While unfair and incorrect, this sentiment
So
hung
more
over
just
was a
kind of
Bible
like
adaptation.
the one
So
after
No,
kind of
I'm not saying it
parable
wasn't.
universally boring
It's a
was the
parable
closure
still,
of the
but like
Ozark
it.
Wildcat. Celebration City's most unique.
I remember
and
one where they
critically praised
literally just told the story of
When the closure
Esther,
was announced,
like
many hoped that
1-to-1,
the
and they
coaster
just
would
had
be
Esther
moved
be a
or
vegetable.
integrated into whatever Herschend had planned for the property next.
But anyway.
2009 passed with no updates on
I remember
the site.
they
On
did the
May
story of
16th,
Jonah and the
a
whale.
liquidation sale was
Also,
held, in which
Was
wild
it? Wait, Jonah and the whale. Would that have been like in a person?
Over the next few years, several of
No, it was in a
City's
literal
attractions
whale.
were
Okay,
removed.
because I was like, they're
Coaster,
vegetables.
the
Would they
Scrambler,
have?
and Flying Circus
No.
were moved to another
The
Herschend
vegetables,
property,
the fact
Wild
that they were
Adventures
vegetables
in
was
Valdosta,
never
Georgia.
acknowledged, really.
Fireball and
Okay.
Shoot to Shoot were sold to carnival operators. Who
But
took
yeah,
them
they
to
had
fairs
feature-length
around the
film
country.
ones, and
The
Jonah and the
Thunderbolt
Whale was a
coaster
feature-length film.
purchased
I
by
think
Glenwood
Josh and the
Caverns
Wall,
Adventure Park in Colorado,
Josh and the Big
where it would
Wall
open as
was
cliffhanger in
a.
2012.
I don't think it was a
Even
feature-length
with these
film, but it was one of the
relocations,
longer ones. It
many
was like a
attractions
50-minute
site
length one
3
versus
years
like
after
the usual
permanent
like
closure of
20-minute
the park,
runtime ones.
including the
But
highly
anyway,
visible
in
Ozark
between a lot of
Wildcat.
these, they
The
would
Woodland Hills
have
Church
what
continued
was
to
called
operate
Silly
out of the
Songs with
Celebration
Larry.
Theater, and even expanded
Which is just
into the
like
park,
a little
renting out
break
a
for
few
the
of
kids
vacant
to have
buildings.
something
Herschend
goofy
began using
to
some
like
of the
keep their
buildings for
attention.
administrative
And that's
tasks,
what these
such as
silly songs
offices
are.
and
They're just
storage.
like
In
goofy, like
2011,
clip
the company
show
allowed
things
Big
where it's like,
Brothers
let's
Big
just come up
Sisters
with
of
a
the
dumb
Ozarks
concept
to
for
use
a
a building in
song
the park
and
as
just
an
have
office.
it and just
In
go with it.
2014, Herschend unveiled
So that's
plans
where
for
the
another
context
expansion
is
to
for these,
Silver Dollar
because it's
City,
just like
named Fireman's
it's like,
Landing.
all right, we're
This
midway
$8
through
million
Sunday
land
school.
would feature
Let's do
10 new
something
attractions,
to
6 of
entertain
which
you
were
for
family rides. One of
5
these would be
minutes before we
Celebration
go back to
City's
the Bible
Accelerator
story.
Drop Tower, which was rethemed to
Which, I mean,
Firefall
is
to fit the
smart,
new area.
'cause-
While Herschend continued to invest in Silver Dollar City,
The
Celebration
factory
City
story,
sat
though,
mostly
I thought was
abandoned.
specifically
Given that there
about.
were some
I mean, it was a little bit
authorized
about like.
the park was not
I
entirely
know it was
fenced
about
off,
Easter
resulting in
specifically,
several urban
partially.
explorers walking right into the park.
And
much of Celebration City's theming and exteriors
it was
remained
a lot
in
of going
relatively
into like the
good
sin of
condition,
gluttony and stuff
several
like that. I
rides,
know that.
such as the Carousel and the Ozark Wildcat.
I
sat
can't believe Larry
motionless
the
in
Cable
full
Guy
view.
sang so many
Most
songs
eerie,
about this stuff.
one of the props from the Route 66 area, a giant cymbal-banging
that
monkey
Larry.
toy, was left behind, and the already creepy-looking statue was deteriorating.
Rakshak? You mean Shadrach?
In 2015, the Orbiter,
Oh
which
my
had
gosh,
remained
get it
in the park
right.
for some time, was finally moved to Wild Adventures,
The
where it
Batman
opened
spoof
as
was
Jungle
his own
Rumble.
thing. Yeah,
That same
Larry
year,
Boy.
Herschend would release their biggest update on the park since it was closed. Unfortunately, it was more
Hero
bad
the
news.
vegetables
And they obviously-
do
they had, like-
furnace.
Which had now been sitting dormant as
No.
long as it had operated, would be demolished.
There's,
Some of the trains would be sent to Dollywood to be used on their GCI coaster.
I just
Thunderhead,
remembered the
while the
bunny,
rest of the
the
structure would
bunny.
be completely
Ooh,
destroyed.
I ate
This
the
would be the
bunny.
first GCI coaster to be demolished. And as of early 2026,
And does
the
this
only
look
one,
okay?
the demolition would take several months. Rouse said that the ride was
Yeah,
unable to be moved.
that looks
and that
amazing.
The demolition was always the plan. Herschend had just now dedicated
Thank
the
you.
resources to going
I like
through with
that
it,
it's still,
adding,
like,
quote, "Something
very,
that people may not realize is that demolition is expensive."
like,
She also added
recognizably
that the property was,
oddly,
quote,
too.
still something in
Okay,
the creative
good.
mind
While
of
being
people,
fleshy.
but it is not anything that is in any stage of blueprints at all. The group most dismayed at the destruction of the Ozark Wildcat was certainly the Woodland Hills Church. Ministry Director Denise Bevins said of the structure, quote, "It's been our location marker for telling people how to get to what we call our castle." The church's senior pastor, Ted Cunningham, asked that Woodland Hills creative director Corey Mitchell film the destruction of the coaster, so it could be documented and uploaded to the church's YouTube and Facebook page. Mitchell was able to capture the moment when the demolition crew attempted to take down one of the main stretches of track. After putting up a good fight, the Ozark Wildcat finally relented, toppling over into a tangled mess of wood.
Yeah, I'm also trying to
Some
tackle
members
this
of the church retrieved a
as,
few planks of the wood and
you
made
know,
them into
the
ornaments, passing out
inspiration that
800 of
Miro
them to the
has, which is,
congregation.
you know,
The description of the demolition
Francis
video
Bacon.
read, quote, "We hope
Yeah.
you can still find us for church on Sundays." The Ozark Wildcat's demolition
Yeah,
felt like a
VeggieTales, the
true
bunny
goodbye
song.
to the
Here we
park.
are.
But much of Celebration City remained abandoned. Most of the original structures, thematic elements, and even a few rides sat unused for years. The next significant update would come 7 years after the Ozark Wildcat's demolition. In 2022, an auction was held, which consisted of many of Celebration City's props and theming. This included antique vehicles, neon signage, authentic Route 66 memorabilia, antiques, and plenty of equipment and machines.
They changed the
One of
bunny
most
song because it
valuable
was too
pieces sold at the
subversive.
event was the park's carousel, which had been sitting abandoned
that
for
even
nearly
mean?
15 years and was missing a horse. The auction took place
Well,
throughout the abandoned park,
it was
with the
basically a
items
song
placed
about
directly
like
outside
worshiping
the
an
park's
icon that
intact
is
themed
not
structures.
Jesus.
While this purged Celebration City of many of
And
its
specifically
visually
is a
interesting
bunny.
elements,
Like
much of the
it's basically
park
like the
still
idea
remains.
is like, oh,
As
the
of
bunny is
2026,
the
most
symbol
park's
of
structures
Easter,
can
not
still be
Jesus
seen.
or whatever.
The Victorian-era buildings of Celebration Street.
I don't know,
the Great
man.
Lawn and
Oh my
its large
gosh,
rock
my
wall,
mom-
the go-kart track, and
So,
the buildings of Route 66.
My parents were
all
pretty good at
survived,
keeping up
sitting
the
abandoned.
illusion
The Woodland Hills
of
Church continues to use the Celebration
Easter
Theater,
and
which is still
Christmas.
made up
Like,
partly of the
I
rotunda
remember
theater that had
for
originally been built for Mutton
so
Hollow
I must have been
decades
like
prior.
4,
Hershen still claims to be
about to
looking
turn
into
5 or
options for the
something,
value
and
of
I
the
had,
property, which
or I
sits
must have been
directly
like
adjacent
5.
to the still busy Branson Strip.
And I was taking my bath, and all of a sudden I hear my mom answer the door and go, "Mr. Easter Bunny!"
One that Hershen Family Entertainment still seems to be trying to figure
It was just
out.
kind of that, and I just sat there like, "Oh my gosh, I'm in the bath! I'm in the bath! I need to get out!" and
The
everything.
meanest thing that anybody
The boom that
could
Branson
do
experienced
to their
in the
child
90s was not sustainable,
is
especially
knowingly
with its
child is in the
specific
bath. Oh, you
clientele.
just missed
And while
the
the
Easter
Yeah,
bunny.
you just missed the Easter Bunny.
It
But
might
they
never
did
be
that
one that can
for
support two
Christmas.
parks.
I remember that year. I remember we had the cookies and milk and also a carrot for the reindeer.
Indicates that this is an open and shut case.
And so it was like, oh my gosh, they actually bit, like, there's bites in the carrot and everything. Like, oh, this is awesome. And I remember when I was 6, it was when my dad started working in Riyadh. It was like before we moved there. Before we wound up like just being brought there because it was like, hey, this is just easier to.
Recalled, quote, I quizzed them about having two parks close together. The park's GM said their theory was that
I got a
Silver Dollar
letter
City
from
would
the
close
Easter
between
Bunny
6 and 8 in the evening,
that was
and
specifically
guests would
saying
just
like,
naturally
hey,
migrate to Celebration
would it
City
be
to end their
okay
day. I was
if
skeptical.
we
Some
celebrated
sources claim that
Easter when your
Celebration
dad
City was
came
not
home
losing a lot of
instead?
money,
So like a
and
later
most years,
Easter
it was profiting, albeit
and
barely.
everything
If the
is like,
park
you know, I
ever had
missed my
any
dad
chance of
and all that.
surviving,
And then it was
then
like,
one of two
also, you
things
should
needed to happen.
remember
First, Hershen
that
needed to
it's like,
invest
I
in
love
another
you and
impressive
everything, but you
unique
should
ride,
also
such
think
as Ozark
about
Wildcat, to make the park a true
that this is a day that's
or
important
they need to
about
go all
Jesus
in
and
on
everything.
their
Like my
split-day
parents had
concept.
written a
Both
letter
paths
like
can
that.
negatively impact Silver Dollar
Jesus.
City, which Hershen
Where
seemed
it was
unwilling
just
to
like,
do.
you
Throughout
know,
most
the
of
illusion
Celebration
is
City's
still
life,
there.
The park opened at 3 p.m. and closed at 10
And it was
p.m.,
just kind
while
of
Silver
like,
Dollar
you know,
City
oh,
opened at
you know,
9:30
you should also
a.m.
just
and
think
closed at
about like
7
the
p.m.
sacrifice
This
he
meant that
did
if
and
Silver Dollar City
this and
was
that, you know,
pushing
just
guests
kind
out
of like
to
that.
spend
I
their night
still
at
have that
Celebration
letter
City,
because
they
I
would
don't
have
know,
less
it
than
was
3
very
hours to spend
charming
there before
of
the park closed. The pricing of Celebration City was also interesting. Throughout its first 3 years, tickets cost around $30 per adult, while Silver Dollar City cost around $40 per adult.
That's
when accounting
insane.
for the difference in operating hours, this meant that both parks were charging around $4 per hour, despite Silver Dollar City having far more to offer, something that was not lost on value-conscious Midwest families. Hershen did reduce the price of Celebration City to around $22 for the 2006 season, but by 2008, it was back up to $29.
Good
Although
old
in this
inflation.
same time,
Yeah, my
Silver
parents
Dollar
were, like,
City had
pretty good at
surpassed
trying to keep an
$50 per adult,
illusion,
making Celebration City look like a good value by comparison.
up and everything. And I
Celebration
just
City's
remember when we
success
lived in
weaving
Riyadh, I was
themes
just all,
around otherwise
I think I must have been
generic,
like
off-the-shelf
7, and I
rides
just
might
kind of
have also
thought like,
been
oh
its
yeah,
downfall, as
it's
it
not
gave the
real,
company
is
the
it?
confidence
They're like,
to do the same
No.
at Silver Dollar City,
They're
only
like,
better.
yeah.
Whether it was closing
I was
Silver
like,
Dollar City
oh.
early, keeping Celebration City
I was
open
like,
later,
well, I still
adjusting
get
pricing,
presents and stuff,
adding another
right?
major thrill ride,
Yeah.
or abandoning the
Okay.
night concept
Like, I was
entirely,
just kind of
Hershen
like,
did not seem eager to
it just
do
kind of
whatever
hit
it
me
would
all of a
take
sudden
to
where I
make
was like, I don't think
Celebration
any of this
City
is
work.
real.
They hoped the park would be an
But
overnight
I still get
sensation,
stuff,
and they were
right?
not interested
Yeah.
in a decade-long
Okay.
test and adjust in order to make
My
the two
sister
park
ruined
setup a
Christmas
success.
because
Hershen
she
alluded to this in the years following
she
Celebration
immediately
City's
like
closure.
early on
According to
started calling
Springfield
like
News
Santa
Leader,
Claus
in
Satan Claus.
2012, Jack Hershen, quote, used the term arrogant.
And it's like
to
when I
describe
called her
some
out on it,
ventures,
like
including
she's
Celebration
like,
City.
doesn't matter, he's
Nearly
not
2
real. It's like,
decades
thanks,
following
thanks,
Celebration
Jesse.
City's
I don't
closure,
like
Hershen
super
has
early.
continued to improve their existing parks, while also acquiring
Your
a few more.
sister,
Silver Dollar
I
City has grown
do
into
not
one of the most
understand.
beloved regional parks in the
She
United
hated
States,
me, but it's my
with an
parents' fault.
incredible variety of attractions, from their traditional quaint
Because
demonstrations
my parents
to new
pretty much try to
world-class
pin
thrill
us
rides.
against each other.
In 2024, Silver Dollar City announced a $500 million development plan, which would begin with the construction of the Silver Dollar City Resort. This mirrors the company's strategy for the similarly successful Dollywood, and it will solidify Silver Dollar City as one of the Ozarks' main draws. The news of the expansion fueled speculation about a second gate for the property, although it appears that if this were ever to occur, it would more than likely be on the 1,200 undeveloped acres surrounding Silver Dollar City and not on the grounds of Celebration City. In 2025, Hirsch and Family Entertainment made its biggest move yet, acquiring Palace Entertainment from Parques Reunidos, which brought 24 additional U.S. attractions into the still family-owned company. The continued success of both Silver Dollar City and Hirsch and Family Entertainment makes the abandoning of Celebration City all the more interesting. The park is a true mixed bag. It is a remnant of both fear and overconfidence, of ambition and disinterest. Many people miss it.
When I
Many
do
are
stuff like
apathetic
this,
to
it's
it,
just making
and
me
a few
want
are
to
even
like go back
happy
to
that it's
oil
gone.
painting.
It is a true curiosity. It has now been abandoned for 3 times as long as it operated, and its future remains uncertain. Maybe one day it will finally
Whenever
be
I think about the
raised for a different
like Celebration
attraction or
City
business.
thing, I just
Maybe
keep
it will
thinking
be
of
abandoned
like
forever,
Reagan appears
slowly
on screen
succumbing
and
to the
everyone
nature
starts
of the
cheering.
Ozarks. Or maybe it will become a theme park once more and be given a 4th chance to establish itself in Branson's ever-changing entertainment landscape.
I think my favorite religious media was Joseph's amazing Technicolor Dreamcoat. Some of my favorites. Okay, I freaking loved Prince of Egypt as a kid.
Oh, that was good.
Like that's just a good movie. Like period. Like it's just very well.
Did you
done.
ever get as a child a little booklet that's saying it's like that? Like if you do bad things, the devil if you like disobey your parents, the devil's gonna come and drag you to hell. And
No.
it's like the devil literally like dragging children from underneath their bed into hell.
Heck
'Cause
no!
I
My
got that-
parents didn't instill a fear like that because it's like that was just not part of my upbringing. That's not
'cause I got that booklet when I was little, and I became afraid of the dark because of it.
like I never had stuff like that. My parents were like, my parents.
See, my parents were chill.
Yeah, my parents were chill. Like they taught like I'm definitely like in a religious family and everything, but it's like they did not like for them it was like we're going to teach you through love and everything. Like that's not like scaring the heck out of me, you know. Actually, this is funny. This is a ride my dad remembers. What was I gonna say? It was like, yeah, Prince of Egypt. I also actually really like Jesus Christ Superstar. Like
My mom hated that. Apparently, growing up, she hated that. She's like, this is sacrilege.
Well, I'm like, it's not even sacrilegious. It's just a really well done like musical about it. And
I don't know. She just doesn't.
Gethsemane
vibe with
like
it, I guess, as
freaking
a
goes
child.
hard. Like that's just a good song. And everything. It's
My
like,
mom's taste in music is questionable. Okay.
like, yeah, it's religious media is very interesting in general. Like, there's much to discuss about all of that. Much to discuss. Yeah, this is actually a ride my dad remembers from Disneyland. Back, when you had e-ticket ride stuff and whatever. Man, I've been wanting to rewatch Prince of Egypt recently. I've been thinking about it. Where it's just like, that's just a well done animated movie. Baby. The baby. Oh, I keep saying I need to rewatch the other Retsu Prey.
Wed Enterprises, Glendale,
baby.
California. Walt Disney's amusement park design firm. A creative playground for artists and engineers. All that came were directed, instructed, and mentored by Walt Disney himself, who considered the Imagineers to be his top artists. These included Herb Ryman,
Top
concept
men.
artist, Xavier Atencio, show writer, Yale Gracie, special effects, Claude Coates, show designer,
Didn't he have a
Bob
video
Gurr,
on like
ride designer,
extraterrestrial
John Hedge, designer and futurist.
encounter as well. Oh, the other sex ride. No, this is not the other sex ride.
Walt within his animation
Other sex
studio,
ride.
No!
The Imagineers loved working for Uncle Walt. They knew to give each project their all.
Extraterrestrial encounter scared me so bad because you have to consider I don't like aliens. They're scary.
Under Walt's eye, the Imagineers
They're like
became a
so
family,
scary.
creating groundbreaking attractions
And my parents had
developing
me
friendships
go
among
on
each
that
other.
and
But
I
this group,
cried a
in
lot.
1966 was just at the beginning.
And
of
that's
their
one of those
Their
things,
true test
one of those experiences that I've thought about a bunch because Tim Curry voiced a robot in the pre-show, and that's the highlight. Man, that news yesterday hit me hard. I was like, wow.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't think it hit me as hard just because I kind of have been anticipating it for years.
I mean, that's
now.
the thing. Like with a lot of celebrities, that is kind of the problem. Period. Is like I have anticipated with a lot of
to visit Disneyland Park. Among them,
celebrities where it's like, hey, I grew up with these people. Like it's going to happen.
Had been working with Monsanto since
For me, it's just like I was not
and his claim to
expecting
fame
the
was his work on
triple
plutonium
combo.
research for the Manhattan
I mean,
Project,
as people
which he
say, it
conducted
comes in
alongside
threes.
Monsanto's Central Research Department. Thomas and his associates were traveling to Disneyland to view Monsanto's 3 exhibits in the park's Tomorrowland area: the Monsanto Hall of Chemistry, the Monsanto House of the Future, and the newest edition, Fashion and Fabrics Throughout the Ages. All 3 had been overseen by Thomas, who had worked closely with Walt since Disneyland's opening, resulting in a friendship between the two men. Thomas and the Monsanto team were fresh off of a trip to the 1964 World's
Yeah,
Fair,
I think this should
at which
work.
they had seen the latest in attraction technology and speculative futures. With the fair fresh in their minds, Monsanto's Tomorrowland exhibits were looking more antiquated than ever. Thomas and his associates were not alone in their opinion. Walt Disney and his Imagineers had participated in the 1964 fair,
Was it
creating 4
Monsanto that
popular and groundbreaking attractions. After the fair, Walt turned his attention to the company's
H-Bomber guy had a thing about at one point where it was like the guy who's batting for Monsanto, and it was like
amusement design firm to complete,
we didn't even hire him.
themed boat ride and a haunted house attraction.
remember this.
The largest of these post-fair projects.
It was like in his global warming video.
Outside of its 1959 expansion,
I guess I don't
and a few
remember. I
other
guess it's
minor
been too long.
changes,
I want
the
to say it
area
was
had not evolved
Monsanto.
since its opening in 1955. Walt had never been satisfied with Tomorrowland. The rushed area was overly reliant on corporate sponsors, and some attractions had become noticeably outdated, while others were never futuristic to begin with. The Tomorrowland renovation would usher in a wave of new attractions that would engage in actual speculation of the future, with an emphasis of the transportation of tomorrow. Possibly Walt's greatest fascination, the entire new Tomorrowland project would be given the unique theme, World on the Move.
New ideas for Disneyland are first visualized in artists' renderings like this overall view of the new Tomorrowland area. The painting begins to take on form and dimension with construction of a scale model.
There we go.
This scale model represents more than 5 acres of new attractions in Tomorrowland.
The main avenue of Tomorrowland would be completely overhauled, with almost no inch untouched. The area's signature attraction, Rocket to the Moon, would be demolished and rebuilt with larger theaters. It would also be given a pre-show starring an animatronic named Mr. Tom Morrow. The attraction would be renamed to Flight to the Moon,
That's
and
dumb.
was set in a future in
Yeah.
which, quote, travel to outer space will be an everyday adventure.
My
The
dad, I
Circle-Rama
remember
360
saying
film,
that
America
ride.
the
He was like, that
Beautiful,
ride
would be
was so
replaced by the
lame.
Circle Vision 360 film, America the Beautiful. The new film of the same name was shot with a new method, using 9 cameras as opposed to the original 11. The theater itself would also be expanded, taking up more of Tomorrowland's North exhibit building, closing the Art of Animation exhibit permanently. The rest of the show building, where the Art Corner exhibit once was, would be replaced by the Tomorrowland Terrace restaurant. The addition of the Tomorrowland Terrace would also result in the closure of the Yacht Bar. The Astrojet spinner would be replaced by the Rocket Jets, which would be elevated to rest on top of the loading platform for a brand new Tomorrowland attraction, the People Mover. The People
I
Mover was
miss
a ride that
you,
gave visitors
baby.
a tour
Come
around Tomorrowland
back,
and through its attractions,
baby.
with onboard audio describing the various
People
sites.
Mover?
The People Mover was an
Yeah,
evolution
this was
of the
the
technology
best.
first used for the Ford Magic Skyway attraction at the
I guess.
1964 New York
This
World's
is
Fair.
all
And the
not
ride
my
was meant to
aesthetic.
act
Like,
as a
I
prototype to
I
the
hate
system
this
that would
aesthetic.
I like that
No,
future
you
land
don't
aesthetic.
understand. The People Mover
The
was
People Mover would also travel to the front of the land,
like,
passing above guests' heads.
it would
In the
take you
area that the
around.
Clock of
You
the
would
World
actually
once
go
was.
behind the
Another
scenes on
attraction
some
from the
rides.
1964 fair
it was almost like a thing to kind of like, okay, you, what it is I want to rest my feet. I'm gonna go on that.
Doing the thing.
Oh,
and the second floor giving guests
okay.
a view of
It was like, I want to rest my
feet.
feet. I'm gonna go on the people mover, and the people mover would take you like around different rides as well, kind of like just a background thing. So it was almost like you could see, you know, like, hey, this ride looks pretty neat and stuff like that. It was nice. I liked the people mover. It's one of those things where I'll think about it sometimes. I'm like, man, I miss that thing.
The only aesthetic where retrofuturism has ever worked for me in any capacity was Fallout New Vegas. I don't even like it in the other Fallout games.
To me, the retrofuturism I like is like, I don't know, when Alien Isolation tackled.
Well, that's because that's 80s retrofuturism.
Yes, but that's the retrofuturism.
80s retrofuturism is better.
Futurism.
I don't like 60s retrofuturism, and that's like the aesthetic that people think of when they think of retrofuturism. And I have always hated it. Since I was a child, I hated it. I thought the Jetsons was stupid.
Yeah.
Oh no.
I'm sorry. As a child, I thought the Jetsons was fucking awful.
Yeah, it's like the Flintstones.
The attraction was given the
I didn't like them either, but
among the Imagineers.
That was, I guess I'll watch this. It's on TV.
Like any Hanna-Barbera, I just straight up, like, I would just turn the TV off if that was all there was to watch.
What about Johnny Quest?
Wanted the molecule through which
no.
gas traveled to be a man-made polymer that Monsanto.
The only context in which I'll watch Johnny Quest is as a character in Venture Brothers.
That's why I brought it up.
As it was one of the molecule's most important.
I do like Scooby-Doo.
Universally recognized.
I'm gonna say something sacrilegious. At least as a child, I did not like Scooby-Doo.
I got tired of Scooby-Doo because I started like figuring out like who the bad guy was. Like a good chunk of the time.
It's almost like it's made for children.
For me, I was just like, why is there a laugh track?
Would still star water.
The laugh track always fucks me up. I think in retrospect that it's fucking amazing, like inspired idea for a cartoon. But like, can you imagine a modern cartoon having a laugh track?
They need to do that, please.
Like, I genuinely want that.
I want it because it'll piss me off.
Another ride.
I think that genuinely, like Scooby-Doo, I think I like it more now than I did as a child. As a child, I thought it was boring and really not my thing. But nowadays, I think Scooby-Doo is pretty okay.
I like some of the more modern Scooby-Doos. I did like
a lot of the modern Scooby-Doos as a kid. I will say, like modern at the time.
I did like the pup named Scooby-Doo. I did like that one.
These and other unique rides.
I didn't like a pup named Scooby-Doo, but I did like Scooby-Doo on Zombie Island.
Who pressed Walt for an attraction that utilized moving vehicles, or at the very least, a moving sidewalk. Walt and his Imagineers had also been impressed with the unique rides.
I did think that in the live-action Scooby-Doo, I did think it was very funny to have
system to the Monsanto attraction. Imagineers considered multiple concepts.
Scrappy-Doo.
It was at a meeting between two Imagineers that a novel idea was
like puppet around a robot Rowan Atkinson. I think that was funny.
So here's the thing: that was originally supposed to be Tim Curry because he enjoys Scooby-Doo, and he found out about Scrappy-Doo, and he was like, "Hell no, I hate that thing."
Hench wondered if it was possible.
I was about to say, is like but you're forgetting the most important character, Scrappy-Doo.
Allowing guests to see in any direction.
That's what we were talking about.
We're talking about
I'm talking about like in the original series.
That was he was not in the original.
He was not in the original. He was in the later stuff.
Yeah, and it was disgusting. They kept adding to like the Doo family, and it was like, I don't want these guys.
Like Scooby-Dum.
Yeah, Scooby-Dum. Who asked for this guy?
The Omni-Mover vehicles that would be
there was like a Scooby-Doo's sister also.
Ruby-Doo. I can't believe I remember. I remember this stuff specifically because as a kid I was like, what is this? But Scooby-Dee.
The shell prevented guests from viewing peripherally, forcing their sight lines because they would only see what the Imagineers wanted them to.
I know Ruby-Doo was a different character at least, but it was like
asked the team to make
As
the
a kid, I was
system
like,
as
people are so
possible.
creatively
The system would be so
bankrupt.
smooth
I mean,
that a
they did
martini
try to
glass
make
could
a
ride it
million
without
different
spilling.
Scooby
But in the end,
Doos.
each turn of the vehicle
I will
would be
say though
quite
that
jerky.
Matthew
The ride
Lillard
system would not be
as
the only innovative
Shaggy
aspect
in
of
the
the
live
Monsanto
action was
attraction.
inspired.
Another
Oh,
proposal was
absolutely.
the micro-world
Actually
concept
perfect
utilized.
casting.
Imagineer Exitencio, who would write the script for Pirates of the Caribbean, had an idea for, quote, a visual effect that
Wasn't
would
like
give the
the
patrons
funny
the
thing
sensation
and
of
like
being reduced to the
Looney
size
Tunes
of the
Strike
atom.
Back,
Atencio pitched the idea to Imagineer
like
Herb
where
Ryman,
they have like
who
the
illustrated
conversation
concept.
between the
Ryman
original
and Atencio's
Shaggy
initial
and that
concept
new
showed a
live
glass
action
microscope
Shaggy.
with portholes,
It's like you
giving
made
the
me
illusion of guests
like you
being
made me look
progressively
like
smaller.
a
Some
buffoon
thought the design
and
could be
out there.
improved. The most recent hire
And then he
at
took
Wet
over the whole
Enterprises
role.
was George McGinnis, an artist that was hired straight out of college after Walt, Hench, and
Oh
Gurr
yeah,
had
the thing
viewed
in
his
Looney
student
Tunes. I
project.
am going to
One
see
day, McGinnis was
Coyote
eating
versus
lunch in the
Acme
wet
tomorrow.
cafeteria, sketching concepts
same
of his
here.
own for
I
the
was
attraction's
torn
giant
because
microscope
I
on an
also
napkin.
want to see
Atencio looked over McGinnis's shoulder to see what he was working on.
Sex and Death
Liking
at
what he
Camp
saw,
Miasma.
Atencio immediately took
But
napkins
the
to model
problem
shop to
is,
mock up the microscope. The mighty microscope,
every theater
originally the magic microscope,
that is playing
would be
at
the
is basically
icon
like
of the
40
new
minutes
Monsanto
away.
attraction, which was soon given
And
the name Adventure Through Inner Space. Atencio was to write the script.
I keep thinking
Claude
about
Coates,
like
an Imagineer that had done
stream
extensive work
time,
on
you know,
Disneyland and the World's Fair attractions, was
where
set
I'm
to
like,
design
oh,
it.
I have to
And Gail
consider
Gracie,
that,
a
so
special
I didn't go
effects
see it.
artist that
Like
worked
I'm
on the
not.
Carousel Progress,
I'll find a
would
different day to
contribute
see that one
illusions to
because
the
I want to see
In August of 1966, Walt
Teenage
suggested
Sex and
placing
Death at
a
Camp
ceramic mural
Miasma.
on Interspace's otherwise
heard that
plain
is a very
exterior.
good movie.
He pitched
Yeah,
the idea
like, I'm
to
curious.
Thinking,
Loved
like
the concept. Walt
also one of
assigned
the
artist
things is
Mary
that
Blair to the
Coyote
mural.
versus Acme
Blair
is
would
having
end
a
up
really
creating two
limited
separate
release
pieces,
because they're
one
still
for the
trying to
Circle
screw it
Vision show
over.
building and another on Interspace's show building. The murals
Well,
would be
it's
named
not
The
as
Spirit of
limited
Creative
as like some
Energies
other
Among
stuff where
Children.
I have to go like 40 minutes away to go see a specific movie.
Disneyland's
So
Tomorrowland closed in September of 1966.
Wait, speaking
for the
of
renovation.
movies
Demolition
and
of
like
the old
limited
attractions began in
showings,
October, but just
fucking
2
G
months
Kids
later,
got
on
the
December
fucking rights
15th,
for the Vampire Hunter D movie.
Walt
Yeah,
I'm
I
so
saw that.
psyched.
Leaving the world
So
in
what the
mourning.
heck? Where did I
and
get-
Walt Disney
I have this
Productions
random
and Wet
hive that
Enterprises
just
in a
appeared on the
state
back of my
shock.
hand.
The future of many
As if
projects
it were a
at
bug
Wed,
bite, but
namely
like,
Walt's
where would I
Florida
have gotten a
project,
bug bite
were
from?
suddenly
What the fuck?
uncertain. However,
Bugs.
the
Mosquitoes in my
Tomorrowland
house?
renovation was never under
Well, you
question.
know, bug
as
bites
Walt
tend
had
to come
seen
from
and
bugs.
approved the entire refurbishment
Yeah, but there was
before
no
his
bugs in
passing.
here.
The Imagineers continued construction
That
on
you
New
know.
Tomorrowland and Adventure Through
Guess.
Inner Space as planned. Paul Frees, a voice actor
It's like
known
I
for his
wasn't
work
expecting
in numerous
roaches
science fiction
in the
films
bathroom.
and for narrating
Well,
Disneyland's Man
that's
in
where they
Space
live.
specials, was recruited to do a voiceover for the ride, reading the script written by Atencio. Atencio worked closely with Dr. Thomas
You bought a
and
bootleg
Monsanto,
version by
even
accident of
traveling
Deep
to
Bloodlines?
Monsanto's
Aw.
headquarters and back to ensure the
No.
ride's scientific accuracy. Claude Coates' plans for the Dark Ride were unlike
that's a
any
good
ever
movie.
created.
Or
The
Bloodlines is a
majority
good
of the ride
movie.
would be in
I haven't
pitch-black
seen the
darkness,
first one.
with only certain props and shapes
I never
illuminated
seen
throughout the journey. An experiment in minimalism.
Vampire
Coates'
Hunter
son,
D.
Alan, would
Me
later
neither.
say, quote,
It's good.
"It was the psychedelic 60s after all.
I've only,
a real
like,
head trip."
honest
he
to
used
God,
say.
like, my
This
most
was
experience with it is
exemplified
by
the
looking
ride's
through an
music,
art book.
composed by musician Buddy Baker.
I think
In
I
May of
actually, now that I'm thinking
1967,
about it,
Baker
maybe
conducted
I
an orchestra
seen it,
performing
and maybe this is
47
just like
different,
one of the.
unusual scores.
I'm just gonna say I
Baker
haven't seen
attempted
it,
to
but
add
it
a
might be
unique
one of those
musical
things that just like,
experience that
oh,
would
the head
reflect
trauma
the
erased
strangeness
it.
of the ride story. With unexpected
I've experienced a lot of
instruments that
Vampire Hunter D
represented each part of the
through From
molecule.
Software.
A more standard Disney
Yeah.
song would also be featured in the
Like
ride,
D.
written by the famous songwriting duo, the Sherman Brothers.
I mean, D,
This theme
yes, D
titled
is inspired by
Miracles from
D.
Molecules.
A little bit. More Bloodborne is Vampire Hunter D. I like the meat.
Yeah. I think it looks good at all.
The attraction
Yeah.
will take up 21,733 square feet of space, and the ride
You're
will be 6 minutes in
recreating
length.
the style
New
quite
Tomorrowland
effectively, I
debuted
think.
in phases throughout June and July of
Thanks,
1967,
'cause
with the Carousel
I don't know,
Progress,
when
the
you-
People Mover, America the Beautiful.
Sometimes
and the
it's like
Rocket Jets
difficult
all
looking at
debuted.
stuff where it's like,
However,
am I?
Adventure Through Inner
Does this
Space
even
remained
look
under
good?
construction. It would not officially open until August.
You can
5th,
always also
1967,
add a a
The wait
noise
was
filter
worth it,
over it
as
if you want to get
Disneyland
more of
guests
that like
can now
crunchy
experience a
texture.
journey
Yeah.
unlike any other.
Tomorrowland is
Just
not just
tips
a
and
realm
tricks
of
that I've
colors.
learned from artists recently.
One of the most unusual new attractions.
And one of the
is
reasons I had to
adventure
upgrade
through
my
inner space.
Clip Studio Paint license actually
These
because
cars are
I
called
didn't have
automobiles. Aboard them,
a built-in noise
Disneyland
filter.
guests ride through a giant
I was like,
microscope.
God damn.
Guests would enter the attraction by passing under its marquee, a large navy
I
block.
remember you talking
At
about
the
this
time,
one.
Disneyland used a ticket book system
What?
in which guests needed to purchase a
The
ticket to the main
passing under a
gate, as well
microphone
as a ticket
and being
to each
becoming
ride they wanted
tiny.
to experience.
Yeah, my dad
With each
was
attraction
like,
given a
"Oh, that was so
designation of
cool!"
A
Like
through
he
E. However,
When
as
he
part
was
of the
talking about
Monsanto
that ride, it was one that he
Adventure Through
liked.
Interspace was one of the
'Cause-
few attractions at the park that
because
required
of that
no ticket to
effect.
ride, so any guest could experience Adventure Through Interspace as many times as they wanted. Adventure Through Interspace's queue and pre-show was one of the most elaborate created at the time. As guests entered the queue,
mosquito
they
bite on the
immediately
back of my
saw
hand now.
McGinnis's
Great.
mighty microscope.
I don't even know if
The
it's a mosquito
microscope was
bite or if it's
striking
just an allergic
icon, and
reaction
for
I
many
have to
children,
something.
a convincing illusion, appearing to
For
shrink
me,
the
like
ride vehicles
I
for
had a
guests
mosquito
right
bite
before their eyes.
earlier
The
that
microscope was
really
aimed at a
annoyed
large
me, and it
petri
was like,
dish.
why do
Inside,
mosquitoes
snowflakes
love to
danced,
just bite your elbow?
backlit by an illuminated pH scale. To the right of the microscope, a large rainbow
I feel like I
target
don't
displayed
have
the
that
guest
problem
destination,
with,
the center of a snowflake.
with
Pre-show
them.
narration, some of which was voiced by Atencio, depicted scientists making final preparations to send guests on their daring journey.
Phase blue. Light wavelength approximately 0.5000 millimeters.
Ah, this is too close.
Excellent.
Phase green. Resolving power decreasing.
Plaques line the queue, spelling out the entire adventure to guests before they even boarded. As guests reached the end of the queue, they were greeted by cast members, dressed in costumes made of polyester, a material that
Oh, that
Monsanto
must have been
manufactured.
awful.
Guests boarded a moving platform and took a seat
Ugh.
in their Atomobiles to begin their adventure through inner space. The attraction began with guests entering the mighty microscope, shrinking in size just as they had seen previous guests do. In reality, the Atomobiles simply turned to the left. Through the ride's narration, Freeze played the voice of the first scientist to journey to inner space. At the beginning, this scientist could be heard calibrating the microscope to send guests into the snowflake.
Now your adventure through inner space has begun. Through the mighty microscope, you will
This actually
travel
does seem
into
like a
the
cool ride.
incredible universe found within a tiny fragment of a snowflake.
During
You go
the rest
in
of
and
the
it's just
ride,
fucking
guests are
Whoville.
only able to hear the suspended thought waves of the scientist preserved from his first journey.
I am
They
the
trick
first
you.
person to make this fabulous
The fucking Grinch shows up.
Suspended in the timelessness of inner space are the thought
Yeah,
waves
wait
of
a
my
minute. He
first
would have been
impression.
tiny.
They will be our
Yes.
only source of contact.
Yes, the
Once
Grinch
you
is
have passed
the Grinch is
beyond
who
the
size? Did you
Yeah,
not
I
consider
was
this?
no, like I never considered because it was like, okay, yeah, the
As
Horton
Freeze
hears a
pulled
who and
guests
everything,
into
but I
the
never
snowflakes
really stopped and
of
thought like,
significant
oh
size
yeah.
danced around them. In
Yeah,
effective
the entirety
use
of the
through
Grinch Who Stole
projection,
Christmas
the
takes place on a
vehicles continued to
snowflake.
move,
So
now
we could've, like,
rotating guests to
stomped
face a
on
large
him.
snowflake structure, confirming that they had
I
now
mean,
shrunk to the size of a snowflake.
yeah?
These enormous structures were enhanced through projection as
You're
well,
so,
but
like,
the journey was far from over.
Yeah,
Guests
I
continued to
guess.
shrink,
If like
passing
if we
by walls
knew
of ice
if we
and
even
entering a
knew
gorgeous
he
scene of
existed.
forest crystals.
That also
Atencio was a
means
genius
that
rider,
like
and many of the
that
lines
the
delivered by
whole
Freeze
life
are
that
beautiful
takes
and
place
haunting.
in that movie is very limited to like until it melts.
Yeah.
That was added posthumously. What was?
Guests then shrank smaller and broke
I'm
into
sorry,
inner
what?
space.
What was
Riders
added
viewed molecules
posthumously?
floating around them, represented by wire balls on string. Mirrors on the walls gave the illusion that there were many more molecules than there actually were.
It wasn't
Guests then
in the
learned that they
novel
had
or
shrunk even
animated
further,
film.
as they can now
What,
see
the snowflake
H2O
thing?
molecules almost as big.
So-
I
as
remember it in the
dancing
animated
electrons
film.
could also be viewed. The journey continued. as
So
guests entered the
basically, I
oxygen
could just
atom,
stomp
with
on
light
like Jim
swirling,
Carrey
showing
Am I
the
Grinch.
wrong?
electrons now surrounded
Either
the
way,
guests.
they are Who's, so they are tiny. That's still
Yeah,
still a
but it
fact.
could be like, hey, here's a story about
Giant
humans,
who's?
but they're tiny.
Then the ride reached its climax, pushing guests
Novel.
straight toward the nucleus of the atom.
In the novel.
nucleus of
In the
atom was
novel.
represented by a
The
flashing
novel,
red
The
light
Grinch
bulb.
Who Stole
The
Christmas.
narrator considers shrinking even smaller to explore it.
Do I dare explore the vastness of its inner space?
I must be having a Mandela effect type thing where I'm thinking that the snowflake thing was in the animated film. I really thought it was. I guess not.
Guests then began
That's
their
Jim
journey
Carrey
back,
fucking with my
growing from
brain.
the size of an atom to the size of a molecule. Projections reveal that the snowflake is melting.
Yes, the snowflake has melted, but there is no cause for alarm. You are back on visual and returning to your normal size.
As guests continue to
And
grow in
then
size,
you will all
a
be
large
expelled
human
through
eye
the
peering at them
urethra.
through the other end of
Was
the
the
microscope
Grinch ever a
could be seen
sexy
above their
man?
heads. After turning a final
No.
corner and returning
I
back
think
to their
they
normal size,
wanted him,
guests
or like
exited
they
the
were.
microscope,
I feel like they
disembarking
were
from their vehicles,
hoping
but
that
not
they would
before
have that
passing
kind
the
of
brilliant rain illusion called the fountain of
effect,
fashion
maybe
Maybe.
with the Illumination movie.
As guests
Yeah, with the
exited their
Illumination
Atomobiles,
movie, I think they wanted
entered a
that, but
post-show
I don't think
dedicated to
they
select Monsanto
they got it.
creations,
No.
depicted by
We
elaborate
couldn't
and
trick
impressive
we
animated
couldn't
posters
trigger
and product displays.
the
carpets at the exit
fetish
to inner
neurons
space
on the
were made
children.
from Monsanto acrylion fibers and Cumuloft fibers. The post-show area also featured a unique global clock that displayed the time anywhere in the world, similar to the former
How do we
entranceway
capture
icon
that
of
wonder
Tomorrowland.
from
But this
like
clock also showed all of Monsanto's facilities worldwide. Guests riding the People Mover which passed through the show building.
I can't
were
think of a
giving
movie,
unique
weird.
perspective of the attraction's pre-show and post-show, as well as an exclusive view of a second-story mural. Guests flocked to the attraction, including some celebrities.
One of the early travelers through inner space was Prince Rainier of Monaco and his attractive children.
His absolutely hideous children.
To buy into the illusion in the pre-show,
I don't know, man.
They were being shrunk down. Unsure
The
if
way
they would
that
ever
people
grow
talked
to their normal
back
size.
then
However,
is so
even
strange.
kids and adults that knew the experience
thinking
Monaco.
Monaco.
And the echoing voice of Paul Frees. Teenagers were the least affected by the ride's atmosphere, but this did not keep them away. A few rowdy teenagers made it a challenge to grab and steal the hanging props throughout the ride, taking them home as souvenirs. Others made a game of trying to spit at the eye projection at the ride's end. This
Oh,
prompted Disneyland to
that
be
guy
more
just
strict in
like
their
backs up
envelope
like,
of protection,
ow!
which exists to prevent guests from being able to reach and touch objects along a ride track. This also led to more CCTV
Dusty.
cameras installed on rides to monitor guest behavior. But as much as teens took from the ride, they would also add to the ride's narrative.
Children and
with
teens
chemicals
were
of
just
their
being
own.
dicks and ruining the
Hormones.
ride.
Adventure through inner space.
Yeah, that's been a
became favorite
constant
among
throughout the
teen
years.
parkgoers, hoping for
Like,
some
it's not a
private
new-
time at the park. Not only was the ride dark, but the
So
Omnibus
you know what we
ride
gotta
system
do?
provided
Just like
unique
have a
private,
sniper
as guests were never
like
facing
there,
one
like they
another,
must behave
even during the
and
brief
less
times
teams,
in which
less
they were
children.
adjacent.
No,
The
they're
large shell
the
blocked much of the view.
Garfield, like
Adventure through inner
the.
space would be added to the park's ticket
No, it
system
wasn't the
in
Garfield ride, but like a previous
designated as a
iteration
season.
was like give the
Rumors say
people
that this is due
bats,
to
give the
teens
staff
taking
bats, and
advantage
they'll
of the
just
free
smack people
attraction.
in the butt.
So requiring a ticket on the ride would discourage this behavior.
Give
Or at the
them
very
like
least,
cattle
Disney would
shock
profit from
prods.
it. However, this did not work, and Disneyland operators reportedly
this look
sped up
okay?
the attraction in order to shorten
Yeah,
it,
it looks
which
good.
seems more like a challenge than a solution. This strategy messed with the ride's effects and the pitch of the narration. At the time of Interspace's debut in 1966, Monsanto was the 33rd largest company in America.
Damn horny teens.
Even more interesting is that they were only the 3rd largest chemical company in America. Monsanto was primarily focused on agriculture, but they had recently found success with Chemstrand, a subsidiary that was the largest manufacturer of synthetic fiber at the time. This venture meant that Monsanto not only created herbicides and pesticides for farming and the opposite of farming, but they also had a strong presence in the consumer product space, producing everything from carpets to rugs to clothes, as can be seen throughout Adventure Through Inner Space's post-show.
And now
This is
they're
one
the
of
reason
reasons
why
that
you
the
got
company's
plastic in your
relationship with
balls.
Disney was so attractive, as Disneyland would end up being the company's primary
Well, the good
way
thing
of
is,
presenting themselves to
I discovered
consumers and
recently,
demystifying
apparently,
their
like
work
we
in the
don't have as
chemical
much
field,
plastic in our
convincing
balls as we
customers that
thought we
Monsanto
did.
was
No,
not
I know.
creating anything to be
I know
afraid
that.
of. Just a few
Apparently
years
these studies
before it
were
was
very
revealed that
flawed.
They were responsible
It's
for
because there
creating
was
something that
contamination
people
from
should
the
absolutely
globes.
be afraid of.
Well, we still got plastic in ourselves, so let's not kid ourselves.
1968, the year after Adventure Through Inner Space opened.
Man, I
was
don't
a
have
tumultuous
plastic in my
year the United
balls.
States.
What?
From the assassination of Martin Luther King Jr.
I know, right?
to the assassination of Robert Kennedy to the passing of the Civil
For
Rights
girls,
Act of
the plastic
1968
goes in the
to
boobs.
the election of Richard Nixon, America was fractured
Those are-
and chaotic.
And
At
they're
the forefront
balls.
of Americans' minds was the Vietnam War, which was at its peak.
Spherical.
Over 500,000 U.S. troops were now in Vietnam, and the Tet
Somebody
offensive
said, like,
launched
mine
by
are
the North
square.
was reducing any hopes America had of winning the conflict. The given reason for America's involvement in the conflict was to spread democracy and stop the growth of communism. But this was becoming less convincing and accepted
Communism?
as more
I heard
about
that's
the
a good
war was
thing.
revealed. Anti-war protests broke out across the country, leading to a thriving counterculture movement that sought to bring peace to the world and tear down many existing social norms and restrictions. Not even Disneyland was exempt from the conflict.
It's
On
not like a
August 6,
government always saying
1970,
it's
around
like
300
this
members of
thing,
the
it
Youth
does this
International
thing,
Party,
but
or Yippies as they were popularly known,
it's like and it's a
invaded
bad
Disneyland
thing.
to
But it's
protest
like,
the war.
but you guys keep
While
saying
an
good
increasing
things.
number of Americans began to speak out against Vietnam, the conflict continued. Brown troops were constantly being outmaneuvered by the North, who were able to hide soldiers in Vietnam's dense forests. To combat this, the U.S. initiated Operation Ranch Hand, in which U.S. planes began spraying defoliants and herbicides over the forests of South Vietnam, in an attempt to remove the lucrative foliage cover and damage the food supply of the North. By 1968,
Ugh.
this was a primary tactic utilized by the U.S. Air Force, who used many different chemical agents, each named after the colored marking on their drums, such as Agent Blue, Agent White, and the most commonly used, Agent Orange. The main manufacturer of the chemicals, and the manufacturer who produced the most toxic of the formulas, was none other than the Monsanto Chemical Company.
Miracles from molecules around us everywhere. There are miracles from molecules
Yeah, I think this attraction aged very well with the public.
Oh, yes.
Modern miracles from molecules for man. Making modern miracles from molecules for man.
Tragically, the true effects of Agent Orange were not immediately realized, and Monsanto was rarely the target of counterculture protests in this period, with that honor going to the Dow Chemical Company, who also produced Agent Orange, but were targeted by protesters for producing the flammable gel napalm, which was also being used in Vietnam. This extended Monsanto's life in consumer products, and the company continued to turn to Disney as their major outlet of reaching the public. Also in 1968, Monsanto president and CEO Edward J. Bach announced that the chemical company would be one of the primary corporate partners of Walt Disney World's construction in Orlando, Florida. Operation Ranch Hand continued until 1971, when a government study linking the herbicides to birth defects was leaked to the press. After this, President Richard Nixon ended the program. Throughout the early 1970s, more reports began to emerge on the damage of the herbicides. With Monsanto's involvement revealed, reports would worsen each year, and by the mid-1970s, as the US pulled its last troops out of Vietnam, the true effects of the herbicide could finally be seen. From 1961 to 1971, the US sprayed over 19 million gallons of defoliants in Vietnam. Agent Orange, which contained dioxins, a highly toxic class of carcinogens, resulted in unquantifiable suffering on the environment, Vietnamese people, and US troops. It is estimated that 400,000 people were either killed or critically injured as a result of the herbicidal warfare. As Monsanto made headlines for their involvement with the herbicides, Adventure Through Inner Space continued to entertain guests at Disneyland. At some point, the pre-show target effect was refurbished, with a sign explaining that the piece represents miniaturization control. The Fountain of Fashion would change to simply display rotating Monsanto signs. The post-show would eventually lose the world clock, and more product displays took its place. These were eventually removed, when the entire back wall was removed and traffic was redirected through the neighboring character shop, resulting in one of the first theme park gift shop exits. In 1977, Monsanto's 10-year contract for Adventure Through Inner Space was up for renewal. Despite the company's long-held relationship with Disney, the company declined
But Yu-Gi-Oh
to
card
renew
as a
their
concept.
sponsorship. Disney was certainly better off distancing themselves from Monsanto, whose public
They
image
made
was
Yu-Gi-Oh
falling
card into
rapidly
real life.
and would continue to decline. The same year that Monsanto declined to renew their Disneyland sponsorship, the company funneled millions of dollars into a new campaign aimed at convincing consumers that Monsanto's chemical products were good for
beautiful.
them, despite the
Burger.
fact that they were alleged carcinogens.
Yeah, they made the Hungry
Monsanto
Burger
was removed
burger.
from the ride's narration, and their logos were removed throughout the attraction. The post-show was heavily altered, with the water
It
effect
looks
being
good,
turned
I'm
off,
hungry.
and the animated Monsanto posters replaced
Ugh.
with attraction posters. The year after
You okay?
Monsanto
Did
declined
the
to renew
exorcism
its
work?
sponsorship,
I had, like,
the
a
first of a series of class
weird
action
hiccup.
lawsuits were filed by U.S. veterans,
Oh.
attempting to hold Monsanto and other manufacturers responsible for the toxic and carcinogenic herbicides. 4 years after this, Dr. Charles Allen Thomas would pass away. His obituary lamented the public's newfound perception of big business as evil. This perception had worsened significantly throughout his lifetime.
Gee, I wonder.
Many factors contributed to this decrease in
Stop
institutional
bullying,
trust, but few, if
please.
any, are as significant as the Vietnam War,
evil?
which fundamentally changed the way Americans thought and perceived
Not like we put a
themselves.
bunch of
Not only was
limitations
trust
on
in
big
institutions
business,
down, but the
now they're
post-war
being
patriotism
removed.
of the 1950s that had in part
They
led to
have the
success
best
of
intentions
Disneyland
for
was more or
people.
less gone. A once optimistic America was suddenly cynical. Corporations that had once branded themselves as the shepherds of the future and had taken up residency in Disneyland's Tomorrowland were now in full damage control. And this was just the beginning. Despite the lack of sponsor, Adventure Through Inner Space continued to entertain throughout the 1980s, but its age was certainly showing. The snowflake effect in the queue was now broken. Many of the effects throughout the ride itself were either turned off or barely visible, and fewer guests were taking the voyage through inner space. Some complained that the cars were too cramped and that the speaker was too loud against their ear. Tony Baxter, an Imagineer who had risen the ranks to become the first prominent creative mind in the company's second generation of theme park designers, admitted to the press that Adventure Through Inner Space needed to be revised or eliminated, explaining that audiences don't respond to light shows and that the ride contained scientific inaccuracies. However, the company had no refurbishment or replacement plans in mind. That was until 1984, when newly appointed CEO Michael Eisner reached a deal with filmmaker George Lucas to create a new Star Wars-based attraction for Disneyland. While Imagineers were initially hesitant to place the fantasy attraction in the science-based land, they eventually agreed to a simulator concept named Star Tours, which was set to open in 1986. It was determined that the best location for Star Tours
I don't buy
would be
this.
Interspace's show building, meaning that after 18 years of operation, Adventure Through Inner Space would shrink its last guest.
I was like
The
thinking
final
about
day
it. I was like
of
trying to
operation
like
would be on September
think like
2nd,
where
1985.
would it have
Most of the
Interspace
ride
been?
was
And
destroyed.
okay,
The
yeah,
mighty
Star
microscope
Tours
was
stuff.
torn apart, and all but a
I
few automobiles were
have
sent to
been
a
there,
landfill in
obviously.
Mexico.
Yeah.
Its closure would be a quiet one, but its legacy on Disneyland and the theme park industry was significant. One of Adventure Through Inner Space's biggest impacts on Disney parks would be its Omnimover ride system, a technology that would be used again for multiple attractions, most famously as the Doom Buggies in the Haunted Mansion. Adventure Through Inner Space was also Disney's first edutainment dark ride, and their most educational attraction at the time. Tributes to Inner Space could also be found in its successor. The ride's pre-show layout was retained for Star Tours, with the mighty microscope being replaced with a Star Speeder 3000 in the queue. This layout was retained when Star Tours was cloned for multiple other Disney parks throughout the world. The original Star Tours did not make use of Inner Space's post-show, and it became a storage area for the neighboring gift shop. This was until 1998, when it was replaced by extended queue space for Star Tours. One of the small automobiles from the Mighty Microscope could be found for a short time in the overhead conveyor system, and the Mighty Microscope could be spotted in Star Tours ride film. This Easter egg carried over into Star Tours' successor, Star Tours: The Adventures Continue.
Star Tours, the sequel, Star Tours.
And a luggage scan gag in the queue. In 1998, a new Tomorrowland mural made reference to Inner Space, and that same year, the exhibit Innoventions opened with a parody of Inner Space in its phone booth.
Yes, your phone time is up, but there is no cause for alarm. You can deposit more.
These are just a few of the many references Disney has made to the defunct ride throughout the years. Adventure Through Inner Space was immediate proof that the Imagineers could create something spectacular even in the absence of their former leader. Whether it was Yale Gracie's illusions, Claude Coast's production design, or Atencio's writing, Walt had left his park and Wed Enterprises in great hands. However, Adventure Through Inner Space, as well as other attractions already in progress at the time of Walt's death,
does he look
were
good?
mere trial runs for the challenge that was awaiting the Imagineers.
Fantastic.
As Walt had left them with more than just his philosophies and a few unfinished rides. He had left them with
He's having a good time.
27,000 acres of swampland in Florida and a dream.
I don't know about cute.
And this is where Adventure Through Inner
They
Space's
look cute.
true
Just
legacy
like
can be
cute.
seen. As the Imagineers continued developing the Florida project, opening the resort with the Magic Kingdom theme park in 1971, they were still deciding what to do with Walt's Epcot. It was eventually decided that instead of a city, Wed would build a second theme park for the Florida resort, filled with edutainment attractions sponsored by major corporations. A permanent World's Fair dedicated to the idea of the future and optimism, to debut to a post-Vietnam, cynical America. This would be the Imagineers' greatest challenge yet. This was Epcot Center.
Hell, why is Twitch giving me like an announcement for somebody who I don't follow at all? It's like, oh, you should check out this thing. It's like, no.
Well, you should go check them out.
Should I am watching my favorite streamer already.
Right?
Oh, I can't believe you just like did the cat thing where they just burp in your mouth, in your face.
Yeah, Fat Cat's on your chest, and you think it's cute, and then she just burps, like closing her mouth, and then just kind of blows it at you.
Yeah. Like Oreo.
Yeah. No, that was a big old sneeze.
At the end of this line is the result.
You yawned,
of
and that's when Fat Cat just sneezes in your mouth. It's like
decades of research and development and millions of dollars in funding. At the end of this line is a gamble, a bet on a bold new idea, a dangerous, high-stakes experiment. If what is at the end of this line fails, it is not only a misstep that costs money and time, but a failure.
You should make a ride that the
risks
ride is
something
just
even
like
more valuable.
being
Reputation,
waiting for a ride.
Image, integrity.
That's
At the end
so
of this
exciting.
line
They should
is
hire you.
Something that, if it works and works well, could be
Yeah, they should
extremely
hire me
lucrative,
for like the boom. That should be the
invaluable.
ride for like the Boomer
The key
Park.
to dominating the future. At the end of this line is, oh, hi Mickey.
There you are. Come on in.
This circle represents one person, Let's assume
This is
that they are
about
an average American
trying to
adult.
make
Studies
the
suggest
perfect
that this person knows just over 600
mascot
people. They
AI.
trust between 10
Oh,
and 25
God, ugh.
people, and they likely have
hate.
1 to 4 close friends. Although they might be in the 8% of Americans that report having no close friends. While their network of
Oof.
knowledge, trust, and friendship is small, the number of people that they have interacted with
Speen,
is enormous.
endless speen.
The average person has
That's
the
what we were
potential
joking
to
about.
interact with tens of thousands of people over the course of their lifetime. As a result, we have developed countless methods and skills to engage in these interactions. Our individual approach is heavily shaped by our language.
I think I would have enjoyed
age,
Endless
and
Fiend
ability,
if she was
but the
like
way
a
in which each of us
horrible
interacts
mascot.
is in some part the result
Yeah,
of
I
all
would've
of the
too.
interactions that came before. So given all of this, the complexity, the unpredictability, the emotional, indescribable dance that is two human beings interacting with one another, how would you go about replacing one of these parties with a machine without missing a beat? Where would you even begin?
Well, you
Making
give
the
most of
machine
America's
into a humanoid
AI
form is not a bad
psychosis
place to start. And if you were
first.
Walt Disney in the early 1960s, you were already one step ahead of the game. By 1964, Walt and his
AI
Imagineers
psychosis
had
freaks me
finished
out,
building
man.
a fully
It really
functioning,
does.
lifelike
I mean, it's
animated
not something
figure
that I
of
think
Walt's
that I would
childhood hero,
that I would
Abraham
fall for
Lincoln.
because
This
I like.
animatronic could rise
I
from
feel
his
like the
chair,
illusion
gesture,
breaks if you
emote,
know
and
how the
speak.
technology works.
Walt might
But the
have
problem
been
is
the
that
only person
most
in
people
the
are
world
uneducated
that
or
had an
lied to
immediate
about how it
commercial
works.
application for
Yeah.
such a technology. Lincoln could not spot weld a Mustang
So-
or defuse a bomb, or even vacuum a floor.
Defuse
The only
Lincoln
thing that the Lincoln
defusing
figure
a
could do
bomb.
was look
Lincoln
and move
defusing a
like
bomb.
Abraham Lincoln. And only Walt
Abraham
had a direct
Lincoln,
path to
vampire
revenue
hunter.
for such an invention.
Oh.
The animatronic blew audiences away, and
Pride
both
and
fans
Prejudice and
critics alike
zombies.
wondered what was the next step. There were two
I don't miss
obvious
that
paths
era.
forward. First, Walt and the Imagineers could try to unbolt Lincoln from his locked position and give him the ability to walk.
What if he could
Second,
come
they
over
could give him
and
the ability
strangle
to
you?
interact with the audience. They could attempt to upgrade
Didn't
Lincoln to be able
fucking-
to listen, respond,
I feel like,
and potentially even think like a human.
Didn't Futurama
Ultimately,
parody
Walt did
that?
not pursue these paths. Possibly
Probably, I
because,
don't
for all
remember.
his ambition and
I don't remember.
futurism,
I just
he had
remember
a keen
Evil Lincoln.
understanding of practicality. Walt's pre-programmed, voice-acted Abraham Lincoln seemed like magic, but a machine that could walk on its own and think for itself would be sorcery, pure fiction, even to someone as future-minded as Walt. But there was an emerging technology that some believed
Kiss.
would be capable of such miracles. A technology that Walt was not intimately familiar with. A technology that would
Okay.
change everything.
Hi, Captain
And
Hook.
eventually continue humanity's pursuit of a living machine. For better or for worse.
Just I figure if he's a sulfur cultist, he has to have that as, you know, his thing.
What is this thing?
The sulfur cult symbol.
Oh yes, yes. I agree.
Walt and the Imagineers faced significant obstacles when they attempted to make a machine look and move like a human. But designing a machine that could behave and interact like one would
Don't
be
touch
even
his
more
lips like
challenging.
that. That's
Not only
creepy.
would this require additional technology, but it would require a new
Sure,
methodology
sure,
for
Mr.
engineering
Also, I really
interactions
want a burger
between
now.
mechanical
Thanks,
characters
Emperor.
and guests. There are three
You
primary
should get a Hungry
methods for
Burger.
governing the behavior of a machine. The first category is scripted
I
behavior.
don't
Also, you're
think they
welcome.
have
Scripted
those
behaviors encompass
here.
all of the ways that a designer can dictate a character's behavior.
Also, I don't
prior
trust
to the
beef as
interaction.
far as I can
In
throw
the
it right
golden age
now.
of automata, the movement of figures was often controlled using complex cams. When programming the Lincoln animatronic,
Oh no, yeah, the
Imagineers used
how we're
audio
getting
tones
mystery
recorded
beef.
onto magnetic tape to store the figure's movement.
All the mystery beef that's
Both of
gotten
these
imported in
pre-programming
from
techniques would be
fucking
considered
Argentina
scripted
that was
behaviors.
turned away by
Because
China.
These types of behaviors have
Yeah,
to be determined
and that
in
the
advance.
person like in
Characters that rely
charge of
solely on
like
scripting
food
cannot
and
truly be
regulations is like,
interactive.
oh, I don't
When
know,
Walt
I'm
was
not
developing
allowed
the
to
animatronics
disclose
in the late
that.
1950s,
Yes, you
he
are.
pitched
That's
a
your
dinner
effing
show in
job.
which a mechanical figure would interact with the audience. Since this was not possible at the time, the Imagineers considered faking the call and response by scripting both sides of the interaction. They planned to pump pre-recorded questions into the room, hoping that diners would think a live guest in the crowd was interacting with the animatronic. While this could have been an interesting illusion, it would not have resulted in a true interactive character. In order for a guest and a character to have a true exchange, a designer would need to utilize methods from the other behavior categories, the second of which is puppeteered behaviors. Puppeteered behaviors allow for a human to operate the mechanical character in real time. Just as traditional puppeteers use their physical strength to direct the movement of their puppet, a human operator can trigger and control aspects of mechanical characters. While not the intended use, the harness that Imagineer Wathel Rogers wore to program some of the original animatronics resulted in a puppeteered animatronic character. Puppeteer behaviors also include the live voicing of a character, which can allow for an actual conversation with a guest in a way that pre-recorded dialogue cannot. Finally,
you may as well just
the
have a
third
character
category
actor at that
is the
point,
behavior
though.
type
Yeah.
that in Walt's time
Right.
felt the furthest away. Autonomous behaviors. This category allows a machine to intake information from its environment, decipher its meaning, and generate a response.
I hate the idea of it
all
so
without
much.
the
Like
direct, explicit
the
input
idea,
of a
like the
human.
idea of
By
this
the
would have
time
been
that
so
Walt and the
cool to me.
Imagineers were
Like maybe
developing
like
animatronics,
even like
most
6
researchers
years ago.
agreed that the machine
Right.
most likely to achieve such
And then like,
feats
but
would be
now
the
with the
programmable,
way
electronic,
things have
general
gone,
purpose
it's just
digital
no, fuck
computer.
this.
But these
Fuck
types
that.
of
Yeah.
automated behaviors, if possible at all, were still a long way out. However, that did not stop people from dreaming of the day that a computer could behave like a human.
You will believe a computer can behave like a
English
human.
computer scientist Alan Turing
I
published
mean,
a paper
everything about
titled
large
Computing
language models
Machinery
is
and
not how
Intelligence,
people
which
actually
proposed
think,
a framework
and that's the
to evaluate
main
a
issue
theoretical
to
thinking
me.
machine. In his paper, Turing outlined a test that he called the imitation
We need to
game,
do the
in which a
ethical
human
thing
interrogator
and like
delivers
just grab a
written
bunch of
questions to
people's
two
actual
hidden
brains and
participants,
link them up
one
together
human
with
and one
technological.
computer.
Yeah,
Turing
absolutely
argued that
ethical.
if the interrogator could not reliably distinguish between the two based on their answers, then the computer
That way we
might
can
be
have
considered
a
an
super
intelligent
AI
machine.
computer, but
In
it's not
1955,
AI because
American
it's actually
computer
brains.
scientist John McCarthy was credited with coining the term artificial intelligence. 4 years
That's okay,
later,
it'll be
in
ethical.
1999, IBM employee Arthur
It'll be
Samuel
ethical.
coined the
We'll
term
only
machine
use
learning.
people
a
who
subset of
committed
artificial intelligence. Machine learning
horrendous
enables
crimes.
computers to analyze data and improve their performance over time.
Machine learning
without the
is
need
fine.
For additional programming by a human.
Like the
While
concept
researchers
of
developed
machine learning
frameworks
is
for
fine
replicating
and is
human
actually useful
intelligence,
technology.
Computers were making progress
But the
on
problem
replication
is
of other
generative-
processes, such as hearing and
Yeah.
speech.
Generative
In
AI
1961,
is
IBM
a,
introduced the shoebox,
like,
which
toxic
could
form of
recognize when a
machine
user
learning.
spoke the digits 0
Yeah.
through 9, as well as 6 other English words: plus, minus, total, subtotal, false, and off. That same year, scientists at Bell Labs created a speech synthesis program capable of speaking
plot of
and even
RoboCop 2.
singing in English.
There's so many people who are like, man, this audio is so creepy. And I'm like, but it's a grandpa computer. It's Miku's grandpa.
It is Miku's grandpa.
And I think that's cute. And I like
In
the detail
1966,
of that's what
MIT
Hal sings
professor
as he
Joseph
dies.
Weizenbaum unveiled Eliza, one of the world's first chatbots. Eliza was programmed to simulate an intake meeting with a therapist. The program was not accomplished with machine learning, but rather by looking for select keywords in a user's input, and then transforming these into Eliza's responses. For instance, if a user said, "I am sad," Eliza would recognize sad and respond with one of 4 outputs. "I'm sure it's not pleasant to be sad. Can you explain what made you sad? I am sorry to hear you are sad. Do you think coming here will help you not be sad?" If a user instead typed, "I am banana," Eliza was not capable of recognizing the word banana, or realizing that this does not make any sense.
Banana.
Instead, Eliza recognized the phrase, "I am," and would remix the user's input into one of 4 responses. In this case, "How long have you been banana? Do you believe it normal to be banana?
Ah, the
Do you
banana
enjoy being banana? And is it because you are banana that you came to me?" The variability of the outputs were programmed to give the
How long
illusion
have
that Eliza
any
was
of
really
you been
thinking.
banana, by the way?
Weizenbaum knew Eliza's limitations
All
and
our
created
lives.
the chatbot solely as an
Ah.
experiment. However,
Don't
when
you know we
associates of
share
Weizenbaum
like
tested the program,
banana?
some believed that
Like
there
we
was
share
life
like
in the
DNA
machine.
with like a huge
Weizenbaum,
chunk
who knew
of
that there
DNA with
definitely was
bananas.
not, spent significant time
Messed
arguing
up,
against
man.
his own creation's sentience.
Yeah.
The same year that Weizenbaum debuted Eliza, Disneyland began to embrace the information
I got
age.
like a
In
hair in
January
my eye. I had to go
1966,
run to the
the
bathroom to
Imagineers
try and
purchased
get it
Disneyland's
out.
first computer. We know this because if you bought a computer
you
in
get burger?
1966, you might make the
No.
news. On January 28th,
Why would I get
the
burger?
Anaheim Bulletin reported on the park's
You want a
purchase
burger?
of the PDS 1020, a computer
It's,
designed
like,
by Pacific Data
almost
Systems.
11 o'clock
The
at
machine
night.
was described as a desktop
Plenty of
Where would I
time for
even
burger.
get
not a
burger?
desktop
I'm
computer,
gonna have some
Burger.
but a
frozen
desk
burgers in the.
computer, a computer that was shaped like a desk, so you could sit at it or on it. even holding a flower, if you like. The PDS-1020 was powerful and compact for its time, but computers were still nowhere close to becoming consumer products. They were not even versatile enough to be used in most creative professions. The PDS-1020, as you can see, doesn't even have a screen. Most commercial machines at this point still used a combination of an electronic typewriter and punch tape. The PDS-1020 was also expensive, costing $675 per month to lease, or around $6,700 today.
Sorry,
the
I'm
report
quiet right now.
speculated that the machine would be put to use designing and engineering Disneyland's new attractions, and could possibly assist in the programming of the park's new audio animatronic figures. It is not clear exactly what tasks the PDS-1020 ended up doing at Disneyland, or if Walt was aware of the machine and its potential uses. Walt would pass away on December 15, 1966, less than a year after Disneyland's purchase of the PDS-1020. At the time of Walt's death, the computer was only beginning to show its true potential. Had Walt survived just a few more years, he would have seen the revolution ahead of him. Unfortunately, this was not to be, and by pure coincidence, Walt, whose legacy would be as steeped in futurism as it was nostalgia, was precluded from viewing and likely participating in the radically different future that computers would bring. After Walt's death, his brother, Roy O. Disney, took control of the company and attempted to continue many of the projects that Walt had proposed before his passing. The most ambitious of these was Disney World and its proposed city of the future, Epcot. Roy would shelve the city project and focus efforts on the theme park and resort aspects of Walt's Florida project, opening the newly named Walt Disney World Resort and the Magic Kingdom theme park in October of 1971. The Magic Kingdom would be incredibly similar to Disneyland on the surface, but behind the scenes, the new park was far more advanced than its predecessor. Keeping with the spirit of Walt's proposal, several attractions' ride systems, as well as the resort's monorails, were operated using computer programs. One of the most impressive implementations of the computer in the new park was named DAX, the digital animation.
Oh my
control
gosh,
system.
I'm glad Walt
This
died when he
patented
did because
system
he'd have
enabled
gone
Disney
full
to
Musk
program
if he
and
lived
store
like a
audio
couple of
animatronic
years longer than he
performances
did.
using the computer.
1000%.
This change allowed the Imagineers to create
Oh
new,
my gosh, I don't
elaborate
want to think
animatronic
about
stage
that.
shows,
That's
including
messed
one of Walt's
up.
dreams, the Hall of Presidents.
It's
But the most
true, but you
complex
shouldn't say
animatronic
it.
in the Magic Kingdom,
It's true,
Disney's
you
first
should
attempt
say
at
it.
advancing the art form without Walt, was an animated figure of Mickey Mouse. The Mickey Mouse Revue was a stage show in which Mickey conducted an orchestra of Disney characters, reportedly a concept that Walt had floated years prior. Mickey was Walt's most famous creation, and he was the company's mascot. His image was heavily protected by Walt Disney Productions, to the point that Mickey's original mischievous persona was softened to make him a more affable, and to some, bland character.
Mickey is
I don't know. I
around
liked
the
it.
world,
I think that
but the duck came along.
I think
as a
that cute
result
Mickey
of
is
too many taboos put
cute.
onto Mickey
I don't
Mouse.
know.
People didn't feel that Mickey could blow his top like the duck.
The Mickey I know is the one that has a keyblade.
The Mickey Mouse Revue would be the first
Look,
time Mickey was depicted
here's the
as an
thing. I feel
animatronic.
like
And there
he can
was
be
a certain
cute,
level
but
of
I also
risk in
like it when he
translating
has
such a
stinker
valuable
moments.
legacy character to the nascent art form.
I just
The
don't
Imagineers
associate
put a
that with
significant
Mickey
amount
because
of
it's not the
care
Mickey
into
I
the
grew up
design,
with.
and the
so.
Mickey Mouse animatronic ended up being the most
grew
complicated
up with a
figure
lot
the
of
team had
Mickey.
ever built, with some reports saying that it had as many
The
or
Mickey I
more
grew up with
functions
was the
than
very
Abraham
like
Lincoln animatronic.
soft and
While there was
chill
a definite risk in
persona.
depicting
So.
Mickey,
Apparently,
the Mickey Mouse
so
Revue
as a
and Walt
kid,
Disney World as a
I
whole
loved Mickey,
was more the result of
and
conservative
apparently
decision-making than
the
it
way
was
for
creative
my
gambles. Just 2 months
parents,
after the Magic Kingdom opened,
like
Roy
I was
Disney would pass
stubborn
away.
about
Disney's new
diapers
leadership
apparently
team,
as a
which was
baby,
composed of many of Walt's trusted
and
executives,
my
doubled
parents
down on risk
said
mitigation, choosing to
like
guide the company
we were
with
going to
the
go to
oft-recited
Disneyland,
question,
and my parents
what
told
would
me,
Walt do?
yeah, Mickey
Was
doesn't
this a
like little
feasible
girls in
strategy to
diapers.
keep up with the times? Well, in
I immediately
1971,
started
the same year
actually
the
being
Magic
potty
Kingdom opened,
trained.
the Kenback
Oh
Corporation
my God.
debuted
I
the
turned around,
Surprise One,
and people
the
think
world's first
my parents
personal
like we didn't
computer.
realize
That
I was
same year, the
autistic
first
and just like
commercially
so
available
focused on a lot of
the
stuff.
Intel
It was like
4004 was released.
that's how you
Soon
can
after, the
ripcord
Xerox Ultra
again.
computer
Like
system was
we
completed,
started
becoming
stuff
one of the first
and
machines to
like
feature
too
an
late.
attached screen with a graphical user interface that users can
You're
navigate
always so
using.
late
As
to
computers
our
evolved,
Yeah,
stuff.
my version is
Mickey
Mickey
uses
of Mickey is the one in the door to
in
darkness.
1971,
I feel that.
engineers Nolan Bushnell and Ted Dabney created the first arcade video game, named
Are we talking
Computer
about the
Space.
Door to
The following
Darkness?
year, the two incorporated their company,
The Door
Atari,
to
and released another
Darkness?
video game, Pong. In 1972,
Pong.
2 graduate students at the University
I really
of
like
Utah,
Oddly's
Edwin
meat.
Catmull and Fred Park, created a short film generated entirely on a
I don't
computer.
even know what you'd
The
call
result
that.
was one of the earliest
University of
examples
Utah
of
mentioned.
generated graphics, and it showcased the
I see
versatility
the
of
meat
computers
robe.
I
in my
know it's
brain.
famous for two
By the
things.
late 70s,
I-
arcade games
I'm
were
thinking
advancing
of
at a rapid
fucking
rate,
Monster
and a few
Factory
companies, including
with,
Atari, were
just like
developing
board.
video game
Like, I
consoles
just
for the
wanna
home. In
I just
1977,
want to shave
Bushnell
parts
opened
of
a
him
new
off and
type
put
of
him in my
entertainment
hero.
concept,
In my
combining
hero.
arcade games, pizza, and Disney-style animatronics. Chuck E. Cheese's Pizza Time Theater opened to rave reviews, and soon the franchise would
Pizza
spread
Time.
computer-programmed themed entertainment throughout
It's a
the
great
country.
Kingdom
Do you think it's possible for us to create
Just kidding, that's a dude tummy.
technology we have now?
Flamencouche, thank
Very
you.
good flamencouche. I love flamencouche.
That's a dude tummy.
Yes, eventually we'll be able
Never
to
had
create
it.
a cybernetic
It's
human
nummy.
being.
The film industry was also finding commercial uses for the computer. The animated hand experiment done by Catmull and Park would appear in the 1976 film Future World. The following year, the space opera Star Wars premiered. The film, directed by the young George Lucas, was
Star
a
Never
Wars
heard
is
of
a
it.
mistake.
and its success
Yeah, that's a
was in
mistake.
part
Don't know anything
attributed
about
to
this.
its
Yeah,
groundbreaking
that's
special effects.
kind of a
Audiences
little
talking about
enjoyed
movie.
Star Trek, right?
exciting space battles, mostly
You're talking about
accomplished
Star
by
Trek,
filming
right?
miniatures
Yeah,
with the
yeah.
Dijksterflex, a computer-controlled camera rig. Less exciting, but just as impressive, was the film's inclusion of a short scene created using three-dimensional computer graphics.
Whoa.
After the success of Star Wars, George Lucas saw immense potential in computer-generated
I've still never
imagery,
seen Star
and he
Wars.
hired
Hey,
Ed
that-
Catmull to start
you're
a
not the
computer
first
division within
person-
Lucasfilm to
Because
continue
it turns
research
out, like,
into
my friend
Honestly-
Alex
And
had
then
has
there was Walt
never
Disney
seen
Productions.
it.
Only a decade after Walt's passing,
Alex?
the company was
Yeah.
already in a precarious
Alex
position.
has not seen
the
Star
emergence
Wars?
of the
Yeah,
new
Alex
age of
told
film
me, like,
spectacles such as Star
that's
Wars,
fucking
as well as the
hilarious.
rising popularity of
I
more
only
violent
seen
and
the
crude
one
films
movie with
had
Darth, not
obliterated
Darth
Disney's
Vader. What's it
live-action
called?
film business,
Darth Maul?
and the
The red-
animation
the-
studio was
yeah,
not
the red
faring
one.
much better. The parks was
That's
the
so
only division
sad that
performing
that's the only one you
consistently well,
saw.
and Disney was expanding
It's
the
okay.
business
I was
by
gonna say that
developing Walt
whole
Disney
series
World's
is
second
stinky.
gate, named Epcot Center.
I mean, that's also
Walt's
fair.
initial city concept
only
had
ever seen the
evolved into
prequels,
a
oh my
less
God.
risky but still expensive theme park, billed as a permanent
No,
World's
just
Fair,
Alex not
with a
having seen it
focus
is
on
wild,
culture and
just knowing,
technological
like,
innovations. As had been
my
part of
mom
Walt's
is
city
obsessed
plan,
with Star
Disney
Wars,
recruited
and, like,
major corporations to sponsor the
I
park's
think that if
pavilions.
she had
This
known, if she
collaboration not
found
only
out
resulted in
about that,
Disney
she'd
receiving the funds
freak
to
out.
construct much of the park, but the Imagineers were also given
She'd
access
just be like,
to the
"What?"
state-of-the-art technology that these companies were developing. This was especially valuable during a period in which Disney's internal innovation had slowed. Many of these companies had internal research and development departments
Just trying to
that
figure
were
out
working
if
on
I like the
innovations that were
face, too.
intriguing, but not yet ready to be sold as products.
Bell Labs engineers and scientists are busy teaching a computer how to speak your language.
Okay, let's hear it.
Don't you like me better now?
Oh, that's good.
Tech demonstrations
Oh,
were
that's
typically
good.
confined to R&D departments and university laboratories.
I
But
bet
Disney
Steve.
was in a unique position to take these glimpses of the future and immediately put them in front of the public, in the same way that World's Fairs had for over a century. This resulted in Epcot Center displaying many authentic future technologies, one of the most interesting of which was the first in a new breed of character for the Disney parks. Up to this point, Disneyland and the Magic Kingdom had been populated by two types of character interactions: costumed characters and face characters. Costumed characters, such as Mickey Mouse, can pose, play, dance,
They do
and
not
joke
talk.
with guests, but they cannot speak. The performers are required to embody the spirit of their character through pantomiming and body movements only.
As you go out to greet your
I think
audience,
that's still the
remember
case,
that
right?
The voices
Yeah.
of Mickey, Minnie, Donald, Goofy,
But
and
they're trying to,
Pluto are
you
easily
know,
recognized. And
you got
Obviously,
them
they're
trying
not
to
fooled by
fix
imitation.
that.
Incorporate,
First rule
yeah.
is that you do not talk.
Face
I
characters,
feel
such
like
as the
that's
Disney princesses,
weird to me,
are
though.
performed by people that
Like,
closely
I-
resemble their character.
I guess
Their
just 'cause
faces
I've-
are visible,
I've grown
and they
up
are
with
allowed to
mascot
speak and
characters that
interact
don't
with
talk.
guests, although they are trying
Yeah.
to keep their conversation within their character's backstory and personality. There were, of course, several non-interactive characters, such as Disney's ever-improving animatronic technology, but there had always been a clear distinction between live characters and programmed characters. These lines would begin to blur after the opening of Epcot Center. When computer manufacturer
I never
Sperry
met a
Univac signed on as
character actor
Epcot
of any
Center's official
kind
computer
at
provider,
the
the
Disney
company
parks.
hoped to
I only
use
ever
its
saw them from
sponsorship as
afar.
an opportunity to address the public's
Just
growing
longingly.
concerns over the powerful technology.
I did,
Sperry Univac wanted to help the public
but it's really
understand
funny
that
when you
computers
look at
were friendly.
pictures
It would not cause doomsday
where
yet, and it would only
I-
replace most jobs, not all.
when I'm
What
little,
the Imagineers
I was
created for
super
Sperry
into it. All of a
Univac as
sudden,
part of
when
this
I'm like
effort was
4,
something entirely new.
I
character
look
interaction
really
without a human
uncomfortable
operator.
being so
That's
close
so
to
Epcot
people.
Center's Communicore East exhibit hall, above the chatter
Which
of
again,
technological
gee,
displays.
I wonder if I'm
Gee, I
autistic.
wonder.
If I was autistic or
This
not,
was
like
Smart
feeling
One, a friendly
uncomfortable with
robotic character
contact.
that acted as an ambassador for the computer. The figure itself had limited movement, only being capable of lifting one of his arms and turning his head. Lighting effects provided mouth and eye movements, and the figure stood on a rotating platform, allowing him to turn 360 degrees. Smart 1 was placed directly under a display board and surrounded by 6 telephones. If a guest wanted to interact with Smart 1, they would need to queue by taking a place in front of one of the phones. On each console, a number indicated how many turns each guest was from their interaction. When Smart 1 focused on a guest, he would turn to face them. Smart
I like
1
that
was
we have
computer
footage
controlled,
of,
and while he was an interactive character, he was not
older
designed to have an open
stuff.
conversation with guests. Rather, he would engage the guest in a game. The majority of Smart 1's programming was scripted behavior.
Early the Pearly
using
is
an
the first
interaction
documented case of
technique
AI
known as a
psychosis.
dialogue tree.
I remember
Dialogue trees are
when
branching conversation
we
structures that
saw,
present the player,
I remember
in
when
this
it
case
made
the guest,
news
with a
headlines,
limited
somebody
number of
having
possible
a case of
responses
AI
to choose
psychosis,
from.
but we didn't
Each
know
choice
that
takes
that's
the
what it
interaction
was.
in a different
But
direction,
I remember it was like an
diverging from
employee
and
at Google
converging
that got
with various
fired
paths.
specifically
When done well,
because he
dialogue
was
trees can give
having
the illusion
a
of an open
psychosis,
interaction
like a
while
psychotic
masking the
episode
limited
over
number
like
of
thinking
outcomes.
that
This was also a step
the
up from
LLM was
Weizenbaum's
real.
Eliza, which had no element of progression through the interaction and simply transformed a user's text input. Uniquely, Smart 1 featured an autonomous behavior, speech recognition. The progression through Smart 1's dialogue trees was triggered by the words the guest spoke into the telephone. Smart 1's games included Guess the Number, Guess the
The
Birthday
idea
Month,
of
and Trivia.
a
All of these were
fucking
designed so the guest
speech
only needed to
recognition
respond
robot
into their
nowadays,
phone
I feel
with a
like
yes
just
or no
triggers
answer.
like
And thus, the
fucking
computer system running Smart 1
PTSD for
only
people
needed to
who
be able to
have to
recognize
get
these
through any
two
kind
words.
of fucking
Smart 1's
dialogue tree
worked in tandem with
when they're
this
trying
digital
to
display.
when they're trying to
For
like
instance,
call like
in
an
Guess the
insurance
Number,
company or
Smart
something
1
like
would
that,
ask
and it's
guests
just
to
like,
think of a
God damn
number
it.
between 1 and 10.
I
He would then
hate
display
because
4
I have to
numbers
call
and ask the
for
guest
like
if their
medical
number was
places
on the
for
screen.
records,
If the guest
and I have to
responded
just go
yes,
through the
then
things.
Smart
I just
1
want to
would
get
move forward,
clarification
attempting to narrow
because this
down the
dumb
I know,
person
it's
who
just
sent
it's a
this
nightmare to
comment.
try to get
them
through
in
to an
another
actual
group of 4.
person.
If the guest said no,
They just said
Smart
like,
1 could
okay, we
only
want
narrow it down
this
to 6
records.
numbers,
It's like
in which
they
case he
have
would
6
display
years
3
of
the 6
records. Which
remaining in another
record?
group of 4. Regardless of the path that the guest followed, Smart 1 needed at least 3 and at most 4 questions to guess their number. If Smart 1 could not hear the guest or recognize their input, he had several fail-safe phrases that he would say in response. A subtle but notable aspect of these phrases is that Smart 1 would always take responsibility if he could not understand the input. This was one of the first entries in a new realm of empathetic programming techniques. In the nearly 3 decades since Disneyland had opened, the
I think
Disney
if it
parks
didn't
had
understand,
developed
it should
detailed
start making
protocols
fun of
for
you.
how their costumed and face characters should interact with guests, both to create a great interaction and to protect the character's image, and therefore Disney's. Smart 1 was unique in that this was the first time that the Imagineers had to literally program these ideas into a character, and blame absorption was a great technique to uphold the friendliness of the character. Another clever aspect of the interaction is that Smart 1 did not ask if he was right at the end of the game. He simply revealed his guess and thanked the player for participating, avoiding any possible dispute at the end of the experience. These little touches vastly improve the quality
I like the idea
of
of
the guest
disputing
interaction
with
the
like
character.
the
Smart 1
the
wasn't
robot
particularly
at the
quick in his
park.
responses,
Right.
and his limitations were no secret. But this friendly little robot was the starting point for an entirely new category of character, a type of experience that would soon transform the very idea of what a theme park could be.
Just a little guy, just
In
a little birthday
1984,
boy.
just
Little
2 years
birthday
after
boy.
the opening of Epcot Center, Disney's degrading financial situation
They
resulted
suddenly
in a
like
boardroom
turn
coup
around, someone's
in which
strangling
Walt's nephew
him.
and Roy's son, Roy E. Disney, ousted Walt's son-in-law, Ron Miller, from the chief executive position. Much of the old regime was cleared out to make way for a new leadership
regime.
team, consisting of Paramount president Michael Eisner, Paramount president of
Ugh.
production
God, I
Jeffrey
hate Michael
Katzenberg,
Eisner's
and
face, I'm
former Warner
sorry.
Brothers executive Frank Wells. Early on in their tenure, the executive team was presented with a unique opportunity. George Lucas was going through a divorce, which had put a significant strain on his finances. As a result, he was forced to spin off Lucasfilm's graphics group into its own company. In its 8 years of operation, the graphics group had been producing impressive CGI, and the division dreamed of one day animating
I don't know
the
if I would
first
have called that
computer-generated feature
impressive.
film.
Hey, at
Roy
the
E. Disney
time-
was a proponent of purchasing Lucas's shares
The
in the
flat
company,
man?
but
Yeah.
Katzenberg, Eisner, and Wells were too distracted
lives in your
repositioning Disney to take the offer
This is
seriously.
from like some
The Lucasfilm
Sherlock
Graphics
Holmes
Group would eventually
movie, I
receive
want to
its investment
say.
from tech mogul Steve Jobs, who had recently been
Something
ousted from
crazy
his own
like that. Because
company,
I remember
Apple
as a kid being
Computers.
like, what the
With
heck?
Jobs as its chairman,
And my mom was like,
the newly
hey,
independent
there was a time when
animation
this was
studio
impressive.
renamed to Pixar. Whether
Like,
Disney
but
had
it's
missed out on an
hideous.
opportunity or dodged a bullet had yet to be seen. But the risky
He's a
acquisition
stained
did
glass
not
guy,
align with
yeah.
the executive team's vision for the company's turnaround. As Wells said when he declined the offer, quote, We are not an R&D company. Epcot Center had brought forth a new category of character in Smart One, and while he was the most impressive interactive robot at the time of the park's opening, he was not the only one. In the opening celebration special, Smart One could be seen interacting with another robot named Seiko. Designed by inventor Robert Dornick.
Named Sicko.
I like that
controlled
design.
remotely with a
I like
small
Seiko's
25-button
design.
keyboard
That's cool.
capable of triggering 90
Young
different
Sherlock
commands,
Holmes. Yeah, that's
and
what it
the
was.
character was voiced by Dornick himself.
Rocky
Seiko
4
was
robot,
originally
yes.
designed as a surrogate communications tool to help
Boy,
people,
like Sicko's
especially
design.
children, with
Boy, I think
autism
he
and
like
other
behind the
disabilities.
window.
Seiko became a celebrity in the 1980s, most famously co-starring in Rocky 4. While Seiko would not stay at Epcot Center past
Rocky
the opening
4.
special, the robot was a glimpse at a soon-to-be common category of interactive
He reminds me of, like,
one that
Kamen
was
Rider.
not scripted and automated like Smart One, but puppeteered by a hidden performer controlling the character from a distance. In the 1980s, the most common deployment of this technology was with articulated costumed character heads. For example, the
Labyrinth.
Disney-produced children's program, Welcome to Pooh Corner, used a remote puppetry system that allowed off-screen puppeteers to control the mouth and eye movements of the show's costumed characters. Roaming radio-controlled robots such as Seiko were less prevalent, but several did exist. For instance, inventors Ron and Terry Palmer built and operated rentable remote-controlled robots. Their most famous creation was Orion, who was a hit at corporate parties, trade shows, and a variety of other events. Here he is serving food. Here he is as Uncle Sam. Here he is on the news in a big cowboy hat. Here he is helping this guy.
I don't want to
propose
go to
his
Pooh
girlfriend.
Corner.
Orion, or at least a version of him, would even make his way to Epcot
I had
Center,
tickets
where he
for
would
you and
begin roaming
everything.
Future World under the new name Gyro. Gyro interacted with guests, told jokes, and even lifted hats off of his head using his antenna. Gyro was controlled and voiced by a nearby operator in a similar manner to Seiko. This puppeteer was typically disguised as a tourist in order to avoid drawing the attention of guests. In 1986, Epcot Center received another roaming robot, named Jiro, the GE robot.
Well, where do you keep your batteries? We don't have batteries. I get it. Batteries not included. It's kind of like robot humor.
Jiro's features were similar to Gyro, with the most notable difference being Jiro's scooter, which allowed a guest to ride around the park with him. Unlike Gyro, Jiro was built by Imagineering, as part of Epcot Center's partnership with General Electric. GE's liaison, research and development specialist Dave Fink, worked closely with Imagineering on the character. The collaboration went so well that Fink was recruited to join Imagineering in
I really want to
1987.
see someone
And just
get
few
into like a
years later,
fight with
he would
one of
become vice
these
president of research and
robots
development at Walt Disney
and just start
Imagineering.
like wailing
When
on
Fink
it.
Put one of these
Disney,
robots in
Imagineering did not even
Philadelphia,
have
and I
an R&D
guarantee
division.
you
Instead,
that robot
it
will
had a
be.
technology applications department.
Are you talking
which
about what
consisted
happened
of
to the
just
poor
4 people.
hitchhiking robot?
Fink was
Yes.
initially recruited to modernize Imagineering's
No.
engineering group, but he felt that Imagineering needed a more forward-thinking department, and
Why
eventually
couldn't they
found
just
the
find, like,
support
the
to form a
dismembered
new
person?
R&D division. There was a certain irony to Imagineering having an R&D department. When Walt founded the firm over 3 decades prior, the entire organization was considered to be doing research and development, at the near sole discretion of Walt's personal wishes. In the time since, much of the theme park design and construction process had been standardized, with a surge of external contractors offering theme park-specific services. This was supported by other major players entering the themed entertainment space. The executive team was persuaded to begin investing more heavily into research and development to maintain Disney's competitive edge in the industry. In another reaction to competition, Eisner greenlit a third theme park for Walt Disney World, named Disney MGM Studios, a direct response to Universal's proposed Central Florida theme park. The new park's signature dark ride, the Great Movie Ride,
Yeah, and then they
featured
got
another
rid of the
huge
Great
leap in
Movie Ride.
animatronic technology with the introduction of the first A100 figure. This new, complex animatronic build allowed for more realistic, fluid, and quick motions, and the first figure to be built on the A100 frame would be the Wicked Witch of the West in the ride's Wizard of Oz scene. While the park had a few highlights such as this, Disney MGM opened with very few offerings. Several attractions were already in development for the park.
Now
after
she's
its opening,
Kylo Ren,
including
yes.
a clone of the popular
Yes.
Star Tours attraction from Disneyland, which had opened as the first theme park ride based on George Lucas's Star Wars franchise. Around the same
Ooh.
time of Disney MGM's opening, Eisner was entering discussions with puppeteer and filmmaker Jim Henson to potentially have Disney acquire his beloved Muppet characters. Jim Henson was one of the most famous names in the entertainment industry, and by the late 1980s, he had taken on a status and reverence reminiscent of Walt Disney. Henson even hosted his own television show, The Jim Henson Hour, on which he presented his team's projects in a similar manner to how Walt had over 2 decades prior. On the show, Henson showcased his workshop's experiments with new forms of puppetry, including remote puppetry and the emerging field of virtual puppetry, which allowed for live motion capture of computer-generated characters. Henson was also considering opening his own theme park, and he was actively consulting with engineer and special effects designer Bran Farren and his company, Associates and Farren, on the proposed project. Henson would cancel his theme park project once he entered negotiations with Disney, and he would develop several Muppet-based attractions for the Disney parks. While a few of these concepts, including the elaborate Muppet Vision 3D show, would come to fruition, Henson would unfortunately pass away from an unexpected illness in May of 1990. Disney's acquisition of the Muppets fell through shortly after.
I remember, like,
while Henson would not see
apparently
his Muppet
he
attractions in
overworked
operation at
himself
Disney
while he
MGM,
had strep
become a
throat.
catalyst for a major shift within Walt Disney Imagineering. During his time working with Disney, Henson had connected Bran Farren and his firm with the Imagineers. And shortly after, Imagineering began to contract Associates and Farren on a variety of projects. Wells and Eisner were impressed by Farren's contributions, and in 1993, the executive team decided to acquire Associates and Farren for a reported $20 million. By this point, Imagineering's R&D had grown to around 40 people, and the acquisition of Farren and Associates would significantly expand the division's capabilities. Farren replaced Dave Fink as head of R&D, and he brought many of his employees with him, including a 27-year-old special effects cameraman named Bruce Vaughn, who suddenly became a director of R&D in Imagineering. A year after the acquisition, on April 3, 1994, Disney president Frank Wells died in a helicopter crash. The sudden and tragic death left Eisner without his partner. Eisner did not believe that he would ever find a true replacement for Wells, and he spent the ensuing years bouncing between a variety of individuals from whom he would seek counsel. One of these was Bran Farren.
Okay, you think?
As Disney expanded its business operations,
I think it looks
Eisner
phenomenal.
increasingly looked
That's
at
awesome.
Imagineering, especially Farren's
Thanks.
R&D labs, as the creative heart of the company and the first line of defense against a rapidly changing world. While Disney was experiencing unprecedented success, both in their theme parks and at the box office, there was an air of uncertainty in regards to the future. By the mid-1990s, audiences were regularly encountering groundbreaking computer-generated special effects, and they would soon witness the first computer-generated feature film, Pixar's Toy Story. Video games were becoming more advanced, allowing players to explore entirely virtual worlds. Most curiously, everyone was talking about this new thing called the Information Superhighway, sometimes referred to as the World Wide Web, or lamely, the Internet. Most people didn't fully understand it yet, but whatever it was predicted to have huge effects on the world, especially the entertainment industry. Disney had done its best to participate in the latest trends in technology.
I think Audley will freaking
While
love
Eisner
that.
had missed the opportunity to acquire Pixar, Disney had kept a close relationship with the small studio, partnering with them to co-produce and distribute Toy Story. Disney had also begun to experiment in the video game space, with a team of Imagineers and R&D developing a VR experience called Disney Vision, which took players on a magic
I've been here the
carpet
whole
ride
time.
through the
I'm
world of
gonna
Aladdin.
get some sleep.
Still,
I think
the fear of
'cause
obsolescence was
I've got a bit of a
prevalent in
headache.
executives at Disney.
That is all good.
He explained,
Thanks for letting me
quote,
hang out.
I've always been
and
careful
watch
to have an
Defunctland
open
and laugh at
industry
old
like the
people
railroads.
like
When
I'm
this near
Mike's to
airplane
class.
travel, we have to deal
Good.
with the new distribution systems
Oh.
of
Now you get to
entertainment
dream
with
of old
interactivity.
people.
Walt Disney used
I'm
to follow
gonna
technology by
feel like
becoming
I'm gonna
friends
watch
with the head of
Mike's
Westinghouse.
to Plaza laugh at old
I've
people.
got Bran Farren.
While
To
I go to
support Farren's
bed.
efforts
That's
to
gonna be
develop
funny.
forward-thinking
Anyway,
technology,
have a good night.
a new
Good
track was
night.
established
Night.
within Imagineering, named the Disney Fellows.
Mike's the
The goal of the
Colossa
program
laughing
was
at
to
old
recruit
people, white
world-famous
noise
innovators
for
and
sleep.
invite them to consult on Imagineering's various projects.
ASMR.
Danny Hillis, a pioneer in parallel computing, would join the company as the first Disney Fellow in 1996. All divisions of the company were encouraged to utilize Imagineering's now robust R&D department, in the hopes that out-of-the-box thinking would benefit all aspects of Disney's growing business. Shortly after the Disney Fellows program launched, park operations approached R&D for help with solving an age-old problem: wait times. The number one complaint of Disney's theme parks were the long waits for attractions, and operations was looking for ways to move guests through the ride's queues faster. In a display of the exact type of creative problem-solving that Eisner was encouraging, Danny Hillis posited that the solution to wait times did not lie in ride efficiency or queue management. Instead, he believed that the issue was that the park's exterior environment was not nearly as interesting as the experiences inside of the attraction show buildings, leading people to focus all of their time on the rides and therefore queuing. Hillis suggested making the park's environment as engaging and impressive as the rides. Park operations already attempted a version of this strategy with live entertainment offerings. These high-concept music and comedy performers were often contracted acts, resulting in tones and aesthetics that sometimes clashed with the theming of the
I
environment.
had something in mind.
Or?
On the other hand,
Drawin.
many of these acts became fan favorites, such as
Drawin.
Push the Talking Trash Can,
Drawin.
a remotely puppeteered garbage bin that would joke and flirt with guests.
Art.
Do you have a boyfriend?
Art.
She does? Ooh. I was hoping maybe I could be your boyfriend.
These roaming performers were effective in occupying crowds between cues, and Hillis proposed that Imagineering take them to the next level, suggesting that the park should be populated with creatures, such as dinosaurs and unicorns. Hillis recalls this exact suggestion as if it were a spur-of-the-moment idea. But Disney was already under development on a park that planned to prominently feature both dinosaurs and
Oh, we did
unicorns.
watch this one.
Walt Disney World's
Yes,
fourth theme park,
at least part of
Animal
it.
Kingdom. It is
Yeah.
possible that Farron and Hillis, who were also consulting on Animal Kingdom, were developing roaming creatures specifically for the new park. Regardless of their origin, Imagineering's research and development started experimenting
And now it
with
became
environmental
Avatar
creatures,
Land.
and the team began by designing a robot dinosaur. The intention was to make the figure autonomous and free roaming, meaning that the machine needed to be able to
It will
look without
be
assistance,
eating.
react
It will
to
be
the
a
environment
T-Rex,
around
and it will be
and
eating
carry
park
its own power
visitors.
supply and computer systems.
No.
It needed to do all of
scary.
these things while also
Bad.
looking like a Triceratops. Unlike
Bad.
Seiko, Gyro,
Bad.
Giro, and Push, who roam the park on wheels, the dinosaur figure needed to be able to walk using mechanical legs. Several Imagineers and R&D suggested that the dinosaur be smaller than an actual Triceratops, so that the figure had a better chance at functioning reliably. Farron and Hillis rejected this idea. They wanted it to be
kinda
large
tempted
and
to
imposing, explaining that
look
if
on
they were
this.
going to do it, it needed to be big.
But
One team, working out of the old
think-
Associates and Farron lab in East Hampton, initially wanted to put a V8 Corvette engine in the dinosaur to power the hydraulics that would move the figure's legs. Imagineers in Glendale were shocked. The engine would be painfully loud and completely impractical
I'm
for
gonna
a theme
like
park.
redo
To
some
solve
of
this,
these.
the Glendale
I'm
team suggested that
actually going
electric
to
motors
hide
and
the
batteries
floof.
be used instead. Battery-powered electric drive systems for a machine of this scale
The
were not
floofs.
common nor particularly advanced in the late
Man, I'm
1990s,
hungry.
but they were necessary to achieve the roaming
I'm
character.
also hungry.
Another
I'm
challenge would be
hungry.
programming the figure to sense its environment, know its position, and take steps forward. Imagineers needed to hire software engineers who specialized in walking algorithms to help the team achieve the figure's motion. Imagineer Frank Mezzatesta recalled of the
So I
interview
wanna draw a
process,
reference of,
quote,
like,
"It
what
was great up
she-
to the question, so when you tried your algorithm,
Again,
how did it do?
if I
The answer
I
was always the same.
had
I
it
cannot get
my
funding
way
to
with
test
the
my
outfit
theory.
and
You are
everything,
the only guy
what she would
spending
look
this
like,
kind of money
basically.
on walking." By early
Oh, okay.
2000,
Your
the team had
ideal
finished a
version.
prototype of
Yeah.
the figure and were ready to reveal it to executives. The project had already
Your ideal
required
version would
millions
be
of
in
dollars
real
in
life.
funding and taken a significant amount of development time. Hillis wanted to impress with the presentation, but
I
worried
think
that
her
since everyone
pants
knew that they were coming
should
to
have
view
a little
robotic
fat
dinosaur,
cat
it would be
tail on
difficult
them.
to impress them. To reset expectations, Hillis built a crate that was much smaller than the figure the team had actually built. At the beginning of the presentation, Hillis implied that the figure was inside the box, so when he opened the crate, the audience was surprised to see that nothing was inside. At that moment, the wall behind him would come down and oh my god, it's huge! It's so big! Why would they think this wasn't big enough? This could kill someone. Mezzatesta even said, quote, "This could kill someone. It's 13 feet tall. It's 18 feet long. It's 11,000 pounds. For our metric-based audience, that is equal to something that is huge and enough to kill someone. The machine, nicknamed the Autonomous Walking Platform, or more simply, Big Dino, was said to be, quote, the largest robot ever built that has legs and doesn't have a human inside. Just as Hillis and Farron had hoped,
Imagine
the
this
figure was
thing walking
autonomous
around.
and
I
free
would
roaming.
cry.
The figure featured gyroscopes and sensors to determine its real-time position.
Like, this would fall over and someone would die.
Adjust
Like,
itself to stay upright and
It would
walk
be
forward.
funny.
The sheer weight and force of
No.
the Big Dino
Gonna
consistently
step on
threw
like
its
a
position off,
4-year-old.
and it needed to be programmed to continuously adjust to its frame flexing as it took
4-year-old
steps.
wasn't
The
its way.
figure also did
Not
not
the
look
creature's
anything
fault.
like a dinosaur, and only featured machinery necessary to walk, with 2 onboard monitors providing crude eyes for
Oh, that's
demonstration
terrifying.
purposes. Any
But you like
mechanisms that would
robots.
move the dino's neck or open and close the dino's
I don't
jaw
like those
would be
screen
additional weight
eyes
to
that are
the already
different
heavy
sizes
figure.
for whatever reason.
Plus, it still needed to be fashioned with artificial skin. But these technical challenges paled in comparison to just
No, you know what they should have
how
made?
creation was,
What?
both
They should have made a
aesthetically and
graboid.
logistically. The 11,000-pound monster was horrifying. Hillis
Like
recalled
actually a
other
functional
engineers
graboid
and
that does
executives who were
kill.
legitimately scared and were convinced
Yes.
that it was far too scary
And
for
just
the
pops
park.
out of the ground
This was
in the
not
middle of the
helped by
park.
the exposed metal and machinery, but its sheer size alone was overwhelming. Mezzatesta recalled that in one demonstration,
since
an
they can't have a
executive shot
stomach
up and
inside of it,
ran
it's just
away
a
from the
wood chipper.
machine out of pure fear. The psychological terror was nothing compared to the fear of a malfunction. Mezzatesta said, quote, "If
what this
walks
should have
down
been
Main Street
instead
and
is it
falls
should have
over,
been
it will crush dozens of guests."
8209
Mechanical
in
engineer Akil
RoboCop, where it
Mahani
comes
admitted,
out and then
quote,
just immediately
"We'd be in
starts
a whole lot of
like
trouble if
shooting
this thing
someone
fell
with like a
over.
million bullets.
The big dino was dangerous
Yeah.
and horrifying, and it had no chance of operating in a children's theme park, at least not in this form. By the time of the final demonstration,
what is your
Hillis
opinion
and
about that
Farron had moved
RoboCop
on from the big
remake?
dino, and in early 2000s, the two exited Imagineering to start their own company. Mezzatesta was put in
that's
charge
my
of the
opinion.
project, which only continued
The
for a
only
few
thing that
more
I found
months before
interesting, like
officially
how
ending.
they showed how
However,
much
the
remained of
basic idea of a
RoboCop, that
robotic
was like
dinosaur
really
roaming the
terrifying.
parks did not die, and within a few years, a second iteration was developed, one that was smaller, safer, and less horrifying. On August 28, 2003, Walt Disney Imagineering held a special event at the Natural History Museum of Los Angeles. Promising to unveil the next big thing in theme parks, Imagineers treated the press to a preview of a brand new character, a walking dinosaur named Lucky. Lucky was just 9 feet tall and only weighed 450 pounds. He walked on 2 legs and pulled a flower cart that stabilized his motion, carried his computers and batteries, and contained a human operator. Unlike the autonomous Big Dino, Lucky was puppeteered by the concealed driver, who worked in tandem with Lucky's human companion, a handler named Chandler. Lucky's puppeteer was given 2 types of controls: free movements and canned animations. Free movements were live controls, where a puppeteer could control aspects of the character at their own discretion within a set range of motion. Canned animations were pre-animated movements that the puppeteer could trigger, at which point they would lose some control until the sequence was complete. Lucky's canned animations gave him the ability to sneeze, groan, and belch.
Come on, burp it out.
Most impressively, Lucky could sign autographs with the assistance of his handler. Lucky was able to hold a pen in his mouth and draw his signature, a 4-leaf clover. Even though it was scaled down from the Big Dino, the Lucky figure was still impressive, and it appeared far more alive than its predecessor ever had. Lucky was marketed as the first free-roaming audio animatronic figure. The project had been supported by Imagineer Bruce Vaughn, who had stayed at Imagineering after Farron, his former boss, had exited. Vaughn, who was now Vice President of Research and Development, explained that Lucky was a test to see if walk-around animatronic characters could work in the Disney parks. Senior creative executive at Imagineering, Tom Fitzgerald, explained, quote, "Walt always wanted his characters to live and breathe. This is a natural evolution of that."
Sorry.
Richard Barrier
This was just
of the
bigger
Orlando
than I
Sentinel
thought it would
declared,
be,
quote,
so I...
"Mr. Lincoln,
No!
meet Lucky.
Sorry.
Your future could be in the hands of a dinosaur."
No!
Disney assured the public that Lucky the dinosaur was just the beginning of a new era for the parks. One where animatronic characters would no longer be bolted
It's
to the
like
ground.
a lot of
and
people are
forced to
doing
recite the
references
same
with their
script again
Warriors
and
of Light,
again.
and I'm like, that's
Instead,
fun. And I was like, I kind of
Imagineering
want
was
to
dedicated to populating the parks
draw
with a
what,
new, advanced form of artificial life. They were embarking
how I
on an
imagine
intentional
her.
effort, an endeavor that they call
I'm kind of inspired
the
by
Living
like Temmie
Character Initiative.
with what she does with her, like all the funny drawings she does of her Warrior of Light. I like that because she's a Mikote. She had the
On November
drawing of her
18th,
with the
1993, Mickey Mouse turned
fat cat
65,
weapon and just
to
starting to
mark the
bat at it
occasion,
like a
Disney
cat.
held an elaborate celebration in his honor. Titled Mickey's Worldwide Kids Party, Disney provided vacations to 20,000 children from disadvantaged backgrounds. A lesser reported aspect of the celebration was the creation of a new statue for Disneyland Park. This piece would be created by retired Imagineer Blaine Gibson. Gibson was most famous for sculpting many of the park's original audio animatronics, including the first Abraham Lincoln figure, which he had crafted from a copy of Lincoln's actual life mask. Gibson had first created a bronze bust of Walt in the early 1960s and presented it to him as a thank you gift. When Walt received it, he responded, quote, "What am I going to do with this? Statues are for dead people." Walt soon became a dead person, and years later, Gibson was asked to depict Walt again, this time for a commemorative medal to raise money for Cal Arts. Walt's widow Lillian was reportedly not pleased, and asked that Walt not be depicted in future busts or statues. Lillian and the Disney family made an exception in 1986 for the Academy of Television Arts and Sciences, who wanted to induct Walt into their Hall of Fame, for which Gibson made another bust of his former boss. Just a few years after this, Gibson was approached by Imagineer Marty Sklar about sculpting Walt again, but this time, the piece would not be a bust. Sklar wanted a full-scale statue, depicting Walt holding Mickey's hand. The motivation was reportedly that many people within the company noticed that the children who were growing up nearly 3 decades after Walt's passing no longer understood that he was a real person, with many believing that he was merely a character or even just a brand name, like Betty Crocker or Mr. Clean. The new statue was to be loosely based off of a lithograph that had been commissioned in the early 1980s named Partners.
But I saw him in the movie Food Fight.
Mickey and Walt in various poses and
Oh,
holding
okay,
different
yeah,
objects.
definitely not real.
Debate over the statue's design was intense.
Because if he was real, he should.
Disney's most valuable
He's real in
assets,
my heart.
their namesake, Walt, and their mascot, Mickey. One concept of Mickey holding an ice cream cone
For the longest time, I thought like Betty Crocker, like Crocker was like a kitchen implement, and that the brand was named after Betty White.
Including a direct point and a wave, before the team
My
eventually
brain was
landed on a
weird.
raised open palm. The intention was for Walt to appear to be admiring the park and how much guests were enjoying it. Reportedly, Eisner
Also, I
received
think
permission from Lillian to
the
commission
issue that my
statue
brain
and
was
place it in the
having
park.
was that
Gibson worked
my brain was
diligently to
confusing
craft the
Betty
piece,
White with Martha
attempting
Stewart.
to combine the memories of the man that he knew with the
You know,
legend that he had become.
exactly the
Just
same
as Gibson
person,
had
you're
done with
right.
Lincoln, the depiction was made to be taller than its subject.
So it's like,
with the
okay,
statue
Crocker
being
is
7 inches
probably a
taller
kitchen
than Walt
implement.
actually
The
was.
brand is
On
named
the morning
after
of
Betty
Mickey's birthday,
White, and
Roy
Betty
E.
White is
Disney
Martha
unveiled
Stewart.
Gibson's copper
Great,
statue,
thanks, Brian.
officially named Partners. Walt was now permanently in the park that he had created, holding hands with his most famous creation. Recreated versions of the partner statues would eventually be placed in Disney parks around the world, including the Magic Kingdom in Walt Disney World and in Tokyo Disneyland. After Partners debuted, Gibson was asked that since Disney had now commissioned a statue of Walt, if he believed that Walt would ever be turned into an animatronic. Gibson responded, quote, "There are several reasons why I would be against doing that." As cautious
Yeah,
as
that
Disney
feels like
was
it would
over
be
using
really
Walt's
messed
image,
up
they
making
were
like a
even more
live
aggressive
person
in
animatronic.
protecting
Yeah.
Mickey's. On October 27th, 1998,
But then
the
again,
Copyright
we're
Term
the
Extension Act was signed
stupid,
into law,
we live in the
extending
stupid age
protections
where
for
we make
copyrighted
like
works for an additional
hologram
2
versions of
decades.
dead people.
The law was nicknamed the Mickey Mouse Protection Act due to Disney's intense lobbying efforts in support of the bill. But Disney determined that the benefits of the legislation outweighed the negative publicity, highlighting just how important protecting Mickey was to the corporation. The defensiveness over the character was palpable throughout the Disney company, including in Imagineering's research and development department. Around the same time that Mickey was having his copyright protection extended, a small group in R&D was beginning work on a secret project featuring the iconic mouse. Full disclosure, little is known about this
I wish
project,
Food Fight was
so a lot
based
of
on
the
a real
following
story. I would be
description
so
is hearsay and
happy.
speculation, and I cannot fully
I'd be
confirm the
so
details.
happy
Rumoredly,
if I found
the
out that
project
was
named
happening
Mickey's
at like
Music
the grocery
Machine. The
store
interaction
every
took place
night.
on a large video screen, where a digital version of Mickey Mouse would appear.
No,
on the ground in
that
front
means
of the
a Walmart
screen
would
was
be
a
the
large
good
piano
guys.
mat, which allowed participants to interact with Mickey. When a player stepped on
That's
a
one of
key,
the funniest
a cartoonish
things about that
obstacle would
movie
be
is it's
triggered on
like,
the
oh
screen,
yeah,
such as a whistle blowing smoke
the,
or a hammer falling, resulting in Mickey getting
generic
hit by the
brands
object.
are the
designers
villains.
wanted the interaction to be completely autonomous, so to increase the illusion that the virtual Mickey was alive, the Imagineers attempted to integrate artificial intelligence into the experience. The idea was that throughout
the
the
virtual
interaction,
Mickey is
would
alive
become
through
smarter.
dark magic.
While he would initially get hit by the obstacles, as the experience progressed, he would learn to avoid them. Reportedly, the demonstration was in part a response to Hillis and Farron's Big Dino, with the team behind Mickey's Music Machine wanting to pursue what they believed was a more practical approach to the concept of living characters. Supposedly, Mickey's Music Machine functioned and showed promise, but when the R&D team showed it to executives at Imagineering, they were not pleased. Marty Sklar was rumored to have remarked something to the effect of, "Whose idea was it to hit Mickey Mouse on the head?"
We take the position
We're going to
that
kill
no
that
idea is a
person.
bad idea.
After this rejection, much of the original team disbanded, but R&D Vice Presidents Eric Hazeltine and Andy Ogden did not give up on the concept. Hazeltine and Ogden had both previously worked on the Aladdin VR project,
Oh, look,
and they began to
original
recruit
VR.
some of their Disney Vision collaborators to attempt a new virtual interaction with Mickey. This included animator Daniel Kalahakamo.
The way
and
they're like
interactive designer
so
J. Walt
protective,
Adamczyk.
even to the point where it's
Adamczyk
like
had
the
nearly
character
a decade of
cannot be
experience
hurt
in visual
ever,
puppetry,
is
having been a
like
part of groundbreaking
insane
work for both
to
Hollywood
me.
films and theme parks. and he felt that a virtual puppet of Mickey Mouse
I thought
was the best
Mickey
direction
got
to
hurt
take
in some
the
of the
project.
cartoons.
On top of artificial intelligence tools
And yet
being
Kingdom
fairly
Hearts,
rudimentary at
right?
the turn of the century,
Oh my
the benefits of
gosh.
this technology could not be
Well, no,
appreciated.
that's
I
when,
want to go back in
interaction that
time
only lasted
and
a
show
couple of
people the
minutes.
scene
By
where
making
Goofy
Mickey a
gets
virtual
hit with like
puppet that would be
a
voiced
rock.
live by a puppeteer,
That's what I
he
was
could
saying.
be a
It's like
truly
they're trying to
interactive
protect
character.
Mickey from ever
The
being
team in
hurt, just
R&D
to the
planned
point where
to
they just
surround the
kill off
virtual
Goofy
puppet
like
with
that.
physical props and effects to
Mess
create a
up. He never came back to the
convincing
series.
multimedia
It was so
like
sad.
Mickey's music machine. The
Yeah,
new
they
interaction
replaced him
would
with
be
his
given a
brother,
basic story,
Sirius.
written by actor and writer John Paragon. Participants would walk into an
dog
elevator where they would be
Goofy.
surprised to find that the operator
dog
was none
Goofy,
other than
Sirius.
Mickey Mouse. Mickey would take guests to various floors.
Does
where
Goofy
the
have a
doors would
last
open,
name?
revealing different settings and effects.
I
For
don't
instance,
know.
Mickey
I
would go
don't
to
know the
floor
deep
B,
Disney
thinking it was
lore.
the basement, only to
You
learn that it
have
was literally
Kingdom
full
Hearts.
of bees.
You
The
know
resulting
lore.
experience,
Kingdom Hearts
named
does
Mickey's Toon
not
Elevator,
say
was a
what
fully
anyone's
realized,
last name
immersive mini
is.
attraction, featuring multiple projectors,
I don't know what to
practical
tell you,
effects,
man.
and even a motion base to
Mickey
simulate the
Mouse,
elevator's
Donald
movement.
Duck, and then there's just
This,
Goofy.
combined with impressive real-time rendering
Well, I
and
can
an
tell you what his
energetic
name is in
performance by a
French. It's
puppeteer,
Dango.
was an effective way of bringing Mickey to
Unchained.
life. Adamczyk and the team set up the interaction to be story-driven, so the demonstration was less of a meet and greet and more of an adventure taken
Mickey must
with a
never be
live
seen
character.
crying. It's like,
This allowed for
what,
much of
didn't
Mickey's movements to
didn't
be
Sega
pre-animated,
have
and it
that with
avoided having
Sonic,
Mickey in an
where it's
open
like he can
conversation
never be
format.
shown
Mickey's
crying
Toon
or
Elevator was
anything like
incredibly
that?
well received, and when it was shown to Disney executives at an R&D open house, they were excited by its potential. Even Michael Eisner found the demonstration
Goofy
promising.
Goof,
The
apparently.
person most interested in the attraction might have been
Oh,
Toshio
okay.
Kagami,
Wow.
the president of the Oriental Land Company, the Japanese corporation that
Oh
owned
yeah,
and
that
operated
explains it
Tokyo
because Max.
Disneyland Resort.
I should have
Kagami was
thought
very
because his
interested in
son
bringing
Max is
Mickey's
called
Toon
Max
Elevator
Goof.
to the resort's new second gate, Tokyo Disney Sea. Imagineer Joe Garlington
I
began
love Disney
developing
Sea.
a version of the attraction for
That park's
Kagami,
so good.
with the intention of placing the experience in a vacant space
I
in the
can't
park's
tell if you're
impressive
being-
SS Columbia ship. While everyone in
I'm being
leadership seemed to
sincere.
agree
That's
that the
actually a really good
experiment was
park.
a success, they also
okay.
agreed on something
I've been
else.
there. It's
If the
really
attraction
good.
were to make it to the parks, Mickey could not be the star. The character was simply too valuable.
I have like
for the
super nostalgia
unpredictability of
for,
the
you know,
format. Part of this was typical corporate
Disneyland,
risk aversion.
but
it was safer and easier
oh,
to not
I
do
almost,
anything with
think
Mickey
that's like
than
the
it was
best park to
do
just.
something with him.
I
But the
think
virtual
Disney Sea's the
puppetry
best
format
one to
added
just
another layer of
walk around.
uncertainty. In order for the attraction to run in the parks, a rotating cast of
Have you
puppeteers would
unrelated?
need to
Have
be
you ever
hired,
gone
each of
swimming in
which
the
would have
ocean?
needed to have a Mickey impression that met the standard of Disney.
A very, very long time ago.
If I go down here and go, oh boy, that's Mickey. Well, it's not quite right. Or if I go too high, oh boy, that's Mickey. He sits in a very narrow area, and you've got to pinpoint him.
Mickey Mouse has one of the most recognizable voices in entertainment. Only 3 actors had consistently voiced him over his 70-year history, one of which was Walt himself.
Yeah, it's me, I guess.
To get a full cast of puppeteers to meet this standard and operate the attraction every day
Like I
in a park
wish I
setting
could like
would be
go
next to impossible.
like beaches
Additionally,
and like just
there was
go
also
swimming
the
in
fear
the
of
ocean.
what exactly Mickey would say.
And
What
then
if
you
one
just
of the
walk
puppeteers
in.
slipped up and said something inappropriate
It's like
as
you
Mickey?
walk in and
What if
just
the guest purposely
disappear.
brought up an uncomfortable
But it's
topic?
like,
What if the
like you're
program
just
broke
going
and Mickey
home.
froze in front of a child? There was simply too
To,
much
like,
uncertainty. Even
you're
with
just-
proper training and advanced
you like
technology,
keep walking
mistakes could
and you
happen.
go
But
straight and it's
mistakes
like,
could
wait,
not happen
wait,
with
where's he
Mickey Mouse.
going? And you just keep
Reportedly, sometime
walking
around
until
early
you're
2002,
submerged.
Imagineering Vice President Tom Fitzgerald
You're
suggested
making me
to Andy
sound like that
Ogden
one
rather than using Mickey, the team
politician
should
from
use a less
Australia that
protected
just went to the beach and
character,
just
such as
disappeared
Stitch.
into the water.
This led to the team
I didn't know
asking the
about
obvious
that.
question: who is Stitch? The animated feature film Lilo and Stitch would not come out until June, so the team had to request an advance copy of the film. It turns out, Stitch was a chaotic alien experiment that crash-landed in the picturesque Hawaii, and through the help of his newfound family, learned to suppress his destructive nature. Using the film as a basis, the team envisioned a new virtual puppetry experience.
Man, it's such a shame that
The
Nani
team still
just,
felt
you
that
know,
they needed
left
a
her
basic
sister
premise to anchor the
to go
experience.
pursue
Although the strict narrative structure of Mickey's
marine
Toon Elevator would
biology
be
and
abandoned. The new attraction would be named
Yeah, it happened in
Stitch's Picture Phone,
1967.
and it would feature
Harold
Stitch
Holt,
video
the
conferencing
17th
with
Prime
guests
Minister
from his
of
home in
Australia,
Hawaii, with much of
just
the same team
disappeared
from Mickey's
when
Toon
he went
Elevator
swimming
working on
into
the
the
project.
ocean.
Stitch's Picture Phone was up and running.
You
in a
say
matter
like
of
the
months.
date and
The
everything thing where it's like, yes, I remember that like it were yesterday.
And Ogden was determined to get it into the parks.
Well, I remember the
Luckily,
factoid.
there was a perfect spot for it. In the mid-1990s, the Communicore exhibit halls at Epcot Center, where Smart 1 interacted with guests, were overhauled and replaced with the new, theoretically more hip inventions. Smart 1 was subsequently moved to the Contemporary Resort, where he was renamed to X1846 and made into a remote-controlled robot that could serve drinks. As part of the transformation to Innoventions, Imagineering created its own small exhibit space, where Ogden and Hazeltine had debuted their Aladdin VR demo. This allowed select guests to try out the experience, while Imagineering made it clear that it was merely a tech demonstration. In 1998, a smaller Innoventions opened in Disneyland's Tomorrowland, also featuring a series of technology-focused exhibits. Ogden felt that this was the perfect avenue to sneak Stitch's picture phone into the parks. Using the guise of a playtest, the team set up the experience as if it were any other themed attraction, adorning it with set dressing and large props. The experience was not advertised to the public, but for those Disneyland guests that wandered into Innoventions and stumbled upon the attraction, they were treated to a bespoke, intimate interaction with Disney's newest animated star. After waiting outside of the attraction, parties were taken in one at a time for their video call with Stitch. The majority of the space was dedicated to a large projection screen. When guests entered, the screen displayed looping alien graphics. One guest was asked to pick up a physical phone, and after doing so, the screen appeared to transition to a video feed of Hawaii. Guests were amazed when Stitch himself crawled down from a palm tree and began speaking with them.
Primitive VTuber.
It's me. I know.
The interaction lasted nearly 5 minutes, with Stitch having a full, open-ended conversation with guests. Behind the scenes, a puppeteer monitored the guest and voiced Stitch through a microphone. Stitch was controlled using a standard video game controller, the same kind of controller that would normally be used to play games on an Xbox, or pilot a military drone, or lead a Titanic expedition.
I was gonna say, the Titanic!
Dinosaur, Stitch was operated with a mix of free movements
and
hand animations. Stitch's two main free movements were his head, which could be rotated in any direction.
Well, that's what they said.
Which could be shifted from left to right.
That's what I read. It was just like, the Titanic.
To the puppeteer's voice, so they would not have to worry about syncing it manually. Stitch's canned animations, or pre-animated bits, included burping, laughing, waving, sulking, and smiling.
Can you smile? Yeah. Okay, very good.
While the burp and laugh animation would lock the head into a specific animation, the head would remain free to be controlled during the wave. The smile and sulk actions were more expressions that Stitch could put on while the puppeteer retained control over the character. The more talented and experienced the puppeteer, the more fluidly these animations could be blended. To add variety, the puppeteer could also have Stitch climb a palm tree. Perhaps the most clever part of the attraction was when Stitch asked to take a picture of the guests. A camera was situated to the left of the screen, and this was how the puppeteer could see the guests on the monitor. This camera was also able to take their picture. Stitch would jump into the tree to take the photo, which placed the character's camera as close to the actual camera as possible so that the guest's eyeline would be correct. The result would actually print out into Stitch's virtual world, and Stitch placed the photo in his personal scrapbook. Stitch would then say he had to go. The call would be disconnected, and guests would exit. On their way out, the group was handed a code and a URL to retrieve their photo online.
Thank you for the raid video, Ghost.
If they were lucky enough to experience it, Stitch's picture phone was pure magic. Unlike a traditional meet and greet, which typically interpreted a character into a three-dimensional wearable costume,
of my
Stitch's
Final
picture
Fantasy
phone
XIV
allowed families to
character.
interact with the same version of the character that they had fallen in love with on screen.
What did
While the
you
Imagineers
stream?
were initially surprised
Too
to
tired
find
to
that Stitch
skate?
did not speak much in his own
Did you-
film, this had
did you
several
do some
advantages.
skate
For one,
shenanigans or
audiences
what?
did not have a solid reference for what Stitch sounded like or what he should say. So if one of the puppeteers was off, either in the voice
That was
or
that
the
game that I showed you
characterization,
called
it would
Skate
not be as
Story.
obvious. The newness of the film
Well.
also helped in this regard. When Stitch's picture phone began testing at
Bum
Innoventions,
Rush.
Lilo and Stitch had only been in theaters for a few weeks. Since audiences had such limited exposure to the
meant to
material,
rebuy that game
any
for the
errors in the
Switch.
presentation did
Hope you
not
had
feel as
fun.
sacrilege as with an established and beloved character. Stitch's
If you have to
personality
raid and
also had
run,
several
that is
advantages
totally
over Mickey
fair.
Specifically, Stitch was a chaotic little monster.
Thank you for
He was constantly moving and bouncing off
bringing
of the
your
walls.
community
From an
to
animation
mine.
perspective, it was far easier to animate a character that was constantly moving as opposed to one that was meant to be planted on the ground. Mickey's Toon Elevator was clever in that it
I think
always
it's a
gave
little
Mickey
funnier
something
if,
to do.
yeah,
But
all
in
the
general,
fluff from her
Mickey's
hat
a character that is known to be
stays
gentle and
stuffed
happy to
under
stand
the
still.
hat.
Stitch was the opposite, and these big, fast movements
Are you
were
ready
much
for
easier to
Raquel
sell
Dealer
than the
King? Well,
nuance
thank
of a
you.
more calm character. Also, if the real-time render engine glitched, which it would do every so often, this did not always look like a mistake, and instead just looked like a typical erratic Stitch. From a social perspective, audiences had no expectation that Stitch would provide any level of attention or emotional connection. Another advantage that he had
Now,
over
Stitch,
Mickey.
can you talk
Mickey
about
is most in character when he's
WWE?
being nice
Blah,
to
blah,
you
blah,
or
blah,
whispering
blah, blah,
to you.
blah, blah.
Stitch was most in character when he was running around ignoring you. This interaction technique, sometimes known as railroading, gave the puppeteer far more control over the interaction. The only consistent question that Stitch would be asked was predictably, "Where's Lilo?" And pretty much any answer would suffice.
Where's Lilo?
Oh, she's out with her sister. They're doing girly stuff.
Where's Lilo?
Today she's at her hula lesson.
Stitch's picture phone was a massive achievement, but it was not perfect. For one, there were several obvious errors in the animation. When Stitch was in the tree, his head clipped through his arm frequently. Two props in the background, a surfboard and a hat, were simply cosmetic, and Stitch was unable to interact with them. Unfortunately, guests often encouraged Stitch to put on the hat and go surf on the surfboard. They were doing this not as an attempt to break the illusion, but because they believed they were put there for this very purpose. This put the puppeteer in the position of having to reject the guest as Stitch, while at the same time
And the
revealing
guest just
that he was
punches the screen
incapable
and
of doing
leaves.
something. This had the
Angry.
potential of grinding the interaction to a halt.
Dang it!
Can you get the hat? No, why? That's not mine.
No, it's not mine.
Of course, guests were sometimes less innocent, asking strange or purposefully inappropriate questions.
Do you have a girlfriend? Are you gay?
I have no idea what that word means.
Stitch would often get out of these uncomfortable situations by doing something chaotic, such as randomly doing a celebrity impression.
Well, since my baby left, I found a new place to dwell. Or does someone likes my Little John impression?
We should rewatch Fern Gully.
Can
you do the moonwalk?
Okay, Stitch, that's enough impressions. Let's move on to something else.
How many genders are there?
Whoa, Stitch, you do not have to answer that.
There's two genders. There's male and female, just like Earth.
Okay, Stitch, everybody, yeah.
Experiments.
Oh, still going, okay.
And so there's kind of three within the experiment.
Oh, okay.
Boys like me.
Yeah.
Girls like my cousin Angel.
Right.
And then there's some that are kind of like
Oh, God.
androgynous, I guess.
Yeah.
There.
Okay.
Okay, that's it,
Why
right?
I
would
mean, they
people
were
ask
meant
that
to like
question?
destroy, not to necessarily create.
Do you see why we can't do this with Mickey? The Stitch actors also tended to have inconsistent interpretations of the character, with some performing him as if he were a child, while others portrayed him as a ladies' man, having him flirt with any of the older girls in the room.
Speaking of hats, why are all the girls better looking than all the guys in the group?
Strangely, this aspect of Stitch's character is not seen in the film itself, but it was a significant aspect of the marketing campaign. The most persistent
she was
issues
into
that
it.
Stitch's picture phone experienced were because of the size of the interaction. The actual attraction was a very small space, and it was difficult to fit more than 6 guests into any one session.
One of the
Not only was
annoying
it
things about
challenging
this
to fit more
outfit
bodies
is
into the
the
room,
it's like
but the quality of the interaction
some of the
became
straps
significantly
are
worse with more people. The physical phone
a
was
little,
a fun
like,
prop that helped facilitate the conversation.
awkward
but
to
the puppeteer
draw,
was able to
and so
hear
I'm kind of
anyone in
tempted
the
to just
room.
have the first
After
two.
the group realized that anything they
Jazz
said could be
missed
heard,
out.
guests would begin speaking
I mean, hey, she seemed
simultaneously,
into it.
making it much more difficult
It's
for the puppeteer
Aladdin
to
who was
control the
like,
interaction.
no.
More importantly, the small space
No.
meant that the throughput
No.
of the experience was absurdly low. Each interaction lasted around 5 minutes, which meant that the attraction could only
You know what you
cycle
need? You
around
need more
60
belts.
guests per hour. This was slower than the lines for a typical character meet and greet,
Nah.
which didn't last nearly as
Bring
long.
back the belt
runtime
era.
of the experience was somewhat necessary, as unlike meeting a costumed character, guests needed time to adjust to the unfamiliar format in order for
Man,
the
I need to
interaction
find more
truly
old
begin.
art to
After
redraw,
playtesting
like
Stitch's
from when I
picture
was
phone and
14.
interventions, the team had a good
Because I'm like,
idea
I'm
of what the
sure I
attraction
could
did
find
well
something
and what
full of
needed to be
belts.
improved. The playtest was only supposed to run for a few weeks before returning to R&D, but Disneyland Operations had fallen in love with it. The attraction had become a highlight of the underwhelming Interventions exhibit, and as a result, Operations would not let it go. Since it was not capable of handling crowds, the attraction was not well known or marketed, but its ingenuity did not go unnoticed. In 2003, the attraction won a Theo Award for Outstanding Achievement. Stitch's picture phone had more than proved the value of virtual puppetry experiences. Just as the team had theorized, they were the fastest, most practical way to get living characters in front of guests. The challenge now was adapting the
I feel
technology
like I should like
from a
show you
playtest
like one
into
of
a
the
true attraction
characters
that
that
could
I
handle large
drew at
crowds
one point,
and withstand
so, like,
all of
can
the
you draw
complications
it?
that came along with them. It's dark. It's hot.
Oh, this
You can
part.
barely see where you are. You can barely see where you are going. In the shadows, you operate machinery to inch your prison forward. What's that sound? Someone has approached. They seem excited. Signal to them that you are aware of their presence. Give them some indication that there is movement within this torture chamber. Let them know that you are alive. Then you hear it, the snapping of a camera.
Oh, you wish it was the Mickey suit.
Taken. You have done it. You've accomplished your purpose. This is what I imagine the experience of operating this Nemo meet and greet was like. This roaming clownfish capsule was
Terrifying.
created to promote Pixar's 5th animated feature film.
Imagine
Finding
that
Nemo.
just coming
The film
around the
held its
corner
world
as the
premiere
park
May
is
18th,
closing.
2003, and was attended by the film's voice cast, Pixar
You
chairman
see it
Steve
wheeling
Jobs,
up and you
Disney
just hear-
CEO Michael Eisner, and hey, it's Nemo. This roll-around character would then appear in several mini parades throughout the Disney parks. This makes sense, as this Nemo is much more of a parade float than a costumed character. But then, strangely, it began to be presented as a meet and greet. This awkward character interaction, that did not come close to meeting Disney's established standard of quality, was not just a one-off oddity. It was
Just chasing
representative
down
of a
kids.
host of problems, both big and small, that the company was experiencing at this point in the early 2000s. To begin, the big. Finding Nemo was a massive hit with audiences. The film was Pixar's most commercially successful film, and by the end of its theatrical run, it became the highest-grossing animated film of all time, surpassing 1994's The Lion King. Disney distributed the film under their extended deal with Pixar, and both companies benefited from the film's commercial success. However, Disney's own animation studio was struggling, having recently released a string of box office disappointments. Disney and Pixar were in negotiations for a new contract, and Jobs was leveraging the success of Pixar's slate to negotiate a more favorable deal. Eisner refused to give in to Jobs' terms, and it appeared that Disney and Pixar would not reach a new agreement. To add to this, both
Yeah, I think
Disneyland
little
and Walt Disney
pom-poms
World were
are cute to
experiencing
add
falling attendance. Pressures
the
outside of
outfit.
Disney's control, such as fear of travel after the September 11th terrorist attacks and the effects of an economic recession, had significantly impacted attendance figures. At the same time, Disney had not done itself many favors. Eisner had greenlit several expansion projects, such as a second gate for Disneyland,
I'll be
named
back.
Disney's California Adventure, and a second gate for the already struggling Disneyland Paris, named Walt Disney Studios Paris. Neither park received the capital investment nor the creative support to
I want to go
impress
back to
audiences,
Disneyland
and
Paris.
the underbuilt projects
'cause
failed to draw crowds.
again,
In a
I-
desperate attempt to drive attendance, the
my
new parks
only
attempted to
experience
quickly add temporary
was
attractions such
in,
as hey, it's
like,
Nemo. There he is at California
Thor,
Adventure and at Walt Disney Studios
at
Paris.
Euro Disney,
You've got
like when
this,
it was
buddy.
Euro
You can turn
Disney
this
and
ship
everything.
around. In an attempt to wring profits out of the parks, Disney began slashing budgets, both in operations, maintenance, and Imagineering. Between 1999 and 2003, Walt Disney Imagineering laid off around half of its workforce, going from a peak of 3,000 employees to just around 1,500. This severely limited the park's ability to create new experiences, and with Disney now operating 8 parks worldwide, with a 9th under development for Hong Kong, the issues began to compound. Not only did Disney have several underbuilt
Hong
parks that needed
Kong,
immediate
the-
help, but the older parks were beginning to show their age in unflattering ways.
The one that
While
definitely
Disneyland
does
and the Magic
really
Kingdom
well
could retain and even thrive
isn't
off of their
overshadowed by
nostalgic qualities,
Shanghai's.
other parks needed to be upgraded more consistently. This was the most true for the future-focused Epcot, which had always struggled to appeal to younger audiences. Epcot's first major overhaul in the mid-90s had ushered in a new wave of attractions, such as Innoventions, and these were already beginning to feel outdated. With limited resources to create new experiences for the park, a new solution was considered: close something. Epcot was huge. It was twice the size of the Magic Kingdom, and with Walt Disney World struggling with attendance, it simply did not need this amount of space. The obvious target was the Living Seas and its aquarium, which from its beginning had been met with a lukewarm reception and over the years had become noticeably dilapidated. A plan was proposed to close the Living Seas and move the pavilion.
Dilapidated is making it sound like, I don't know, there's like dead fish hanging, like just floating in there, and it's like,
was thrown into this plan when, hey, wait, Nemo, what are you doing outside of the Living Seas? You're getting ahead of me. So those were the big problems that this big little guy represented. But this character vessel was also the result of some lower stakes issues. Typically, when Disney has an overwhelming success on their hands, they can
Not
quickly
so
integrate
living now.
costumed or face characters into the parks while a permanent attraction is developed. However, Finding Nemo was unique. All of the film's main characters were fish. The titular Nemo is a fish. Fish live in the water. Fish don't have
Whoa!
legs. Fish are small. Well, some fish are small. Clownfish are small, and Nemo is smaller than most clownfish. In these ways, Nemo is very unlike a person, and not wanting to repeat another flounder with legs situation, Disney brainstormed new ideas for integrating the Finding Nemo characters into the park.
Disgusting!
One of these was a bad idea, using this Nemo-shaped chamber that I now have quite a fondness for, but that a cast member was no doubt suffocating to death inside of. This Nemo was perched on a bed of convincing water bubbles, explaining why he could survive outside of the ocean and on the unforgiving hell that is Florida theme park concrete. Nemo could also flap his fins and move his eyes back and forth. And that's it. That's all he could do. Look left to right, flap his fins, scoot around.
What the funny thing is, looking at the satellite images from the COVID era, the land they set aside for the second gate is just hundreds of temporary buildings.
See, there's a little ridge here, and I think Nemo's body opens so you can crawl in and drive him around. If you drove Nemo, please email me at idrovenemo@defunctland.com to confirm. Okay, thank you. The roaming Nemo character probably did not come out of Imagineering, and more likely was created by the park's live entertainment division, which was responsible for parades. Imagineering was showing interest in the Finding Nemo characters, and their uniqueness as sea creatures actually benefited a few projects already in development. When Finding Nemo was released, Imagineer Joe Garlington was still working on Mickey's Toon Elevator for Tokyo Disney Sea, and he and his team were realizing the difficulty of translating the virtual puppetry format into a fully realized attraction. It was determined that to achieve a reasonable capacity, 12 to 16 identical interaction rooms would need to be created, each of which would need to be operated by an actor. This meant that a roster of around 40 puppeteers would be required to keep the attraction operating all day, every day. This was simply not realistic, so Garlington considered a workaround, a new method that he referred to as a pseudo-living character, an interactive character that was controlled by a live operator but not voiced by one. This would allow any cast member to be able to operate the room with simple controls that could initiate story beats and trigger pre-recorded dialogue. While the elevator concept would remain, the idea of the attraction starring Mickey was abandoned, for many of the same reasons that the original Toon Elevator team had moved on to Stitch. Garlington considered using the clumsy Goofy, whose personality was better equipped for the cartoony chaos of the elevator. While the main interaction
it's okay for him to
character, Garlington felt that he needed at least one true living character to sell the attraction, choosing to place a virtual puppeteer in the pre-show. Given Disney Sea and the SS Columbia's nautical theming, Imagineers considered a sea creature, and after the success of Finding Nemo, they had plenty of recognizable, charismatic ocean animals to choose from. The Imagineers honed in on Crush, the 150-year-old sea turtle known for his laid-back nature. Like Stitch, Crush was the perfect fit for a living character. For one, his voice was easy to perform. Unlike Finding Nemo's main characters, who were voiced by famous comedians such as Albert Brooks and Ellen DeGeneres, Crush was voiced by the film's director, Andrew Stanton. Stanton's laid-back performance was easily mimicked, even more so than Stitch.
First you were all like, whoa, and then we were like, whoa, and then you were like, whoa.
On top of this, Crush had limited screen time in the film, which would give Imagineers and the puppeteers much more freedom, as there was less source material to contradict. Like Stitch, Crush was always moving, doing barrel rolls and flipping, making him appear more alive and active when animated. Finally, Crush's chill attitude allowed him to better control an interaction and shift between topics, as he was not expected to be as attentive and engaged as a character like Mickey. Garlington and his team pitched their living character attraction to the Oriental Land Company, but for whatever reason, management did not greenlight the concept. This did not dissuade Garlington from continuing to develop the attraction, particularly the virtual puppetry element with Crush. Luckily, a new avenue for the living character had formed.
Oh no, it's Crush if he became
began to circulate that the Living Seas Pavilion at Epcot would receive a retheme to incorporate the characters from Finding Nemo. This type of redressing of existing infrastructure was common for Disney in this period, as the parks dealt with underutilized attraction spaces.
Which white creatures?
Were given limited budgets to refurbish.
Yeah, Senator Crush.
Hoped that the retheme would increase attendance at the Living Seas and satiate the demand for the Finding Nemo characters. A key part of the refurbishment that would not be a simple overlay would be Garlington's virtual puppetry attraction starring Crush, which was greenlit and given its own theater space. Set to occupy one of the Living Seas lower floor modules, the Imagineers installed a large 8-foot by 16-foot screen, designing it to look like observational glass looking into the aquarium. The circular theater could fit around 120 people, and space was left in the front of the room so that the children could sit on the floor at the foot of the screen. The new interactive attraction began playtesting in the Living Seas in late 2004, before officially opening to guests on November 16th under the name Turtle Talk with Crush. After guests took their seats in the theater, a cast member would point out the hydrophone in the digital tank, explaining that it allows humans to communicate with the creatures of the living seas. The guests were encouraged to call for Crush, who would come flying into view.
Ready? 1, 2, 3.
Hey, Crush!
Righteous, whoa, awesome! Check out the 360 on the invert float. Tubular.
Crush would interact live with guests for about 10 minutes. The puppeteers were trained to begin the show by having Crush call on one of the children, typically by pointing out the color of their shirt, which he referred to as their shell.
Gonna start with this dude right here in the short sleeve orange shell. Yeah, what's your name, little dude?
Matthew.
Matthew, excellent.
The cast member in the room.
I love
went
how
up to
this
each
is
person
basically
Crush
like
singled out and held a
primitive
microphone so that they could speak to the
VTubers.
character. As predicted, Crush was a perfect choice for the attraction. From a
So
personality
you're looking at your
perspective, he was
ancestors.
funny, relaxed,
Yes.
and had plenty of catchphrases to lean on.
He said, "What up, dude? Give me something." He was funny. And he also told us that we needed to say dude for the rest of the day.
One of the biggest hurdles Imagineers faced was determining what Crush could know and what he could not know. Stitch had a good understanding of the human world, but Crush had no knowledge outside of the few foreign objects that made their way into the ocean. This actually helped with the comedy, because Crush, being ignorant to many of the topics that children brought up, consistently got laughs.
And we found this human artifact. I have no idea what it is, dudes. Why are you dudes laughing? Who knows what this is? Well, do you have one of these, dude?
No.
Well, why not?
Because those are for girls.
Crush often discussed his relationship with his son Squirt, endearing him to family audiences and allowing him to impart parental wisdom. To tie into the theme of the living seas, Crush had several facts about the ocean at the ready, and he often ended the show with an ecological message in support of caring for the Earth's oceans.
Because fish are
Stop throwing car batteries down here.
not. Good to know DVD sales are up, excellent.
From an animation perspective, Crush works similarly to Stitch. To add more life to the character, Darlington and his team gave Crush what they refer to as Dead Man's animations, also known as idle animations, which kept Crush constantly moving, even when the puppeteer was not activating any movements. The Imagineers had planned on Crush interacting with other characters from Finding Nemo, but Pixar was too busy working on The Incredibles to contribute assets before the attraction's opening. A few months after its debut, Turtle Talk was updated to include more characters, including a scripted finale with a pre-recorded and pre-animated Dory. Turtle Talk was an overwhelming success for Disney. Audiences of all ages found the attraction fun and engaging. Children were enraptured by seeing Crush live and in person, and parents were equally amazed, trying to figure out how the trick was pulled off. Many incorrect guesses that appeared during this time included voice changers, face tracking, and even artificial intelligence. But the truth was much simpler, a testament to the Imagineers and the puppeteers. The attraction had over 10 times the capacity as Stitch's picture phone, with Crush able to entertain around 600 guests per hour. There was a certain personal element lost by staging the attraction as a theater show rather than a one-on-one interaction, but this was a necessary loss to handle crowds. Still, Turtle Talk was a modest show with a low throughput compared to other attractions. This did not stop Disney from marketing the attraction widely, and this, combined with strong word of mouth, resulted in Turtle Talk with Crush clogging the previously barren living seas. The attraction did not have dedicated queue space, so temporary switchbacks were set up throughout the main floor of the aquarium. It was apparent that Crush was so immensely popular that he needed a larger theater with more infrastructure. The show soon moved to one of the Living Seas' original pre-show theaters, and guests were routed through one of the pavilion's larger modules, granting it a pre-show corral to help handle the crowds. Turtle Talk's first location was given a few fish tanks, with the original screen remaining in place and displaying a looping animation of an empty tank. Guests felt that Turtle Talk with Crush had captured Disney's quintessential magic at a time when the company was seen as cheap and creatively stagnant. The attraction was unique for a theater-style show, in that each performance was different based on the puppeteer and the guest interaction.
I'm like
This
sitting
resulted
here
in
like,
Turtle Talk having a significantly
this
higher
is
return
working
rate
out.
than other theater shows at the parks. And the best part, from
Gremlin
Disney's
mode.
perspective, it was cheap. While Turtle Talk took its fair share of time and money to develop, now that it existed, the cost of building additional shows was nominal, and since many Disney parks were in desperate, immediate need of new attractions, Turtle Talk was well positioned to be cloned. Just 7 months after the original version opened in the Living Seas, the struggling Disney's California Adventure received a version of its own in the Animation Building, replacing the Animation Screening Room. This was a ridiculously simple retheme, taking a poorly attended theater and immediately giving it an attraction that dazzled guests. This caused the virtual puppetry format to spread rapidly. On September 12, 2005, the fifth Disney resort, Hong Kong Disneyland, held its grand opening. The project had suffered greatly from the same cost-cutting and lowering of standards that had plagued the entire parks division, and the new Hong Kong resort had very few offerings upon opening. To make up for this, Disney searched for fixes that were both quick and cheap, and living characters were the go-to
that's
choice.
always the best
dinosaur,
thing.
who was regularly appearing in Dinoland at Disney's Animal Kingdom, was quickly shipped off to Hong Kong, where he would greet guests in a far less thematically appropriate setting.
Oh, the Hong
a new
Kong
push-the-talking
mines.
trash can was also created to intercept guests as they wandered the park looking for things to do. After Turtle Talk's success, Hong Kong management desperately wanted a version of the attraction for the Baron Park. Unfortunately, the only readily available space was in an arcade attached to the park's Space Mountain. Garlington believed that, quote, turtles in space didn't make much sense.
No,
so
that's
he suggested
awesome.
That they create a version of Turtle Talk with Stitch, a character who could more easily exist in the science fiction setting and had already proved himself as a virtual puppet. Less than a year after Hong Kong Disneyland opened, in July of 2006, Stitch Encounter debuted. The new show was the same format as Turtle
My
Talk,
brain
with the
automatically
interaction
tried to
lasting
just like
between 10 and
talking
15
about Prince of
minutes and
Egypt.
ending
Is
with a
like that
predetermined
was a
finale.
while ago.
Stitch
Yeah, that was a
Encounter
while
also a smash
ago.
hit, and a second version of the attraction was added to the desolate Walt Disney Studios Paris, where it opened as Stitch
Because my
Live
brain
in
reminded me
2008.
about like
Perhaps the example
the
that best
animation
illustrated
studio,
the format's
like
portability is when Disney
like
built
how
a bus
the work
capable of
they were
taking
working
Turtle
at the
Talk
same
on
time as they were working
Disney
on
drove
Shrek.
the Turtle Talk bus up and down the West Coast in an effort to
When they were
promote
working on Prince
Disneyland's
of
newest
Egypt.
attraction. An unrelated Finding Nemo retheme of the park's long
I was
shuttered
like,
submarine
remember
voyage
this?
ride.
It's like this
After
now
this
say it's
promotional
like
period, the
since we
bus
were
was,
talking
of
about
course,
Prince of Egypt,
retired.
it's like no,
Just
we're
kidding.
not.
They put it on a
No.
ship, sailed it to Hong Kong, drove it into a tent, and opened it as a makeshift Turtle Talk with Crush. These kids are talking to a bus. They barely covered the wheels. Fortunately,
gosh.
Turtle Talk received a more respectable, heavily themed version in 2009, when it opened at Tokyo Disney Sea in the SS Columbia, the same space that had originally been envisioned for the Toon Elevator. The cost-to-benefit ratio of virtual puppetry was so favorable that Disney began to rely on the format to provide magical experiences at a low startup cost. This winning strategy could not last forever. As technology continued to improve, the virtual puppetry format became easily replicable. Soon, the trick was being found at many regional parks and even small entertainment centers. This was no doubt due to the success of Turtle Talk with Crush, and some companies even made a direct reference to it, such as Chops & Associates, a company which literally describes their system as, quote, as powerful as Turtle Talk without the huge Pixar price tag.
What makes you precious anyway?
Oh, I hate it. I hate it.
What makes you precious? Come on, answer me.
Within just a few years, consumer versions
What
of the
makes you
technology would be
precious?
released,
Come on,
and virtual
answer.
characters would no longer dazzle audiences in the same way that they had at the time of Turtle Talk's debut. The way around this was to find a new way to amaze guests once again. And one obvious
Talk.
next step was to take the characters off of the screen and bring them into the real world. Imagineering's research and development
And with that,
was
we
already
took a page
experimenting
from
with this
Jurassic
very
Park.
idea, combining the
Man, I
lessons
wish
learned
fish
from both
were
the roaming
real.
animatronics and the virtual puppetry attractions in the hopes of finding the living character initiative's next big hit. On March 13th, 2005, Michael Eisner announced that he would resign from his
Has
position
anybody
as
played
CEO
that
of the Walt
Jurassic
Disney
Park
Company.
theme on banjo?
After being removed as chairman of the
No.
board a year prior, the
I
writing was
don't
on the
think
wall.
so.
It was
Precious
the subject
Talk
of a
with
campaign launched
Smeagol.
by Roy E. Disney, dubbed Save
Oh,
Disney,
no.
which
That would be
indicted Eisner for the
awesome.
company's down period.
That's the one we
Eisner would
don't
stay
make
on as
him real.
CEO until September
Oh, I
2005.
wish
in part so
Gollum
that he
were
could see the
real.
opening of Hong Kong Disneyland.
Do you?
By that point,
Yeah.
the board had already
Be
confirmed
sick.
Disney's president, Bob Iger, as the company's
Be like the
next
best.
CEO.
I would
And as
love
one of his
it.
first big moves,
Just
he sought to
imagining
repair
there's a
Disney's
sign on
relationship
his
with Steve
meetup is
Jobs
like, if
and
you're
Pixar.
wearing
Less
jewelry,
than 4
take
months
it
after
off and
taking
do not
over as
show
He,
CEO,
me.
yeah,
announced that
like,
Disney had
don't show
finalized
your
the
finger
deal
if
to
you're wearing a
acquire
ring. He
Pixar,
might
and that
bite it
Jobs would
off.
be joining Disney's board of directors. Iger's quick move signaled a new era for Disney, one that would abandon Eisner's emotion-driven leadership
Like after
style
the
in
after
favor
the
of
exit
more
of meeting
measured, calculated
Smeagol,
decision-making.
it's like
Iger would
a
retain
container
Eisner's
just like
general push
a
for technology
bucket full of
integration,
fingers,
making it
just
one of
like
the key tenets of
it's
the
like,
transition. Fortunately
get
for
yours.
him, the Imagineers were already
Oh.
one step ahead. On January 23, 2006,
Find
a new
yours,
dark
we
ride
warned
named
you.
Monsters Inc. Mike and Sully to the Rescue opened at Disney's California Adventure. The attraction was a re-theme of the disastrous Superstar Limo, a ride that had opened with the park and was seen as a low light of the already poorly received California adventure.
In Florida, we had a guy hopped up on bath salts that ate a guy's face. That's basically the same thing.
Particularly groundbreaking, it did feature
That's that guy inspired like a bath salt zombie
animatronic
movies.
of the character Roz. Guests were surprised to find that this was not just an animatronic, but it was a living character, capable of briefly interacting with guests.
Young man in the first row, make sure you get my good side.
This was the first living character since Lucky to not be a virtual puppet, and Roz behaved differently than any living character that had come before her. Roz was operated by a cast member, but not voiced by one, a technique that Garlington had previously dubbed as a pseudo-living character. Roz had a voice bank of pre-recorded lines of dialogue, each with accompanying animations. These could be activated by cast members in a manner that was akin to operating a soundboard. This limited what Roz could say, but figure animator Ethan Reed recalled that the figure had over 200 lines, so there was plenty of variance for the short interactions at the end of the ride.
Thank you little dickens.
Roz did not have a dedicated puppeteer. Instead, she was one of the
Should have her, like,
positions on the
stop right
attraction's cast
before-
member rotation, and the controls worked similar
You
to a
little
POS
dick.
system. There were top-level menus that, when pressed, would reveal sub-menus to customize each interaction. This is not exactly the structure, but for example, the top-level menu might have buttons for first row, second row, and third row in regards to where the targeted guest was sitting in the ride car. When one was selected, a sub-menu would be brought up, now with options for young girl, adult woman, young boy, adult man. This could then reveal another menu, with both specific and generic lines that Roz could say. The Roz living character also utilized a technique referred to as escape lines, or outlines, which were pre-planned ways to get out of an interaction that was going poorly. These escape lines were critical, as the voice bank characters were in a unique position. With a non-verbal creature like Lucky, there was no need to manage the interaction on a verbal level. With the virtual puppets, performers had plenty of flexibility to use their own words to manage the interaction, and with training and experience, they were adept at navigating a variety of situations. Voice bank characters
I don't know if
could
I
speak
want
and
to
interact,
do
but the
like
cast members could
another
only trigger the lines
strap
that
all the
were
way down.
pre-recorded.
I'm
So it
not
was important
sure.
for the Imagineers to plan their escape lines ahead of time. Fortunately, since Roz was a grumpy character, her escape lines did not have to have any air of compassion. So if a guest was ignoring her or purposefully trying to mess with her, Roz could simply say, "whatever," and go back to writing on her clipboard. Most of Roz's dialogue lines were cold and disciplinary.
What are you looking at? Don't make me come in there.
Although some were friendly and a few were even flirtatious. According to an
Oh,
ex-CM on the
gosh.
Mice Chat forums, Roz initially had a few lines that were deemed too mean, such as one where she could call out a guest as looking like her twin sister, which was seen as rude, especially when CMs directed it at a conventionally unattractive guest. A line calling out a bald person was removed to avoid a CM accidentally making fun of someone that had cancer. This was the trade-off with antagonistic characters. While maintaining the social contract was much easier, the possibility of legitimately hurting a guest existed, and
So
this
many
needed to be
of
avoided at
these
all costs, especially at a Disney park. 2 years after Roz's debut, a new shooting dark ride named Toy Story Midway Mania opened at the newly renamed Disney's Hollywood Studios. The attraction's queue featured a new living character, an animatronic of Mr. Potato Head that utilized a voice bank soundboard system similar to Roz.
Who likes the part where you toss the rings on the little green net? Really? Just one of you?
Mr. Potato Head was also notable in that he was a feat of animatronics, capable of removing and replacing his ear. This was another milestone in the progression of the technology, and the figure showcased how sophisticated animatronics were becoming. In late 2006, rumors began to circulate that a new entry in the Living Character Initiative was being tested, featuring characters from the Muppets. Disney had finally acquired the characters from the Jim Henson Company in 2004.
And they just sit on them, do
last
nothing.
significant moves as CEO.
Yeah.
The new
Let them
entry
gather
into the
dust.
Living Character Initiative was the first
I don't think
free-roaming
Jim Henson would
animatronics
have
display
allowed that.
since Lucky the Dinosaur
No.
had debuted 3 years
No.
prior. Instead of walking on legs like the big dino or walking with assistance,
You know,
like
they should
Lucky,
make
the new living
animatronics
character,
of the
or more
movie
accurately,
Dinosaur.
living characters.
Oh,
did not
everyone's
walk
favorite
around,
movie,
but
the
rather
one that
roll
I
around on
totally
what was
like.
considered the future of transportation in 2006.
So we used to
A
just
segue.
buy stuff on
The
DVD
interaction
because it's
depicted
like we
the
didn't
scientist
have
Bunsen Honeydew
Make
and
a
his
Wish
assistant
kid
Beaker,
gets
who were in charge
roasted
of
by
Muppet
giant
Lab,
slug.
a segment that had originated on the Muppet Show, known for its poorly run experiments that
But it's
often
like we
resulted
didn't
in people
have
getting injured in a cartoonish
movie
fashion.
theaters
The
in
new
Saudi
roaming
Arabia, so it was
animatronics would
basically
replicate
just
their signature style of
you
experiments
buy
with the new Muppet
like we would just buy
Mobile Lab, a vehicle
DVDs of
packed
whatever we
full of gas.
wanted to watch.
The
That's why
lab
we
could
have a
shoot
huge
confetti,
collection
blow
of just
smoke, shine
whatever.
lights, flip through a text display, and even inflate Beaker's nose.
And so it's
Both
like,
Bunsen
oh,
and
you
Beaker
know,
had a very
dinosaur.
convincing range of motion, helped by the
That's a
fact
new
that they
movie
were
and
originally
everything.
puppets. So the animatronics only needed to replicate the range of motion of
I
a
don't
human's
know if I
arms
finished
rather
it.
than
I
an
was
entire
so
body.
bored.
Orlando Sentinel writer
was
Scott
so
Powers pointed out
bored.
that the characters had, quote, no strings,
I saw
no
that
hands
movie in
inside the
theaters.
puppets.
Oh,
No
I'm
one
so
hidden inside the
sorry.
tiny
I hope
vehicle.
that's one of the
No one
things you
inside
forgot
with
about.
microphones or remote controls.
No,
While this
I'm
quote
telling
is
you because I
correct in that
remember.
there was a significant
But that
advancement
you
in
don't
the
remember the
mobile
movie,
lab,
at
any implication that the interaction
I
was
remember the
autonomous
movie.
was
Oh,
inaccurate.
that's
actually enjoyed it.
There was
sad.
no one in sight with microphones
I
or
enjoyed it
remote
as a
controls,
kid.
because the major advantage
Oh, that's
that
even
Muppet
more
Mobile Lab had
sad.
over its predecessors was
You're
that
making
it
me
allowed the
sad.
puppeteer to be located a significant distance
Wow.
away from the interaction. The lab had onboard cameras and microphones that allowed the puppeteer to read its environment, and the performer would monitor these as they voiced Bunsen live, drove the lab around, and triggered effects. Bruce Vaughan, who had in the time since Lucky's debut become chief creative executive of Walt Disney Imagineering, said, quote, "This is an incredibly compelling and powerful way to experience the characters. They are fully aware of the people in their presence and can call you by name." Which, yeah, they're fully aware because there's a guy watching on a monitor. It's a little misleading. As was standard with living characters,
They're fully
Bunsen and
aware
Beaker
and they
were
can just
safe
call you
Muppets to
slurs.
choose. Bunsen's voice was easy to do.
Yeah,
Since
they'll
the
know
character was
exactly
less
which
popular,
ones.
It was not obvious to guess when it was slightly off.
They'll
Bunsen and
they'll
Beaker
even
were
make
also
slurs
clumsy
specifically
characters,
for
closer
you.
to the personality of Goofy, while a choice like Kermit the Frog came with many of the same issues as Mickey, in that the voice is more recognizable and difficult to do, and that he would be expected to have some level of emotional intimacy. That said, keen Muppet fans could notice that Bunsen's performance varied based on the puppeteer.
Anybody else love Beaker? Yeah? Who would like to come up and see if they can have a date with him? Not, you're too young. Besides, aren't you a boy?
While in Muppet media, Bunsen was typically in his own head and focused on his experiments. When Muppet Mobile Lab debuted, his improv comedy was still being workshopped. This led to a few out-of-character moments, such as when Bunsen tried to flirt with female guests.
You can help me. I'm sort of afraid of girls. You can't help me? You can help me. Oh, okay. Well, I do need help. I've been told that many times. We'll do that later, though.
Why do they all do this?
I was
Muppet
gonna
Mobile
say,
Lab
like,
a well-received
why
addition
is it
to
like
the living
constantly
characters.
like, yeah,
And it
we'll
received
have
the
the
Theo
characters
Award
like
for
flirt.
Outstanding Technical Achievement in 2009. In this period, living
thing that
characters were being
happens a
introduced to
lot.
the parks at a rapid pace. In 2008, the Rendezvous de Stars restaurant at the still struggling Walt Disney Studios Park unveiled a new living character experience. An actor dressed as a chef rolled a service cart around the dining room. When the chef
A
lifted
lot
the
of the
serving
times
dome,
it's because
guests were
being
surprised
floated on
the
makes
little chef from the 2007 Pixar film Ratatouille in his film-accurate form. This little
Sorry.
animatronic Remy wore a tiny chef's hat and held a small piece of cheese.
I just got
Remy was
scared.
touted as the smallest animatronic
There's a
ever
rat?
created.
Yeah.
And he wasn't capable of much. He could move
But
his
you're
body
French.
left to right
You guys
and
have
nod,
so
and
many
his
of
platform
those.
could be rotated 360 degrees by the
No.
chef, a feature designed to prove to guests
I
that
mean,
he
you've
was
been to
not merely a
Paris.
puppet. Remy could also dance, sort of, and he could produce little squeaks. While he could not blink or move his mouth, the animatronic was small enough that this was not necessary to pull off the illusion of life. Some speculated that the animatronic was controlled by a remote puppeteer on the other side of the restaurant, or maybe even inside of the cart.
I wonder
But
if it would
appears
be
that
like
he was
better
actually
to
controlled cleverly
have the legs
by the handler's thumb,
spread
with a button placed
little
on the
bit like
handle of the
that, you
serving
know?
dome. This would allow for some limited live
Kind of like-
controls and could also trigger interactions, such as a dance-off with the chef, which, for some reason, was set to the song You Can't Touch This by MC Hammer. The Remy animatronic was small and practical enough to become the first living character animatronic to receive a clone. The second Remy began appearing in Epcot's France Pavilion, where he would meet
Wow,
guests at the Chef de France restaurant beginning in March of 2009.
Wow.
The Disney press release stated that, quote, the 40-minute experience provide guests an up-close encounter with the Ratatouille star as he laughs, sniffles, and even flirts with his new friends. Why are they all like this?
Yeah, why do they constantly flirt?
Where do you live?
Also in 2008, another living character based on a Pixar film was created, the adorable robot WALL-E. The WALL-E animatronic was a detailed
And WALL-E
expressive
flirts as
living
well,
character,
right?
And he was built close to movie scale, with the animatronic being a bit larger than the character appeared in the film. Since WALL-E's mobility came from his pair of tracked treads, the animatronic
Hello,
can navigate
Vapor.
spaces quite easily. This WALL-E also had several canned animations that conveyed emotions such as shyness and confusion. Continuing the trend of Pixar-based living characters, in 2009, an animatronic of Luxo Jr., Pixar's mascot, began hopping out at Disney's Hollywood studios. Luxo Jr. would emerge from behind a pair of window shutters, hop out, and look around at the guests below. And
At least WALL-E would be in character flirting. True.
Okay, we need to stop here and discuss something. Something that you might already be thinking, and something that I've been grappling with for quite a while now. What exactly is a living character? Now, this might be because I've said it so many times that it has lost all meaning, but the term living character seems to lack a clear definition. We can all agree that there are a few characters that are indisputable official members of the Living Character Initiative, based solely on how consistent
Would it
Disney
be
has
a
been
living
with
character
labeling
if
them
the
as
character
such.
was a zombie?
Lucky the Dinosaur and
Yes.
Crush and Turtle Talk are both living characters, full stop. But neither were the first living character. So who was? Most Imagineers and Disney press releases claim that the Living Character Initiative began in 2002 with Stitch's Picture Phone, which makes sense. The experience made it into the parks, and it was an award-winning attraction. But then, the 2010 official Walt Disney Imagineering book cites the debut of Mickey's Toon Elevator as the, quote, day the Living Characters Initiative was born. Wait, is it the Living Character Initiative or the Living Characters Initiative? Whatever, it doesn't matter. Okay, so if Lucky the Dinosaur is a living character, and the Big Dino was his direct predecessor, and the Big Dino Project preceded Mickey's Toon Elevator by at least a year, why would the Big Dino not be considered the first living character? Does it not count because it never made it into the parks? Mickey's Toon Elevator never made it into the parks. Is it because the Big Dino was never completed? Is that the differentiating factor? LA Times contributor Kimi Yoshino offered an alternative goal of the initiative when discussing Muppet Mobile Lab, saying, quote, the portable wireless technology allows Disney to bring to life non-traditional characters. Most of the Muppets, for example, are too small to be portrayed by a human in costume. Maybe the defining factor of living characters is using technology to allow for non-humanoid characters to appear in their accurate size and form. This is certainly true of Muppet Mobile Lab, Roz, and Remy. It's also true of the virtual puppets, like Crush
keep
and
thinking
Stitch.
about
Luxo Jr. and WALL-E are bigger
Roz.
than they appear on screen. And Mr. Potato Head
people
is huge,
just being
but
like,
remember,
nope.
we're supposed to be the size of toys in that attraction, so maybe his size is accurate. The real problem with this definition is that Lucky isn't based on an existing character. He's not even a specific species of dinosaur. Additionally, if the definition was simply using technology to represent characters in their accurate form, wouldn't most Disney animatronics be considered living characters then? Like Mickey from the Mickey Mouse Revue. That's Mickey close to his cartoon accurate size. Much more so than the walk-around costume. Sure, his face is messed up and long and ugly and weird, but it's close. This obviously isn't a living character though. It's bolted to the ground in a show. So is the definition of a living character a non-costumed or face character that roams the parks? No, that doesn't account for Turtle Talk with Crush or Stitch's Picture Phone. I guess they roam the screen? What about Mr. Potato Head or Roz? They're bolted to the ground, and Roz is even an animatronic in a ride. So is interactivity a requirement to be a living character? This makes sense for most of them. It also explains why Monsters Inc. Laugh Floor, a theater show with virtual puppetry segments, was named as part of the Living Character Initiative when it debuted in 2007. Although it is far less of a character encounter than Turtle Talk, and all of the puppeteered characters were original characters not seen in the film. Interactivity certainly makes the most sense as a prerequisite, but is it really fair to call Remy interactive? He just shrugs and wiggles and dances. Worse, Luxo Jr. has no interactive elements. He just hops out and looks around. I'm 99% sure he's pre-programmed. Why is he labeled a living character? Maybe the definition of a living character is just a guy hitting on you from a distance using technology. In that case, why isn't Instagram a living character?
Anyone? 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 Anyone?
To make things more confusing, when Lucky debuted and the Living Characters Initiative was officially made public, Richard Barrier of the Orlando Sentinel cited 2 other projects as living characters. The first is Pal Mickey, an interactive plush of Mickey Mouse.
Anyone?
The latest marvel from the dream makers at Disney is becoming the talk of the parks, literally. This is Pal Mickey.
Hiya, pal. The name's Mickey.
The toy was a smart device that used infrared technology to allow the doll to deliver location-based and real-time information about the park. I haven't mentioned this until now because it's a doll, but apparently it's part of the Living Characters Initiative. The other supposed living character cited here was a roaming animatronic of the raccoon Miko from the film Pocahontas. The animatronic had a limited run in a Pocahontas show at Disney's California Adventure. In a different Pocahontas show, Miko was portrayed by a real raccoon, which is kind of the most living a character can get if you think about it. I mean, it's not just a raccoon at the zoo. It's a raccoon portraying the character Miko.
Got
Why is this
like
not a
rabies
living
and everything.
Is it because humans did not make this raccoon? Have humans really ever made anything? Or if you prefer, humans made this raccoon hop on this log and pretend to be a character from a movie it's never seen? I'm just saying, I think Raccoon Miko's on the board. And since we're considering candidates, what about my boy Nemo? Why is he not a living character? Because there's a guy in there? There's a guy in Lucky, or at least the flower cart. So why not
That's
Nemo?
real.
Is it because he's huge? Really? Wow, okay. In 2006, Imagineering began playtesting a multimedia scavenger hunt throughout Epcot themed to the Disney Channel animated series, Kim Possible. This experience had families navigate Epcot's international pavilions, using specially programmed cell phones to complete challenges, which along the way triggered physical effects and simple animatronics. During playtesting, the experience featured an interactive animatronic tin soldier, which was puppeteered and voiced live.
Read those 3 things back to me, so I know you've got them memorized.
Find the seeds.
No, that's not it.
When the experience officially opened as Kim Possible World Showcase Adventure in 2009, this interactive element was removed and the tin soldier was given a short, pre-programmed bit. Despite this, the entire adventure was still branded as part of the Living Character Initiative. So was this because a living character was originally planned as part of the project? Or is it because the simple interactive elements are enough to qualify it as a living character experience?
Yeah, they gotta make up their
seems that any
minds.
single definition of living characters is unsatisfactory, either because it is so broad that it encompasses too many meet and greets and animatronics, or it is so specific that it eliminates characters already confirmed as part of the initiative. It seems that the Living Character Initiative is more of a feeling than a strict category. Bruce Vaughn explained,
It's a state of
quote,
being,
"The goal is to bring our characters
not a
to life
category."
in new and unique ways for our guests," which is a very general yet solid definition. He then immediately continued by saying, quote, "Not to replace what we have, but to have certain characters come out in different forms in the space outside of the attractions," which would eliminate half of the characters, including Crush and Roz and Mr. Potato Head. But the first part was good, bringing characters to life in new and unique ways. This lines up with Imagineer Holger Ermler's definition. He said, quote, "By combining technologies, our Living Character Initiative creates new levels of guest interaction and brings characters to life like never before." Vice President of Creative for Imagineering, Don Winton, said, quote, "Take Abe Lincoln. How often do you see Abe sit down and talk? We've now taken that one step further. We're trying to get the guests close to characters in different ways." While these definitions do encompass most, if not all, of the living characters, they do come with a state of impermanence. If living characters are next-generation experiences that bring characters to life like never before, then each edition must be moving forward in some way. This is true of Lucky, which was certainly an advancement from a stationary animatronic or other roaming robots such as Giro and Gyro. Muppet Mobile Lab was definitely a step up from Lucky by removing the handler and distancing the puppeteer. Crush, and subsequently Monsters Inc. Laugh Lore, expanded how many people could participate in or at least view a living character interaction. Roz and Mr. Potato Head allowed for any CM to control the experience. Remy had a new disguise control system, but after a while, the unique elements can't break away from the obvious pattern. Mickey's Toon Elevator, virtual puppet. Stitch's Picture Phone, virtual puppet. Lucky the Dinosaur, animatronic puppet. Turtle Talk with Crush, puppet. Muppet Mobile Lab, puppet. Roz and Mr. Potato Head, soundboard puppets. Remy, Wally, Monsters Inc. Laugh Lore, My Boy Nemo, all puppets.
My boy
and there's
Nemo.
nothing wrong with that.
My boy
Trust me,
Nemo.
I love puppets. But if the goal is ever-evolving character interactions, always the next generation of experiences, then there are only so many ways that you can disguise a puppeteer. Throughout the decade of experiments in the format, there might not have always been a clear definition of living characters, but there is an inevitable one. Once you have explored all avenues of scripting and puppeteering, the next realm is pretty obvious. An impending definition of living characters that has been implied by Imagineers for years, but has seldom been said explicitly. Of those rare explanations, none was as simply put as when Eric Hazeltine was the head of R&D. He explained that the Big Dino was, quote, a testbed that put us on a roadmap toward intelligent, self-directed characters. We want them to be able to move around, react,
so
learn,
scary
and
though.
behave on their own. This was the goal.
That's how you got the bite of
the true living character initiative.
87. Yeah, I was like, 87 was the right thing. Yeah.
That's the only thing that I know, and it was because I watched Markiplier.
That's too big of a bow.
On June 7th, 1990, the theme park industry changed forever with the opening of Universal Studios Florida. Much more than an imitation of, the industry leader, Universal was a unique experience that had a distinct approach to themed entertainment. The new park attempted to create a grittier and more thrilling experience than its predecessors.
Rip
This
King
was
Kong
encouraged by
ride.
the project's executive creative consultant, renowned filmmaker Steven Spielberg.
I at least got to go on that
Spielberg's blockbuster
once.
films would serve as the basis for Universal's elaborate attractions.
I haven't gone
For
on
instance,
any
the
rides
ET
other
took
than
guests on a flying bicycle
one
ride
in Mexico,
to
and I
ET's
wasn't.
Home Planet, where they were
What
treated
was
to
it? It
several
was the
detailed show
carousel.
scenes and
Yeah,
animatronic
not the
characters.
carousel. What's the carousel?
guy right there. That's the guy, yeah.
The Ferris wheel. And I
Spielberg
wasn't
played a
allowed
large role
to
in bringing
spin
the dark ride
the
to life,
thing above
even appearing as
because
himself
my
in the
mom was
attraction's
afraid of
pre-show.
heights.
Oh.
She
Spielberg
said, like,
felt that since
spinning
E.T.
it was
was
too
a
much.
heartwarming
I was
film,
like, oh, cool.
guests needed a personal moment with the character in the attraction. Ride designer Peter Alexander suggested that at
Personal
the end of
encounter.
the ride, E.T. should be able to say the guest's name as he waved goodbye.
Oh yeah, this
Spielberg
sounds
loved the
great when he
idea,
says your
and
name too,
Alexander
by
and
the
creative
way.
team set out to devise
I
a
think
way
it was
to
Six
pull off
Flags
the unique
Mexico.
interactive climax. The moment was set up in the ride's pre-show.
This is what we call a closed set. So you'll need this special pass to enter. Please give your first name.
Didn't you
one of the
say that
stage
if
hands.
you actually met
you a pass.
E.T., you would
According
love
to engineer
him?
Steve Alcorn, the
He
computer
looks like a
system had
freaking
8,000
walking,
possible names,
like,
all of which were recorded
testicle.
by E.T.'s original voice actress, Pat Welsh. After the team members selected the guest's name, they would hand guests their passport.
What would
These
you
cards
do
had
if
a
you met
barcode,
E.T. in
and
real
before
life?
boarding the ride, guests would
Just
hand
like
them to an
ignore
operator.
him. Like,
The
I
operator
don't
would
want
scan the
this
cards,
in my
which
life.
automatically paired the name the guest provided to their ride vehicle.
Like, met him,
The
but you
resulting
have
effect
no
became
knowledge
one
of
the
the
most
actual
iconic moments
movie
in all of
E.T.
theme parks.
I would
And an
just
incredible,
choose
if
to
brief,
ignore.
character interaction.
He just keeps going, it's like phone home.
Not only was the experience impressive, but it created a unique emotional moment between the animatronic and the guest, assuming that the guest didn't just meme it.
Goodbye. Dee dee, dee dee, bye. Anya.
Yes, lasagna!
Just a few years after opening, Universal Studios Florida was proving to be a massive success, and in late 1993, management announced that the park would expand into a full-scale resort, with several hotels, a shopping district, and a second theme park. 6 years later, on May 28, 1999, Universal Islands of Adventure held its grand opening ceremony. The new park was a different take on the theme park experience. Rather than having several lands focused on general themes,
Okay, how could
such
you
as
hate
adventure
this little
or
guy?
locations, such as New York, Islands of Adventure was
Let me go
composed almost
see what
entirely
you
of areas
post.
based on a single intellectual property. Franchises such as Jurassic
Hold
Park,
on,
Dr.
let me
Seuss,
see.
and Marvel Comics were given dedicated, immersive themed
I like
lands
that
with
thing.
multiple attractions. The rides themselves were also innovative and ambitious experiences. One of the
You
park's
actually like
highlights
it?
could be found on Marvel Superhero
What, the
Island.
little
The Amazing Adventures of Spider-Man was a motion simulator
tentacle
dark ride hybrid
thing?
that was a mind-blowing
Yeah.
experience for audiences
I think it's
at the time
funny.
of its opening. The
You
ride's
said you didn't
creation
like
was
them
led by
before.
show producer
I think
Scott
it's fun.
Trowbridge,
I
one
like
of
them in the way
Universal
that they
Creative's
suck.
Rising stars. Trowbridge had a passion for immersive storytelling and pushing the medium of theme parks forward. The stories found in Marvel Superhero Island's attractions would spill out into the land, with live performers acting
Yeah,
out
she's
staged
gonna have a
interactions.
little
Unique
tail
character
in the back.
experiences could be found in other areas of the park as well. In Jurassic Park, the Triceratops encounter gave guests the opportunity to view and even touch a 24-foot-long animatronic dinosaur. This complicated robotic creature was capable of moving its head and mouth, stomping its feet, blowing smoke out of its nostrils, and even urinating. In the Lost Continent area, an interactive fountain named the Mystic Fountain.
So he'd see it assume he's a naked monkey. Like what, a naked monkey that lost like a lot of weight?
The encounter was a surprising and
Has a
fun addition
misshapen
that
head.
delighted guests.
Yeah, and had like a misshapen head and everything.
What's going on with these three stooges here in front of me?
After the opening of Islands of Adventure, Scott Trowbridge was elevated to Vice President of Universal Creative. One of his first significant projects under
The
the title
Mummy.
would be Revenge of
The
the Mummy,
ride.
an indoor roller coaster based off of the Mummy film franchise that was set to open at both Universal Studios Hollywood and Universal
You
Studios
keep
Florida,
making jokes on
continuing
me.
his interest in immersing guests. The new
Night
ride
Dragon
would
Weirdo.
combine dark
Honestly, I
ride
might
style
call it
story
here.
scenes
I'm
with a
like-
thrilling roller coaster, complete with
I'm like a
multiple
widow
launches and track
child.
switches. Revenge of the Mummy was
BB.
another massive hit for Universal Studios, and the
Next
attraction
week
led
I
to
should.
an attendance
I
boost
said
for
that
both
I
of
should do
Universal
that.
Orlando's parks. However, the following
last
year,
week, but I should
attendance
do
dipped,
an
which
extra.
industry experts attributed
I should
to
do
a
an
lack
extra
of
long
new, exciting
art stream.
experiences.
Have like some
Despite
stuff
adding
set up
groundbreaking
and
attractions
everything.
to the
And
park,
just
Universal Orlando's
go
attendance was stagnant.
crazy, go stupid. I know what to. Sure, whatever. We'll play that. Oi. Tomorrow should be Final Fantasy 14. If not, I'll find something else. I don't know. But it should be like more Shadowbringers with Boab. Thank you all for joining. Thank you for the raids. Very much appreciated. Let's see who to raid though. Who shall we raid? Actually, like, Blacklight rated recently. Hold on. Start. And is playing some Pal World. 18 and up Pal World. So be warned, everyone. I trust you're all adults.
Or am I?
I hope. So I'm gonna start the raid, but first.
Bobby, I want you to meet my colleague, Dr. Hamilton.
And I'd like you to get the fuck out of here.
It's all
Get out of here.
Yeah.